best friends that just got in town. But telling me that love life's fucked, I'm calming them down. Then I'm wondering if I'll never know what I found. Now I'm stumbling home, and I'm thinking about you. I'm stumbling home, just thinking about you. I'm stumbling home, and I'm thinking about you. Stumbling home, and wondering how we got so lost. Stumbling home, got myself a new girlfriend, she just locked me down. But tonight we're drinking too much Captain and Crown. After chasing each other all over this town, I'm stumbling home, and I'm thinking about you. I'm stumbling home, just thinking about you. I'm stumbling home, and I'm thinking about you. And wondering how we got so lost.
Oh, stumbling home. Oh, dude, yeah, so lost. Stumbling home. Oh. Woo!
Hello, daughter.
You guys want to see my new jacket? Hi, everyone. I need to turn it down now. There you go. Hi, peeps. I need to move my thing onto this side. Here we go. Hi, all. How's we do? Alright, hold up behind the bargain. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what your bargain was. I'm not downloading it. I did get it. I just didn't download it. Chat, you like this? You ready? Watch this. What? 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 Kind of cute, kind of poggers. It is. It's not new. I've had it for a little while, to be fair. It's just I've not showcased it for stream yet. I also have a new thing. I have a new marker. You got. How can I show this properly? Here you go. I have a new thing where now I can keep track of the clips that we make by just clicking a button. I have a face of Markiplier. I have a picture of Markiplier's face on my stream deck, and it's just called Marker, so that I can mark my VOD so that I know where I'm going. It was meant to be downloaded. Well, I looked into it and then I asked Zine, and we all know Zine knows best. And the answer was just, it's just not worth downloading. It's easier to customize for servers, but at the same time, it's just, you know, we don't get anything out of it. So that's where we are now. We thrive and survive. That's what we need to do. I need to open my Stram on another tab because I'm stupid and I didn't do it. Twitch.tv. Boom. Da. I need to make it mute. Here we go. Don't be loud, please. I was meant to be downloaded so you'll go for a complete. Even your girlfriend wants to play with you. I mean, she'll play soon. Sing into my soul. Hi. Let's go. We're going to be playing some, we've got some GTA. And then we've got some Minecraft. And then we also have some Overwatch. Which is going to be kind of, you know, fun daddly oddly. I'm going to be playing a couple of games today. It's going to be fun. Both my plans are gone. What was your plans, though? Because don't forget, Stealth, I also didn't have time to look at the chat that we had. I was simply too busy with working. I was playing games today. Dad is playing games today. Shit! Yeah, I mean, we have this. Am I going with this scene? Is this the one we know? I think, yeah, we're going with this one. If it wants, it hasn't loaded, though. I'm getting no feedback from the game at all, and it's still being a little bit of a bitch. Bunny, I want you to know my hand is going like this when I see you. If we have a repetition of what happened last stream. Wait, did you just... Which Overwatch? Let's say one. The only Overwatch you can play, Overwatch 2. Right? You can only play Overwatch 2. So it's not even Overwatch 2 anymore. I don't have Overwatch 1. Nobody has Overwatch 1. Nobody has Overwatch 1 anymore, Stealth. Ayo, Fly, how you doing, bro? Thanks for making me quack again. I appreciate it. I'm gonna kill you as well. But yeah, there's no Overwatch 1 anymore. It's just Overwatch 2. There's a new hero out. Okay? And I'm into the thought of him. Someone that can go underground and kick ass. We all love a guy that wait, can you guys see my, if I do this, can you see my mouse? If you look over Spotify in the bottom corner, right? You can see my mouse. Oh. However, yeah, so there's only one Overwatch now. It's Overwatch 2. There's a new hero, so I want to give him a tryout while he's in pre, so we can get some footage and we can post it onto the YouTubes and to the Instagrams, and we can post it onto the TikToks because we are so TikTok-y. It's just, you know, we just want to get footage of him so we can post it online. I need to pick an eye. Do I look here or do I look here? I look here. I get to look at myself then. Oh, I'm looking good today. So my plan was to troll you and your girlfriend, then get your girlfriend to troll you without your knowledge by using the exact same methods. And we download an Overwatch. I mean, I'm not gonna do. Stealth. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna be doing just like random Minecraft things. You know, I am going to be doing somewhat structured content. I'm not just gonna go on and be like, hey, let's do a random world together where we just troll like my girlfriend. That's not content, is it? If America bans TikTok, you think UK will too? No. The UK will double down and be like, we'll take more TikTok. If that's okay with you guys. Where's my Diet Coke? There it is. Chat. Diet Coke is my hydration today. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. To be fair, I think they'll double down and just be like, ooh, satisfaction. I think they'll double down and go, what? Change it a little bit. No, they won't. The UK will just go, oh, America got rid of it? No, we'll keep it. You know, bring more. You want TikTok too? Let's do TikTok too. The UK went back down on it. The UK is just full of shit now. I live here. I'm allowed to say that. You guys can't say that. It's annoying, but it's the truth though. You know, the UK is done. It's gone down. The UK's gone downhill, bruv. It has the past couple of years. Right. Let's consider to move over. Your way. You're aware of the country you live in. Oh, of the country you live in. Yes, I am. I'm not going to say my country's in a worse state than other people's country. I'm just speaking like my country is just doing shit and I'm in my country. You know? I do want to say though, Drew, watch this. You ready? We're having a little bit of captures. Only good thing here is sin. Well, you know what they say. Yes. And you're here as well, Bunny. Where's my... What? Why was my capture turned off? What a weird... It was just straight up turned off, chat. Oh, that was mad. Okay. Right, so... You saw tweets, you are flirting with me right now. I could never do no such thing. That's what gets me in trouble, chat. Right? Also, wait, chat, put a 1 in the chat. Do me a favor. I want to test, very quickly. 1 in the chat or 2 in the chat, right? 1 in the chat if you have seen... 1 in the chat if you've seen the new TikTok... Not yet, Drew, you freaking moron. Do me a favor. Put a 1 in the chat if you've checked out Syntrosity Plays, right? We have YouTube. We upload onto YouTube. Check out youtube.com/Syntrosity. I'm so distracted by just looking at... Have you looked at the TikTok channel and the YouTube channel? If you have not, put a 2. If you have, put a 1. That's sus. But do that, yes. Sin's my boyfriend, it's fine. That's true. Bunny's my girlfriend. That's when I say my girlfriend, I refer to Bunny. Same. Also, Drew is also my girlfriend. Isn't that right, baby cakes? But if not, just to I stopped using Opera as well. I stopped using Opera GX. See? It's so bright though. I like dark mode. That's right, yeah. A sus salute was on YouTube. It's true. Are you building a harem? It's a 3 thing. Let's not say that, please. See, this channel, if you've not checked this out yet, chat, by the way, go on there, drop a follow and check it out. Right? This way we do all of our little, I love this, and it didn't get any views, and I hate it. This is something that I liked, okay? Can I unmute?
Hey, watch this. You ready?
Can I just turn captions off, please? Why have you got captions on? Captions. There we go.
I'm just gonna wait for it to blow one more time.
Oh, buddy!
Oh, Lord!
All over me, all over you.
All over you, all over us. Oh, Lord, that's gonna everywhere.
It wasn't funny? You're not funny.
What an explosion.
Oh, I loved it. It was just, I thought it was funny. I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it. I wish it got more views than it did, because I thought... But to be fair, though, you have to be there live. Yeah. It was funnier when it was live, I guess. Don't forget Minecraft. Fly, we are doing Minecraft today as well. We have... I had such a hard time clipping the VOD from last night. I just didn't think it was, like... It was chill. But there was nothing really... I mean, there was the scary part. But other than that, it's... I just unplugged my freaking headphones. There we go. Other than that, it's like I couldn't really think of anything more to note. However, let's go fly a kite up to the highest height. Let's go onto GTA NeoPixel and Grand Theft Auto 5. No streaming for 6 hours this time. Probably will be long. I'm not gonna lie, but it's probably gonna be longer. No, it won't. We'll probably do like 4 hours. No, it probably is. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I've just realized it's gonna be longer. I've had about day list of 5. Mater T. But I need bedtime. You can go, buddy. You don't need to be. It's okay. Okay. Don't worry about it. I know you want to be here, but you also need sleep. I need to update the title is what I need to do. I'm gonna start including partner push as a title, and we can also do another tree. I like trees. There we go. Change that to that. Change that to this. Boom, and we're good. I do need to turn. I can turn music down for me. Chat. Do me a favor. If, in fact, you know what? Just tell me. Is the music loud enough or not? It's fine. Just tell me. Yes or no. I also need to check if I have moderator available. So, I see Nia. Hi, Nia. I know you're lurking. Don't worry. You don't need to talk. But bless you. Are you active today or are you just lurking? Oof. Right. I think it's time we get Mater going. Let's spawn some Materage. I want to get some funny moments today. Why aren't you on? Do you want to be a moderator? I thought you just like being able to chill. Right? You can do /mod. Sure. I only didn't moderate you because I thought you didn't want to be a moderator, to be fair play. And don't worry, the 3 thing is a manager trios. Doesn't translate into English. Okay. I do like chilling, that's true. I just wanted to work with that. Fair. It's bring your daughter to work day. I'm looking for one thing. Oh! Wait, that's one thing I need to do. Wait. I'm gonna drop the news about the hair thing. No. I did not mean to click that. That's Opera GX. It's gonna make my encoder overload because it's Opera GX. Just close this very quick. Boom. Let's go to this chat. Bear with me 2 seconds. At everyone. Sorry for the second ping, but we're talking about dyeing my hair. I'm saying it here so you guys can half hear it. Dyeing my hair on stream next week and need y'all here for news. Okay. I did not want to do a second ping. I'll DM Sin what it means soon. Sure. No. Well, listen. Okay. Hear me out. It's not gonna be atrocious. What we're gonna be doing, and I'll wait for some more people to come by because it's a something, okay? I promise it's not all bad. Right, let's go to let's sit while we wait for some people. Let's just sit ourselves down, right? Nikolaj, hello my friend, how are you? I'm doing good, brother. How are you doing, bro? Welcome, Sin. What is going on outside there? That is a loud ass noise. Hey, welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day today. What are you doing to your hair? I'm not gonna do anything to my hair, okay? Why does he look so suspicious? So the goal is I'm going to be doing not a donathon, but like a donathon. But instead of the goal being the more you pay, the longer I stay, the goal is going to be... Morning, buddy. The goal is, if we hit a certain donation goal, then I will dye my hair. Now, there's a reason behind it. I am actually going to be cutting my hair soon, because it is kind of long if you haven't noticed it yet. I've been growing it out for a while now, you know? So I am going to be cutting my hair. Not short, don't worry, it's not going to disappear. It's just getting tidied up a little bit. However, this is long, and it's starting to look untidy. Keep it long. It's going to be long. Don't worry. It is actually, I am going to keep it long. It's just, right now, it kind of looks like a damp mop, right? So, so shorter than the tip of your nose. Oh, no shorter than the tip of your nose. I mean, that'd be a lot of hair to get rid of if it went, like, that's at least inches. Always keep whatever gets cut off. That's true. She could just keep it in like a little bit of a, get it put into a little bit of a bowl and just keep it on the mantle. True though. However, Creepy, not gonna lie. What do you mean creepy? So, oh, the hair thing. But the premise is, I'm gonna do a stream and it's gonna be on Monday. So this is gonna be in 3 days from now, right? The stream in 3 days from now is going to be, if you guys hit the goal, I will both, 1, cut my hair, but 2, I will dye my hair whatever color chat decides, and I'll hold myself to this. And that's going to be the painful thing. It's not going to be sub based, it's not going to be cheer based, it's not going to be bit based, it's donation based, right? So it can't be like, oh, but we did 50 subs, that's not going to count. It's donation based. If you guys, and hey Bunny, if the chat decides pink, I will be dyeing my hair pink for stream. Yes, £200 right now. And I will tell you, I think the donation goal, I mean, it decides as well, because if it's going to be a, what about piss yellow? If your piss is yellow, Fly, drink some water. In fact, you know what? I'm going to redeem something in chat just for you, on my, like, for me, okay? Watch. This is for you from me.
Drink water. Become.
What about dyeing it invisible? You want me to go bald? That's a fun thing, actually, Zane. I mean, if I was to shave my head, I would not do anything less than like... It'd have to be something stupid like 7.
Come here. Explain what happened. Get someone up here and explain what happened, and they will give you your vehicle back. And you probably won't have to pay.
Someone's talking in game.
You probably won't have to pay if you explain what happened, alright?
Okay.
You're talking, you're not talking. Thinking about talking.
However, yeah, it'd have to be like 7. If somebody donated like 7,500, then I'd shave it. No, I think, what's the point in selling out to get my head shaved? How long I've been growing it for? Like, it'd have to be like 10k. I could not shave my head for less than 10k. I'm sorry. It's just, to me that'd hurt. Please don't shave it. That's what I mean. I know, I couldn't do it. It'd have to be like 10k, and then boom, then I'll do it. I couldn't shave my head. I'd be terrified of it. Bald trust. We did make the joke though a while ago about being bald. I get that. Stealth, I have seen it. Morning, buddy.
Hey, boss, what you up to?
I'm just sitting here, just watching, staring at the apples in the basket and stuff. They look kind of cool this time of day.
Oh, definitely, man. You enjoy your Coke and you enjoy that fruit there. You stay safe. Your hat matches the chair. It's amazing.
Thank you. It matches my truck too. Orange is my favorite color.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, you sir, you do a great service out here. Respect.
No, you do a service out here. Look at you. I appreciate what you do.
I respect a man that, you know, has the dog tags on. I know what that means.
And thank you, brother. It took me some time to get them.
Yep. America.
America, buddy. Later.
Oh, hey, John.
What's up?
I heard you. I couldn't find
G6.
you.
Is he a G6er? Is that what he is? It's a sin to shave it. It is a sin. Oh, wait, no. Actually, to be fair, I wasn't paying attention too much. I thought for some reason, I thought he was military for a second. I was like, oh, wait, I need to remember what I'm playing. I had a patch on the arm. Yeah. Damn it.
And then once you get to wherever it says your car's at, you open up the garage.
Right, let's go
after
grab
you
ourselves a job. There we go. And yes, I would like to. Thank you, Tom. Sin equals old. I mean, if you say I'm old, Zine's gonna think even worse of you. Look at these are all real people that live lives, chat.
Morning, buddy.
I think that was Ali G. Gosh darn it, everybody, too many truckers these days.
Holy shit, brother.
Well, that was nearly it. Sin is old. I am old. See, that's it. I'm young then. You are young because you're younger than me. Right? What is the odds that this is Gunther?
Gunner!
It's Gunther. Sin's very old. That is not true. Come on, let's run over.
Hey, Gunner, how you doing, buddy? Open your fucking door, bro. Oh, buddy, some people just decided to flip their trucks on their heads, you know? It ain't looking too good in there.
21, can you do something for you? Huh? What do you mean? What do you want me to do for you?
Oh, let's check this jail. What's up, man?
Oh, I need to join this group as well.
I need to join your work group.
My group.
Let's see. Has he got a group? Gunther. There we go. You can join in. Can I do? What do you want? Yes, that means I get paid now just to talk to you guys.
There.
What the shit? John Cena just followed one of my friends on Twitter. What is that? Why is that? I'm low-key jealous. I can't see them. You get the joke? But also, they did just follow them on Twitter. That's cool. What year was that? Huh? There we go. What year was the follow? The follow was like now. That still remembers. Oh, the fan. Oh. That's not when I was born in 1998.
You there, buddy?
I'm here, Gunner.
Wake the fuck up.
I'm here, buddy. You can hear me, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. Fuck you, buddy.
I'm eating some french fries. Hold on.
Right, look, I put inside there in the glove box some food.
Oh, hold on.
There's some french fries in there and a drink.
2000.
I need a drink. Go check the trunk.
And what have you got inside your trunk, buddy?
What? You were not born in 2007. Okay. I'll put them in there as well. Oh!
Go all the way down. Look in the back of the trunk.
Oh, Jesus Christ, buddy, what are these?
Okay. Eye trolling. I bet you were. You're about to get me in a. About to get me in a lot of trouble. Hey, C-Twin, how you doing, bro?
That's fine, huh?
Brother, where'd you get them from?
Someone.
Okay, I ain't gonna say much. Give me 2 seconds.
Right, let me just review. Let me just review. You guys can't hear the game. You guys can't hear the game. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You guys can't hear the game. You guys. Hold on, it's a heck. Chat, you guys need to tell me if you guys can't hear things or not. Is that better? You guys don't hear things? Is that better?
You got your seatbelt on?
Of course, brother.
Hi Ari, how you doing? We can hear it. What is it? Is it good with the music? Is what I'm
Man,
saying.
I'm still pissed off at G6 for what they did to us the other day.
Yeah, bro, that was kind of rough what happened, you know.
With 10 or 20?
That shit.
Give or take 21, huh? Hello there. Hey C-Twin. How long's it been now, bro? It's been over a year. Okay.
We'll give the rest of the crew a call here in a little bit.
It's been over a year. Well, how are you? I'm doing really good, Ari. I'm trying to farm some
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne, brother. What are you doing?
Since I last streamed, it was does it wanna can I please?
Did you fuck with the steering wheel again?
The fuck you mean mess with those steering wheel? I didn't touch it.
That must have been the guy. Oh yeah. It's probably that mechanic. When he took it in earlier. I bet he fucked my shit up.
Change the music. There we go. So close. Don't be telling fibs. You're gonna get me in trouble. You're gonna get me in a lot of trouble. So yes, I'm still planning for the date. Did you accept? I hope she accepted. Something I didn't do. Chat, you're gonna get me in trouble. Stop this. Okay. If I give you a ring, oh.
Brother, where in the heckums did you learn to drive?
I can't see shit.
I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it. Oh, you don't have no gas in it.
I was about to say we got plenty of gas, but we don't.
Oh my god, yes. I'll do it on stream chat.
We'll fill up after this.
I'll fill you up after this.
Oh.
You heard me, boy.
Oh, how's your day going today, Alan? Right.
I'll grab this. Don't worry. What a day it's been already, Bush.
Nope, that's not what I want to do. I want to grab it. Boing, grab the winch. Busy, but good. Have you been filming today, or is it offline stuff?
Well, there she is. She's going up, brother.
By the way, if you don't know, this is Mater. This is Mater Tate. He is a tow truck driver for Los Santos. We are going to be joining onto the whitelist soon. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let's go to attach vehicle. Boom.
Lift her up, buddy.
Rehooker.
You're a hooker.
It ain't doing it. Please do it.
Yeah, don't want to do it.
Freedom Land.
See?
My truck is dumb as shit.
Your truck is dumb as shit, brother.
Yep. Alright, so that's the date. You know, you just gotta unhook it. Right? It's unhooked. Okay.
Car. Car. We love freedom.
Let go, brother, before someone sees us.
Happy, yeah. Oh my gosh, you've been doing. Wait, you've been doing recording or offline
Yeah,
stuff?
as I was saying, I think we need to do something about G6.
What are you thinking?
Well, I don't know.
You think we should take their kneecaps? I said, should we take their kneecaps?
I don't think he wants to talk to me, chat. Car. Eyeball the car itself.
I don't know what we're gonna do with it. We gotta think of something, man. I got a little bit of an idea about what we can do.
I did just say what to do, but apparently you weren't listening.
No, I didn't hear you.
Ah, I said, shall we take their fucking kneecaps?
Oh. Yeah, that's gonna work its way into the plan some way or another.
Nice.
Hey, Dak. Hey, yo. What's good, boss man? My day's going good, boss man. How's your day?
Kind of what I was thinking. All right, and this goes into looking for that one guy.
Oh yeah, the guy that took your kneecaps.
That damn horn? I
Yeah.
love the horn.
So
Aren't
I
you
got a
orange?
picture right here in my phone. If you look at me here for a second. See, I got a picture of him. Damn, dude, I mean, How much you make on that transaction?
700.
700.
Now 418.
Oh,
3 Easter eggs.
I'm gonna doubt it.
It was Good Friday.
I did doubt it, but I wasn't gonna. So what I'm thinking here, right?
I
We
get
can go
meat.
back into town.
It's Good
We gotta sign
Friday.
up for G6. Infiltrate G6. Shit, we got a spy.
Fuck. Good Friday, chat, and I ate burgers.
Let them go past.
Oh,
Infiltrate G6. All right.
Uh-huh.
Give him no 1-2.
5%. Where's that?
Give him no 1-2.
Do 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 do.
Acting all
We
American.
come in. Taters, toters, and
We should
just,
make that a thing.
Taters, toters.
We just tote the money, dude.
So stupid, brother.
It's so stupid. It just might work.
But I love it, brother. I love you.
Alright, Let's go see. Let's go put our poorly thought out plan into action here. Okay, look, this is what we're gonna do, right? We're just gonna go get a job at G6. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Work our ways up in G6, all the while looking for this motherfucker with the license plate.
So we got a
Hold on,
job.
let me pull it out real quick.
This my favorite song, brother.
Yeah, mine too. 22JH43I2. All right. We gotta look for that license plate. When we find that license,
224224G42. Got it. Let's go.
I2, exactly. Yeah, you missed an I, but otherwise
Ah.
that was perfect.
We'll take his fucking eyes is what we'll do.
He's gonna be missing an I.
Same as exposed. I think a few of us. What am I about?
No,
What
listen,
you mean?
I think you got the right idea. Take their kneecaps, take their eyes.
I'm gonna take his
we missed our
kneecaps and I'm gonna
fucking
turn it
exit.
into some shoulder pads.
It's kind of dark, man.
What? What? Oh no, wait. Oh no.
Wanna kill the
It is
guy,
punishment
don't
end
take
up on
his
Twitter like
kneecaps like that.
wait, so you're telling me guys that because I didn't do Good Friday, my penis is gonna be on Twitter? Let's take, you know what, it is really hot. I'm gonna take this jacket off. It's my favorite Rick Grimes based jumper. When he works for the exclusive.
What in the shit are you doing, brother?
What?
You just smacked in or something.
Oh yeah, that.
What do you mean, yeah, that?
Don't worry about it.
I ain't worried. I'm scared. There's a difference.
Oh my deck, bro.
Yeah, we good. We good.
Well, Good Friday is a sign of like it's eating fish in it.
Corrects
It's
my my sick drifts.
Oh, I can
See that?
say. I am
You can drift
sick.
you can drift a ball.
Hey, fuck, turn you on the drive, bro.
Do you guys all do Lent? Yeah, you're meant to eat fish. Well, no, you're meant to eat not meat. It's typically it's where you eat fish instead of meat.
Lock your truck.
Hot dog, I ate
What?
sushi for dinner. You're more than I am now. Oh, look who it is. That guy. Oh, look who it is. That girl.
Alright, come over here.
Oh, it is.
Talk a little quieter.
Okay, let's move over here, yeah.
Pizza. Did it have meat on it?
Yeah.
I'll go inside where it's less everything. Morning.
What if you had sushi dog pizzas?
What kind of magic is that?
What in the tarnations?
Meant to eat meat, definitely cravery with. Wait, I
Alright.
definitely didn't have a coffee. Oh, I love coffee though.
What are you thinking, brother?
I'm thinking. All right.
Yeah. I know. Chat.
I'm
Wait, I can do this better.
thinking we just
Uh-huh. Keep talking.
we get to.
Uh-huh.
Trying to think of where it's at. Trying to get to G. What are you doing up there?
I just want someone to be closer so we can discuss our plans.
We got to whisper, and if anybody walks in, it's not what it looks like.
It's exactly what it looks like. Is what it looks like to me.
No. All right. So here's the plan. Okay, look.
Where's my camera showing up on this one?
We got to do here.
I'm listening.
Cue Mission Impossible music now. Okay. Perfect, man. We should start an opera. We should make a band. We need Banjo Cahooties.
I love banjo and kazooie.
So, okay, so this is the thing, right? So we're going to sneak into G6.
Snake
Get
in
a job.
D6. Get jobs.
Right? Hold down that job.
Work for the government.
Right, work for the government.
And kill everybody.
Collect a paycheck, look totally normal. Run shipments, run money, right?
So we get jobs.
No, it's not a job. It's a fucking infiltration mission.
Sounds like a job to me with extra steps.
I mean, you can call it a job if you want, but it's an infiltration mission. We're looking for this man who scrounged me out of $150.
Why don't we just go to City Hall and get his name from public records?
Because he wasn't in public records. I
So-
filed a police report. He wasn't there. They wouldn't give me his name.
Did you ask around? We could probably find his
that's
name.
how I met. Well, that's how I met my legal attorney, and he didn't do.
You know, I've
nothing.
got friends in J6, Tier 3.
Well, hell yeah. So look, we go over there, infiltrate G6, talk to them, make it look normal. We're just standing around the trucks one day, and then somehow we spot this motherfucker just sitting there, right? We follow him to every job he's got, make it look like we're gonna help him. Hey, fellow G6er, we're not stupid like you. And then what do we do? What do we do, Mater?
We take their fucking kneecaps.
We take his fucking kneecaps. You're damn right.
And his dog. I'm a little hungry.
You might be going a little too far.
Well, I just want to go to the fancy hot dog stand outside of Single Burgers, but you need to bring a dog with you.
Oh yeah, no, we gotta go. We gotta do that. They got good stuff.
I just messaged my buddy Blanco. He's a tier 3 G6 driver.
Okay.
He told me if I ever want to do a T6 tier 3 jingle bells job with him, that we should let him know.
How many people can go on a G6 job? Is it 3?
Huh?
How many people can go on a G6 job?
I'm not a fucking clue. I just sent him a text message. Hey, John, bye.
See, wait, give him a call.
I just dropped him a message to see if he's in town.
Ooh, it's like job
still
with extra
walking over there.
steps. It is. He's back. I am indeed back.
Watch him
Back
slow.
in black.
Brother, I don't have the kneecaps that you do.
His whole ass back and forth.
Hey, brother, where are you going?
I'm gonna go get my truck. His truck is dingleberried up.
Oh, morning, buddy. You can get your truck. Never mind. Okay, I guess.
Yoink. Yoink. I'm not gonna chance. Whoa. That is not a truck driver. That is a zombie. That is a zombie if I've ever seen one. For work. Yeah, I know. They make a lot of money for little work.
Right, I just messaged my buddy, and if he messages me back, then we get to just go straight to tier 3.
You gotta sign out.
And for now, we can do a job while we wait for him. I'll give him like 10
Disbanded the
minutes.
group.
Huh?
I already disbanded the group.
Well, shit. So what do we want to do then?
Let's go over to G6.
Where do we park our truck?
No, it'll be alright. Well, yeah, that's why I was saying we'd walk over there.
Turns out I'm going back, chat.
We can ask for a ride if somebody gives a ride.
Technically, I'm driving on the right side of the road. I know Meta doesn't commit felonies. We're trying to find somebody that committed a felony and didn't get charged for it.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Goddamn zombies.
Well, let's try to get this.
Jump out.
Yep.
I did not want to leave my truck there for much longer.
Mm-mm.
These goddamn zombies.
Meta T does know. Whereas IRL... I know, right? It's weird. You can't work for government-funded money things.
Fucking mate, clipping my wings, mate. Like at least now I can just go and do what the fuck I want.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna walk around there, yeah. I'm gonna do whatever I want, yeah. You know that, because, yeah, when I walk around, I want to do what I want. Shut up, bruv. Is it rental papers? Of course it's rental papers. Yoink, can on the floor. I've got tap water. Where did he go? Chat, I lost my brother. Speak of the devil.
Now where in the heck did you go?
You fucking missed it, motherfucker. Alright, walking to G6, there was a truck and it stopped and I didn't realize it was on the fucking tracks. I jumped on it because I needed to do a little twerk on top of it because he was being an asshole, right? Well, it was one of those zombies that was being an asshole, okay? I
How
jump on
did you
there.
get to G6 so fast?
I'm not at G6. I told you. I jumped up on one of the trucks that was stopped on the train track.
Oh, you don't
And
want
the
to...
train, yeah, I was just gonna ride him over here, right? So then that train come over, and I don't even know where. Oh, I see you. There you are.
Yeah, I see it. Where the fuck are you?
Yeah, that one. It
Yeah,
knocked me
where are
where the
you?
fuck over here. I'm right behind you. Wake up. Hello.
Oh, buddy, it's you. Hello.
Hey. Hello.
San Andreas.
good.
Oh,
Let's
after
go,
that.
let's go
Okay, I
over
like
there.
that one.
That was wild.
Wait, did you check his truck since it blew up?
Huh?
You checked
No.
the...
San Andreas.
No.
How the fuck? Wait, did you say this blew up?
Nope.
There's somebody in here, boss.
That's... I just saw somebody get out.
I think there's somebody... I saw the door open in this thing.
Yeah, I was in there.
No, there was somebody else in there before you got in there. Well, you drivers too. Oh, buddy, what is...
Well,
Shit in my painter. That's amazing. Woohoo!
What is he...
well, you almost. Got
I
fucking
look
took
at
out.
you, the freaking dude. Woohoo! He
Let's
busted
go.
down sexual
Let's see what we
style
got.
right there. Let's go down to G6. Let's walk to G6.
Yeah.
Damn, he's busting a move. Hey, yo, FT, how you doing, bro? I just want to... I want to jog around it. Listen, I served in the army. I want to cross this road before it turns green. He's busting it down sexual style. Hit the gritty. I'm not hitting the gritty. I cannot.
Oh, we gotta
Is this
flesh
G?
out that idea a little more.
Is it that way? Backwards, this way. The gritty is a dance I will never perform.
We gotta
Zinc, you
flesh out
allowed,
that
please.
idea a little more.
You got a flashlight? What?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, me too. I just using the E-Cola bottle. Why you walk so damn fast, brother?
Why you walk so slow?
How you do this?
Oh, you know, you just fucking walk. I'll wait for you.
See, I'm working.
Hi, Red. How you doing? Oh. Zine, can you hit allow on that message, please?
You just gotta walk.
Damn, boy, look at those hips going, baby. Holy sweet Jesus, he got the hips like no other. Look at that. Damn, bruh.
Oh, my lord. Oh.
Holy sweet Jesus. That's Jason Bourne right there.
Oh, this is how we're gonna get a ride, This is how we're gonna get a ride.
What, you want to twerk on the side of the sidewalk and you want to make people go oopsie oopsie?
You go oopsie oopsie in their panties.
Don't you say that, my mother wore panties.
I bless you.
Hey, you want to see it? You want to see what it looked like when I twerk with my phone out? I could show it off and I could tweet about it. I look like a stegosaurus, I do. You're standing in my face. I can't see anything. Move out the fucking way. Oh, look at me. I look like a stegosaurus. You're there. Do you reckon people will give us a ride if I keep doing this?
Maybe.
Chat, I feel like. Feel me, baby. Look at me, do me.
I need to stop this.
Let's go, let's go. Come on, no, ain't nobody liking what we're doing. Well, how far? Whoa.
Okay, wait, maybe it is the gritty. Maybe that is how you go so fast. Is it in all? Oh my god.
Ooh, look at me, I could have gone a boat. You gave me so, got away. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm gonna gritty.
I don't like this.
Hey, sir, you give me $5, I'll gritty on your deck.
Hater, do you know where G6 is?
Yeah? It's all the way. Why are you over there?
What, your right foot in, your right foot out, in, out, in, out.
It's down this road, jackass. Why'd you change onto this side?
Better side.
You right wing motherfucker.
Imagine just going for a night strolling, you see this.
Boys. Never met any.
Let's wait for it.
You hear that? Like,
City boys, city boys, city boys.
Shitty boy, shitty boy.
Doon, 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 doon,
Hey, watch
doon,
out.
doon.
Morning, gorgeous.
Hey.
Later, gorgeous.
Alright. Why'd you cross back over to this side of the road?
Because this side is the best side. Oh my!
I'm so sorry.
I was just having a gritty. What are you doing? That woman didn't like my gritty. Let's go again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So I can't wait for Whitelist. I mean, everybody's streaming. Everybody's streaming on there. And I can't wait for Meta to... In fact, wait, I can just go back to this. That's why I can't wait for me to be with the Whitelist people. I think Meta will be a good character. And everybody loves Cars, the movie. Imagine working at a bank and then Meta T just widdies his way into the bank asking for money.
Skippity-doo hooray! Right, let's keep going. I need to get here.
That's content right there. Yeah, just walking into the bank being like, boom, 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 boom. This is like somebody's outro. Wait, where did he go? Where'd he go? Okay, so it's all the way... Okay, he's... Well, I've lost him. Nope, it's not that way. Ooh. Well, you see when a man and a woman love each other. How did Meta end up in San An? Well, he was originally from Britain, but then he got adopted by the Colts. His name is actually Meta Tate, as in Meta Tater, as in later Tater or later Mater. However, he is now Meta Tater Colt because he was adopted. So my biological name is Mater Tate, as in Mater Tater, later Tater, later Mater. However, since then, I got adopted by these nice people, the Colts. So my name is Mater Tater Colt. So no longer later Tater, later Mater, later Mater. It's not later Mater Colt. It just ain't as funny anymore. I think this is the entrance. No, I need to go upstairs. Is RE sleepy? Chat, by the way, if we've got any, anyone who's a subscriber now, if you're a tier 1 and above, you now have access to, No, never sleepy. You're always sleepy. What do you mean?
Bonjour. That's Italian.
Yeah, you have access to the dance emotes. The best emotes I've ever made. They're the only emotes I've never been here before. I don't know if I'm in the right way. Oh, there he is.
Hey, Gunner, where the frickin' ducking door did you go? Don't you look down at me, you son of a bitch.
Why are you looking down at him?
He's just
He's a
looking.
red-blooded American.
He's just looking down at the floor. He don't like me being here. He's not liking my kind. He says.
This is a pure red-blooded American. How could you not love it?
See me? I'm pure American.
You're definitely American. There you
Yes,
go. Look,
sir.
that's a good salute.
Thank you. I've been practicing since the day I was born. That's a little floppy sided.
What's that?
Oh, bro.
That's
Hey, look,
good.
I can flip just like you. What's this?
yeah.
What's it? You ready?
Yeah.
Boom! That's my flip. Hey, whoo! Ricky.
Nice, brother. Nice.
I'm an American.
Shit.
Oh, sorry, butter. I like your orange truck. That's a nice orange truck, brother. Hey, do you know how I can be a J6 man?
No particular reason. We just would like to employ ourselves at this fine establishment.
You always make it sound so weird, brother. I just want to
Do you
drive
have
and
a
take
car?
people monies.
Just making sure.
Do you have a car?
Yeah, we got the truck over here.
Okay, so yeah, alright. I can teach you. But will you drive me to get some food somewhere?
Oh wait, actually, do I have any still? I'll just put it in the freaking truck, brother. Right, it's okay. Listen, we don't have.
You need food? I got food.
Oh, good,
I just need
Jesus
a
Christ.
small bite. A small
Oh, I
bite.
don't. I already ate it.
We've
Okay,
lit.
I'm gonna teach you
Cigarette.
anyways. Fuck.
We've just
Gosh,
worked
I'm
here
gonna die
from Camel Toe as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking die.
I'm an American.
Not really,
Konnichiwa. That is German.
Not really, but it's possible.
Don't starve.
I wonder if this here fine lady has any food on her.
It's okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
My
Ma'am.
brother will talk to her. He's great with the ladies. They always throw this thing called peppering spray at him. I think they
Nice.
like him.
Alright, well listen here, buddy. Do you have a tablet?
I do indeed have a tablet.
You do indeed have a tablet. Okay, well, if you didn't check in, you are now in the same situation that I am.
Well, that's poop. Also, my
You
tablet
can't
just
sign in
broke.
until 6 o'clock on your phone. He is good with the ladies. Look at him over there.
Do the flip. Women like it when you flip, brother. Like this. Woohoo, buddy. Hey, yeah. See? I taught him that. I taught him everything he knows.
Yeah.
I'm great with the ladies, too. I don't get that peppering spray stuff, though.
Hey, buddy.
Do you get the food?
Yeah, I already ate it.
What the fuck?
That'd be funny. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so
The
He has a
dancing with the
tablet.
knees. They are knees.
you
I
just
like
need
them.
to sign in. At
My
6
little
o'clock,
dances.
Okay.
And then your jobs will pop up on that screen. Do you see the G6 app on your tablet?
Yep.
That's what you want.
Okay, now do we need a gun for this?
What the?
No. Jesus Christ, no.
Yeah, what are we, American?
Yeah, what are we? The fuck is
What?
this shit?
Are you
I'd
okay?
say at
I
the
heard
very
you fall.
least, the taser would be nice.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no worries. You stay safe.
Oh, absolutely. But I myself, I got the savvy, just in case.
Whoa, that's a knife.
Yeah, it'll be alright.
It's-
Holy,
Yes, savvy.
what the fuck is that, buddy?
Careful.
You are American if I've ever seen one.
Okay, so yeah. So
Do-
once we sign in, we ready up for a job, and then when you're on the job, and you're doing a bag run,
Do you know a Mr.
you'll have a little
Blanco?
thing pop up on your phone. It's ever the party leader, because you're gonna have to make a party too.
Mm-hmm.
Party leader, after you put the last bag in the trunk, will have to open up his phone and hit the green arrow to continue the job.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple.
Yes.
Yeah, why are they assholes? I mean,
To be fair, you
Who's
do
assholes?
you do drive a good. We bumped into an asshole. He's just an asshole. Although you might, do you know my friend? His name is Mr. Blanco. He's a T3.
Yeah, I know Blanco.
Is he a good guy?
sound.
You don't sound too
He's
happy.
pretty decent.
I met him once. I just need to know, is he worth continuing to know?
Oh.
I mean, he's cool. I don't mind him.
Okay, no, you just sound a little disappointed is all.
Well, I mean, out of all the T3s, he's
No, I see what you're,
Benny.
I see what you're saying. So if we were to do a G6 job as a T1, can we jump on with other T3, or do we need to work the way up?
You can.
Oh, that's actually pretty neat, actually. I didn't think we'd be able to do it.
But if you both join the T3, one of you or both of you will be splitting a check.
Ah, I see.
And that's even if I joined, like I'm T3, but it sucks.
You're dripped in this big red outfit.
Yes.
It's kind of hot. You look like my brother a little bit.
You have a lot of brothers, don't you?
Just this guy, but he treats me nice.
Wait, what?
He probably does, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. No need to put it any other way. Yeah.
Yeah, keep going with it. Keep going with it. Yeah. Oh, I love it when you do that. Yeehaw, buddy.
Whoa. We just met this man.
Yeah, and he just got a show for free. I had to pay the first 3 times.
That's right.
I can't believe you. That's a decent thing you got there. So do we need to wait until 6? Because I need to go buy a new tablet.
Yeah, we gotta wait till 6.
You do, yeah.
Real quick, do you think that this? You think I could pull the ladies?
as a G6. Good luck. You gotta be a trucker like me.
I think this is gonna pull all.
That type of walk I don't think is right for men. But you can try.
I'm gonna get all the ladies with this.
Hey, buddy, you look like our sister, except when she was younger and much slimmer.
Yeah, she's about 45 and 4,500 pounds.
Yeah, 4,500 sounds more right.
That's what
It's a semi-truck right there.
She
It's
is.
exactly what it is.
That's
It's,
why we
big
got into
orders.
towing. We had to get her out of bed every night. Right, listen, hey Gunner, I need to go get a new tablet. You in?
I'm always in, baby. Let's go.
What was your name again, buddy?
Yeah, what was your
Name's
name?
Jay.
Jay? My name's Mater. Like Terminator, but without the tuh.
That's amazing, bro. You're undercover. I just forgot about what you just said your name was. So.
My name is... Group. My name's Group. I am Group.
My name's Six.
Forget it, we're Group 6. Later, Jader.
To answer redneck content and no
Yeah,
mention of
let's do it.
NASCAR is really killing my immersion.
You like NASCAR?
I like NASCARs.
I like nice cars too.
And I popped out the womb and started singing. I did. I jumped out the womb and was like, I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I had to learn that so that I didn't get stabbed.
You see that on the floor?
Yeah.
$5 said it's rental papers.
$5 says it's food.
It was food containers.
$5. Hey. Hey.
Wait. Are you guys tier 1?
Yes, we are tier 1.
Hop on in.
Let's go, tier 1 gang. What's up? Wait, are you tier 1?
No, we're not tier 1.
We are tier 3.
You look tier 3.
You guys look terrifying.
We are G6 fucking alumni, my man.
I'm trying to help this brother out.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
go, man.
We used to pledge in elementary school, but I creeped out by it and just
I'm gonna go
stop doing it. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, fuck that car, boy.
Wait, I'm trying to what?
We're fucking G6 royalty, man.
Oh yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want then.
Yes. You guys like new to the city or something?
Hello,
I moved here about a week ago.
Wait, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to someone.
No, I wouldn't personally talk to them.
Need to put my freaking seatbelt
Yes, that
on.
was me.
I don't think these guys are T3, by the way.
You mind if I grab your number?
Hey man, I got a proposal for you when this man gets off the phone.
Wait, you invited Rob? For what?
I think I like these guys.
You thought my name was Rob? The fuck?
I feel like these guys are in the same route that we are,
Oh my god.
which would be kind of funny.
Come on now.
Because these guys are not tier 3.
Andy.
Okay.
These guys do not look like they're tier 3 as well.
Well, no, it's not like the toy. It's Andy's toy, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Why am I here?
The electronics store, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm tripping.
I see they got laptops in the hospital. Oh, it's a policeman.
Hey, follow the traffic laws. Like the cops are there. Make sure they seem like they're following the laws.
I'm a
Not yelling
G6
at
driver. I'm above the law.
Yeah, you killed that guy so good.
Huh?
It was
Yeah.
crazy.
Toot toot.
Shoulda. I flipped him off. I don't think he saw it though.
Bro, they don't see shit.
Yeah. Oh, you got my number, Andy? You got my number?
I need a new tablet.
These guys, yeah. They're green.
No,
They don't
what's your
even
name?
know the law. Yeah.
Why are we exchanging?
I'm fully aware what these guys are.
Broken hose.
I need to purchase some goods, my fine sir. If you would allow me to purchase one pix. Oh. I can get. Chat, can I start? The radios aren't 10k anymore. They're 2k. They were 10k a week ago. Oh wait, I need them here. I do.
Hey, Gunner.
We need.
Hey, Gunner.
What's your name, buddy?
My name is Mater, like tomatoes, but without the tuh.
I got you.
Hey, Gunner.
You need a new tablet.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab. I need a tablet, but Gunner, you need to listen to what I'm gonna say.
What are you yelling at me? What?
They've lowered the prices of radios.
Oh shit! What are they?
What?
They've lowered the price from 10k to 2k.
They've been 2K for a long time.
Oh, they were 10k about a week ago.
No, the fuck.
No, they were. You got
No,
scammed.
no, they were-
If you
they
bought
were
it,
10K
you
and
got scammed.
bought-
Oh, I did not buy it at all. I'm not paying that for a walkie-talkie.
Happy, buy a tablet. You need one.
I don't need one, man. I got like a quarter
Yeah.
left on mine.
What?
It's not a quarter. It's
you
like
bought-
half of a less than half.
I don't think that these guys know anything of what they're doing. That's the thing that was like, I'm more
God damn it, man.
being cautious because
What pocket do you keep that in?
I keep her in my back pocket so when it jingles, it rumbles my butthole.
I have a artificially made pocket in my pants for iPads, like just for it, like specially made.
I don't. I feel like these guys want to broker deal with us, right? I don't trust.
How do you guys wake up during this storm?
I'm not trusting them at all, chat. I'm not gonna lie.
No, you're fine. You're
It's
fine.
fine, sir.
I need to put my seatbelt on.
Yeah, put your damn belt on.
Especially with
yeah,
this guy driving.
We're thinking, yeah. No, he's doing good. We were thinking,
Yeah,
we were
I'm
thinking about
taking
getting some first class tickets, you know.
All
Yeah.
you need is the tier 1 ticket. That's about all you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this county. it's
Just
2-1.
for the ENA storm, just make sure you get in at the storm. Otherwise,
Got it, yeah.
you're gonna have to wait like an hour.
An hour, man. We had a 5-hour layover the other day, dude.
Oh, I know that. Without a ticket, yeah, you're waiting.
Yeah.
I'm more so
Okay,
concerned
so you're
that.
saying if you have the first class ticket, it's just about an hour no matter what.
No. If you have the tier 1 ticket, you literally can wake up in the city whenever you want, except for the NA storm. If you don't make it as the storm hits, like if you're too late after the storm hits, you'll have to wait about an hour.
That is annoying.
The longest I've been on a train is like 40 minutes, and it was like a Saturday or some shit. So
Bro,
It's not too bad.
The longest I had my train was like 6.5 hours.
Yeah, the other day was rough. We were
Yeah, take
actually
us out there to the
talking
parking lot,
about talking about getting a passport to White County.
Good luck.
Passport to
Gotta
white.
get that accepted first, right?
Yeah, we're gonna try to get our passports accepted over there.
God, why is he pausing?
Maybe. I mean, you know, the city's pretty popular.
Yeah, I mean,
I like
this gonna grow on you. This gonna grow on you for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to talk to you guys, right? So you guys are tier 1s, you know, you're making like what, 675 fucking run or some shit like that, right?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have a truck yet. We've never done a job.
Oh, you never even done the job.
No,
You know-
we're tow truckers through and through.
my phone is tripping.
Ah, okay. So do you guys even know what the job entails?
We've spoken with somebody. His name is Jay. We spoke with him. He's a T3 inside.
So he probably told you guys that. So basically, tier 1s, what you do is you take your truck, you pick up 12 bags from different locations.
Yeah.
You take it to the bank, and you get paid like $6.75, I think, per when you finish all 12 bags for the entire job. And then you have to wait 9 minutes, and then you can get another one of those jobs. You basically keep doing that until you get to tier 2.
Okay.
And so on.
That's when you can buy the bigger trucks, right?
Right, tier 2 you can buy the medium-sized truck. It's like the, not the really big one, but the kind of big one.
How many stars is it for a mid truck, medium truck?
150.
Okay.
Yeah, and 300 for the big one. So with the tier 2, you get 24 bags that you can carry. So it's basically double the price. One of those runs will get you like 1,300, I think, or something like that.
Jeez.
Yeah, and then you also get access to ATM refills, and that's worth like 1,600. You only can do that every 2 hours.
Okay.
And then once you get 300 stars, you reach the top tier.
The
Really big truck.
T3.
Yeah, you get 40 bags that you can pick up, which is 2,200 a run, and then you get the vault run as well, which is 3,200 a run.
Jesus Christ. One of my buddies is a T3. He asked me if I wanted to do the vault room with him. His name's Mr. Blanco.
Oh yeah, Billy Blanco, that's my boy.
Oh, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's chill as fuck. One of the first people I met in the city.
Ah, sweet. Nice to know we know someone in common.
Yeah, man. I mean, when it comes to G6, Eric and I probably know most of everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I've been looking for some tier 1s, that, trying to make you guys a little bit more money. Basically. I'm trying to get someone to run my tier 3 job, and I go help friends with other stuff while you guys run it. You guys make extra money, I make some money while I'm doing other stuff. We all win,
I see what you're doing. It's like subletting an apartment, except the apartment is us.
Exactly.
What do you say, Gunner? See, we've got. In fact, I feel like let me look outside these windows. Right. Okay, Gunner. I feel like these two might be able to help us on our situation, if you know.
I think so.
Do you want it? Gunner is better at saying this, so I'm gonna let Gunner explain the situation. I feel like we can trust you two, and feel like you guys could help us out.
So, we'd like to make some money, but that's not our sole purpose. That's not the whole reason we come over here. We come over here undercover.
Oh yeah?
We're looking for someone.
Hmm.
This someone, right, like my brother said, we're truckers through and through. We tow. Okay, we just tow. Now, we got Mater's Motors. I'm sure you've seen that in the Yellow Pages.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When I heard the name, I knew exactly where you're from. Yes.
So, Mater's Motors, we are going undercover now because I went up and did a tow job the other day. Not a tow job, it was roadside assistance, okay? Group 6 guy, he couldn't get his bags out the back because he didn't have any doors, so he needed a repair kit, right? He didn't have nothing, he was stranded up in Toledo. So I'm down in town, that's a $300 job, okay? Go up to Toledo. I get up there, dude says, I don't have $300.
Hey, Sunlink.
Whatever, you agreed to it on the phone, but fine. We go 200. He says, cool, we'll do 200. I took one of his bags to hold as collateral. Okay, that's fair, right? I don't want you driving off on me. You owe me 200. You got to go to an ATM. I'm gonna hold a bag. When you give me the 200, I'll give you your bag. Fair business. That bag's only worth like 30 bucks any damn way. So, get to the ATM. He hands me $150.
Oh hell no.
$150 ain't 200, and sure as hell ain't 300, which is exactly what the fuck the motherfucker owed me in the first place. So, he just started getting sassy with me and shit like that. Well, then he pulled out a knife because I wouldn't give my bag back to him because that's my bag now. So I wasn't gonna give it back to him. Locked it in my truck. He stabs me. I convince his ass to finally take me to the hospital. Right? He's like, "Okay, motherfucker. Okay, motherfucker." Well, we get to the hospital. I juke him. I hop into a buddy's truck who just so happened to be there when this event unfolded, and they followed us to the hospital, waited outside. I jumped out, jumped in their truck, and they're like, go, go, go. Okay, so we go, go, go. And this is like 2 minutes before storm, mind you. Before the NA storm. And I get in, next storm, I'm in, chilling, telling a buddy what happened to this guy. Well, he comes up, towing a fucking G6 van, asking, how do I impound this? How do I impound this? How do I He's a fucking zombie. He's a zombie grinding motherfucker, deserves to die, right? So I talked to this dude. I'm like, look, man, you just got to do the job, right? And I was like, wait a minute, you look familiar. Indian-looking guy with green sweater on. I got his license plate and everything. I'll be looking for him. So we find this guy, okay? Well, he finds me. At this point, I say, hey, buddy, you look familiar. Well, no. No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I punch him in the motherfucker, okay?
Yeah.
Said, he's like, why'd you punch me? Why'd you punch me? It's like, I got your fucking bag locked in my trunk. He says, oh, you motherfucker. Well, I pull out my knife. At that point, I stab him with this.
Gotta get you to get back.
And, well, I put his ass in a grinder. I put him in the grinder.
Perfect.
The shit part was, though, is that he took civilian EMS back and come back and, you know, killed me. Drug me off somewhere far away.
That's some,
Yeah.
You don't do that shit, man.
You don't do that shit, right? So, yeah, so now, you know, I'm coming to find him. I didn't happen to get his state ID or anything, so.
You got his license plate, though?
I got his license plate, but the cops won't tell me who it is.
Have you tried going up to,
I did do a police report. I put in a police report, talked to them. I was like, hey, look, man. So, maybe he got deported, maybe not.
It's possible. At City Hall, I don't know if you can search by license plate, but you can look up the people there.
No, I tried. Well, I may have been duped because I was looking and then some legal representative come out and said, hey, look, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do, right? We got to go up here. I'm going to take a statement.
He beat your ass like it was nothing, buddy.
Right, but he was kind of dirty legal aid, right? He says, do you trust me? I says, for right now, I do. He says, turn around. I said, okay. Well, then I get hit in the back of the head with something, and I'm out cold. And I get up, and all who is there is him. He says, now listen, that guy that you had an altercation with came back, right? I said, okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, so we went and filed a police report. I was all bloodied up and shit.
You had a fucking crazy fucking, 24 hours? Holy shit.
Yeah, it was nuts, dude. That all happened within, about 5 or 6 hours. Like, it went.
It was some farmer of a van.
We're here to find homeboy in a green vest with that license.
I got you. That makes sense.
Oh, the green, like completely green, not camo or some shit, right?
No, completely
no,
green.
completely
long
green.
Sleeve G6. He looks kind of Indian. He's got a flat top.
I kind of know. Is the vest green?
The vest is green. He's a tier 1.
It's like a bright green, like green.
Hold on, let me see if I can see that. I got a picture of my phone.
Hey, Shab. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, picture of the guy too.
Welcome, Sin. It's been a while, brother. It's been a while.
Yeah, he's tier 1.
We're just, it's my first week back. You know,
He said he's tier 1.
we're chilling. Sin vibing. Yeah, we vibing. We're doing some GTA roleplay today. Then we're going to be doing some Minecraft and
I feel like I
Overwatch.
know who he's talking about too, yeah.
Alright.
I don't know his name or anything, but
There's a police chase. I thought it was... Oh, this was GTA. I know. GTA roleplay is not GTA.
Because
Well,
tier
yeah.
1's kind of come and go, right?
So we're doing some GTA roleplay, then we're doing some
I've
Overwatch
seen
slash
him
Minecraft, depending
around.
on which one we want to do first. No, it's nice to see you, buddy.
This is the intel we come here for. But, I
Hey.
mean, we could do...
Wait, send it to me. Send it to me. I wanna know.
Yeah, send me your number.
I got nothing. Yeah.
We've got people working for us now, buddy, in G6. You got G6 workers working underneath us.
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Eric Banks.
Hey, have you posted yourself into Lemon pages before?
Me?
Yeah, or on Twitter?
Banks?
Probably.
I feel like I know your
I'm not
name
seeing
from
you.
somewhere.
Eric Banks.
No, I'll be famous and shit.
Should be Eric Banks.
Need to turn the weather down. The weather's the thing that's really screwing me.
E-R-I-S?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
at least
yeah,
the people.
E-R-I-C. I've seen
No,
this guy.
all I see is Chris Wicks and James
Wait,
Sinner
what?
when I type it.
Hmm.
Maybe like.
I can't
hear them for shit.
Get on the app and then come
You know, I can't hear them for shit.
Probably.
Because I
There you go.
did it
Yep,
just.
that's it.
Yeah. Who's that?
That's me.
I'm gonna give Gunter to
All right. It's not
Mater?
6.
Tate?
No, you can call me Gunther. That's my real name.
Alright, now I have to fucking change it in my phone, man. God damn it.
Sorry, man. I mean, you can keep calling me 6 if you want to. That was a, you know, just a.
It's how many
operational-
chromosomes he's got anyway, it's fine.
That's probably true.
As long as it's not an odd
Wait,
number.
Let me send you this.
whisper, 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 whisper.
Yeah, as soon as you told me your name was Mater, I was like, okay, he works for this, for the-
Mater's Motors.
Yeah, Mater's Motors.
Mater's Motors. We're doing pretty good, man. We got what? 5 employees?
Yeah, we got 5 drivers now, buddy.
Yeah, we got 5 drivers driving.
Oh, shit, okay.
Trying to get a
Is your-
house.
Are you guys still working on your head person?
Yeah, we're pretty new to town though. We've been here for like today is my 7th day in town.
Today's both of our 7th day
You guys
exactly.
got your little business going already? Yeah?
Oh yeah, we got 5 drivers. They've all got their own custom trucks. We have our custom ratings. It's all good.
Oh yeah. What's your number, Nate?
Here, give me Tuesday. I'll get you up. It is.
You're not in the yellow pages, Mater?
Nah, not right now.
Okay.
My phone number is 201.
Is it your business?
It's my business, yeah. My brother Gunner works side by side with me, and we got 3 other employees.
Walter, just send me his number in a text. Send it to happen.
Alright.
Alright, you do that
That way
instead.
it's easier. Yeah, it's much easier.
Yes, sir. I
Well,
am
we come
terrible
up
at
here-
doing. Oh, what was that?
I was gonna say we come up here to do our tier 3 run and then our ATM run every few hours. We don't do the bag shit anymore. That's why I'm trying to find somebody else to do it. Obviously, you guys don't work here, so it's whatever.
Yeah, because when you offered us, I was like, yeah, that sounds like something fun to do. Let me stop you there and tell us why we're really here.
Yeah. Nah, I'm looking for some actual tier 1s. You know, the ones that you know,
The
all they know is that 675.
yeah, the grunts, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. That's good shit.
I mean, we make like what, $400 to $500 a job, but if you're towing enough illegals, by that I mean illegals, not us illegally towing. If you park enough illegally parked people, there you go, 5 in 1 hour, well, 5 in like 10 minutes, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, I usually run towing sometimes with another one of my friends, and it's okay money. I mean, if you're comparing it to like G6 or some shit, it's not that great. But if you're just, you know, doing it.
We also don't get stabbed every 25 minutes.
Right, I was gonna say it's very chill. You ain't gotta worry about.
We have cool horns, we have cool cars, and then there's no people stabbing us.
Yeah.
When we did blow up the other day.
That was your god fucking fault, brother. You need to
Yeah.
get glasses.
Yeah.
Reversing into propane tanks and that. I was playing Candy Crush just on my iPad, and this guy's like, I'll drive, keeps his freaking glasses off, and drives into a propane tank.
Boom.
You can't say boom, it gives me PTS and D.
Man.
Well, we come up here every few hours, and I feel like I've seen that guy more than once.
Oh, you would have. He's a real piece of shit, he is.
I feel like he's asked me to do runs with him. Right?
He's a zombie in disguise.
Not even in disguise, dude. He's just fucking legit.
Soon
He's
he'll
just
be a
zombed
zombie
out.
in the skies.
He's zombed out.
So what I'll do is,
See you in a second, son.
The person with the exact same vest.
yeah.
So
I think he rolls with another guy.
yeah, he probably has some other guy.
What we'll do is, if we're up here and we see him, I just shoot you a quick text.
Yeah,
You know,
do that.
All I'll say is he's here.
Hey, yo, listen,
Do
you
that,
ever
try
see
and
him?
stall him.
Yeah, I really
there's about 4 or
appreciate
5
that.
truckers who would more than gladly come up here.
Oh,
and
listen,
box
I'll
it
get
in.
ballers. I've got the ballers
break
on
him
him.
I mean, there's a couple ballers up here that do G6 as well. We know that.
See? This is why I like working with the ballers.
Mm-hmm.
We give them free toes and free shit. They'll look out for us when we need. Besides, the Los Santos police don't really do much these days anyway.
Hell no.
Then again, did they ever?
Luke County really is facing a zombie apocalypse. You can see how many people were on towing today.
All right, fellas. I appreciate the looking out. I'm sure my brother does too.
I really do,
No problem.
brothers.
Let's do a spin through there real quick. Right? Maybe he's in there right now.
Yeah.
Maybe he just got through with a tier 1 run, you know? I
If
wish we
he
knew his name because
is.
we could check to see if he was clocked in.
I wish I did too, man. If I knew his damn name, I tried to have the cops give it to me, but they wouldn't.
Also, PD is the biggest gang in Los Santos Delta.
My truck. He has the same truck as me, bro.
What, you mean the police
just
department?
Ain't that pretty,
Sure
tier
he's
1?
around, like, oh shit.
You trying to
Brother,
kill him, man.
you need to be more
my guy, bro.
careful. This is why you were dropped as a child.
Oh,
God damn.
Oh look, it's Jay. Hi, Jay.
I'm head for
Hey,
sleep,
Dad.
so I'll see you, bro.
Okay, so
bro, I broke his leg and he's just fixing my car. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what we do at Meters Motors. You break my ankle, I'll
Real
fix your truck.
Machi.
Exactly, brother.
All right, let's go to the
Thank
hospital
you,
before I
thank
fucking
you.
bleed out all over the place.
I'll bleed out, but that's just because I've got a erectile problem.
That's true. That's
Gunner, put your seatbelt on, brother.
That was a legally parked car that he was fucking talking.
A legally
That's
parked
why I
car.
hate
That was
towers.
legally parked. Well, that's why we fucking hate zombies. That's all these are, is zombies doing that shit.
They just want
Trying to just
to make
fucking-
money and move.
Right.
I
just
I
fucking
did
running.
once. I did once twat
They
out
are
that I hate
ruthless,
towers,
and
but
it's getting back
that's-
to it slowly.
Hey,
Oh,
some
really?
towers are fucking
By the way,
assholes, though. You gotta-
I didn't
The
know
Not
that.
everybody-
real towers,
I
man,
remember
the people
one of
who...
you like responded and shit. I
If
don't
you
want to
give
fuck
us a
with your
call, man,
business, you know.
we'll never
You guys know
never-
you guys know a name, a tower by the name of Tommy Farley or Farney or something like that?
Yeah, we know Tommy.
Do you?
Yeah, we were with Tommy yesterday.
Is that his last name? Like, what's his last name? How do you say it? Tommy, is it like Tommy Farney or Tommy Farley or some shit?
Our Gunner has his employee detail. He works for us now.
Really?
Why, did he do something fucking stupid?
He towed my vehicle when it was legally parked.
He's new to all this. Alright, I'll have a word with him. And then I'll reimburse you for your stupid truck. I'm gonna beat the shit out of
it's
that
good.
kid.
It's all good, man. I have a friend that does towing, so he was just able to get it out.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, so it was no big deal, but it was just, I wanted to let him know, like,
Inconvenient.
dude,
Yeah, I know what you're saying, brother. The inconvenience of it all.
it's like, you can't be doing that. Like, we parked it in a purposely legal spot for a reason, and then it still got towed. And so we were like, nah, this can't be happening.
We had a word with them, with all of our howdy partner.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, we had a word with it, with everybody yesterday, and was like, you guys need to know that if you work for Maters Motors, that you can't be illegally towing. One guy was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck, so we were like, go get the fuck out of here. Well, Tommy seems to be a nice guy. Yeah, some people just don't care about it. They're just like, yeah, I'll take any car I want. It just makes money.
Yeah, yeah. we
Gunner,
tried
you need to stop looking at the floor. You look sad as fuck, boy. Hey, Gunner,
So,
Tommy, Tommy illegally towed his car yesterday.
Oh, no.
You know, that's when we find out somebody's been robbed of us, we don't fucking escort them. I swear to God, you can't find brothers these days.
Do you know his last name? Because I want to make sure it's the same Tommy.
What's
It's like
Tommy's
Farley or
last name,
Farley or some
Gunner?
shit like-
It's actually interesting. By the way, I'm just lurking as I'm just
It's like
coding. That's fine,
Farney or
Doc.
Farley.
When was that?
You-
Yesterday?
Nah, this was like maybe 3 days ago. 3 days ago.
Let's look.
Probably before he was with you guys.
Probably.
I don't have Tommy's number.
Now, he did say, so he's riding around with me for probably about 6 hours. Okay.
Okay.
And we were talking
Gangs
about
were
the
limited to
zombie
46 people, but the
there
PD
is
never
a
had a hard
fucking
limit.
zombie infestation.
Oh,
Some people can't see it, don't want to see it, or
that's fair.
right.
Mhm.
And we were talking about it, and Tommy said, you know, I think I got some qualities of, you know, I'm showing symptoms of being a zombie.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
So I told him, I was like, yeah, Yeah, but that's okay. Nothing a hard day's work can't cure, right? He says, well, you know, I used to fucking just to tow, right? But y'all show me a different side of towing that I didn't even know existed. 'Cause, you know, normally like when we post our shit, right? We'll get probably like 3-4 calls an hour from people just, you know, needing some shit done.
That's actually
you know?
good money.
And well, yeah, and you just go out and help them, talk to them, have a good time, and
Oh, our rates are fucking sky high, but they pay.
yesterday, Ray was fucking flipped over a hay bale. This girl who drives a pink tow truck. She was flipped over a hay bale. She's like, Gunther, I need help.
No
I
shit,
flipped my
darling.
truck. Oh, yeah, let me see what Tommy's last name. I don't think I saved his last name. I don't have a habit of saving last names. Honestly, for this very reason. So, like...
What, so you can
Because,
cover them when they're dickheads? Wow.
Right. So somebody says, hey, Happy fucking did this shit, right? Okay,
Right.
well,
Suck it,
not
dickhead.
Happy, I know, right?
Suck it, dickhead.
Right.
There's only one happy man. It's the one and only.
Are you happy? Inside and out?
I'm sad.
Damn, brother. Listen, you can have this. For free.
Oh. Well, thanks, man.
Yeah, look at that. You enjoy that? All of this just for you. Watch.
for you, Eric.
I can stand like a T-Rex.
For you too, man.
Boom.
Oh, look at that.
I'm breaking my back. What the
Oh,
fuck did you
shit.
just do, brother? What did you do?
Hell.
You need to see Nancy after that one. That one's reserved for hospital beds only. Yeah, he walks like he's 2 shades away from a rainbow, but he's okay.
John, what was that?
Yeah. So yeah, he towed the vehicle. We had a good thought about it. You know, we thought about it for a little bit. We were like, should we instill some pain in this man and let him know that he shouldn't be towing like that, or should we just talk to him? We came to the conclusion that we should just talk to him. You know, it's a one-time thing. Maybe
Well,
he's
I
new,
know.
maybe he doesn't know. And we were just going to talk to him. And so we came up with the genius plan to tell him that he won $10,000 and to meet us somewhere. And we were just going to talk to him and like actually talk to him, not do anything. And he never showed up, so we just called it off.
Oh, I saw that giveaway.
No, we didn't advertise it or anything. It was just like we told Tommy that he won $10,000.
Darling, you're meant to be on the not on the floor. It's dirty.
Make
These
sure you sterilize.
EMTs on the floor. This floor's clean. I was sitting on it before. I felt a sparkle in my bum.
Oh, that's good.
Getting too much into character? What do you mean?
Yeah, you weren't here. I said that when Tommy, we figured out that it was Tommy that did it because you know you can see on the state ID, like on the toe, of who towed it, and so we went and looked him up. And you know,
I am not
Tommy
in too much
Farley or
character.
Farley, I forget.
It might be the guy.
I just like twerking for the
Okay,
public.
And so we thought about it. And we were like, should we instill pain in him and then send a message, or should we just talk to him? We came to the conclusion that we would just talk to him and let him know, like, hey, you shouldn't be towing shit like this, man. This is obviously like legally parked. He didn't even take a picture or anything. We were just going to talk to him, so we made up a fake little raffle and said that he won, and he needed to meet us at the bank so we can give him the money.
Ah.
He never showed up, so we just called it off. But I'm curious if it's him, because now that way you guys can talk to him. You guys are like, you know, the heads of that shit. So
yeah, we did talk to him. That's probably why I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, okay. 'Cause,
Look,
yeah, it was
if
like
he-
we parked it over at the sanitation yard in the you know, the parking spots and the at the gas station above it. And we
Yeah,
parked it in
more.
there, and, yeah, and then it got towed, and he didn't even take a picture, and I was like, that's kind of
These people towing these trucks and cars with no pictures are really grinding on my shift stick.
Yeah.
so that was that whole thing. But I mean, it is what it is. You right, miss? You good? Oh,
Never mind, she just wanted to fuck off, I guess.
Just a moment. Maters Motors, this is Gunther.
We go with some work to do.
Hey, listen, you guys go do what you need to do. We're gonna hang around for a bit and do a job or two. If
Okay,
you
guys
if
got
you
a ride?
find
Do you need a ride, by the way?
it's okay. We've got things to talk about, and Camel Toe's only down the road.
Okay. Alright.
Okay.
Oh,
Alright, well.
Camel Toe's the tow yard.
Makes
In
sense.
case you
Makes
didn't
sense.
know.
Makes
He's
sense. Have a nice day.
right later, dogs. Roof. ACDC slash 18 my whatever you prefer. Huh? Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. He's just he's just straight up running around with a friggin' axe.
Straight up on it. What you're gonna need to do is lower your bed.
Watch this.
And pull forward just a little bit as you're lowering your bed, just like an inch or two. Okay.
You like that, you shitty little bitch.
Brother's an idiot. I'm fucking. Okay, so sorry, my brother being So what you do?
I don't know what he didn't like about it, Jazz. ACDC says 89. Oh, ADHD.
Get as close as you can.
Okay. It's a real common thing for people who get bored and run around aimlessly. Really?
Let's go to Camel, brother. What the fuck happened, brother? We just left you.
This ain't ours. This is her.
Oh, never mind then.
And then
Right,
raise your bed,
later,
you should be
dogs.
I really thought for a second.
Yeah, as you're lowering the bed, just drive forward just a little bit. You want to put that
Right, let's start Gritty Rockin'. You ready?
Yeah, was it
I love this so much. So you can cause the people falling off roofs to the death, huh? Wait, are we going the right way? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's straight down to the left, straight down. Yeah. Right, let's go down a Camel. Can I do it while I'm... See how fast we can go. Boom 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 boom. Okay. The forbidden jutsu, Turbo Gritty. Boom 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 boom.
Morning, buddy. Hit you to the boom 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 boom. Wait, what's this? Honey girls. Honey girls? It is here at Honey Girls.
Hello. Drink water. Become moist. Can I climb this? Huh? Oh, I can hydrate. And fell off the roof. Oh god, made a fantasy.
Gritty going on adventure. I'm on top of the world, buddy. Oh shit, Lord of fucking don't. Fuck me. Oh shit, oh fuck my life, buddy. Oh, that hurt like a motherfucker if it didn't. Oh. Hey, buddy, where are you? What in the tarnation got you to do that? There you... There you are, brother. Hey, just fall down like I fell off the roof. I am okay. I am not okay. I might have some bleeding that we need to take care of.
Oh, fuck.
Just like that. Is that some moonshine on the floor? I would like to drink some. Fuck, brother, I'm bleeding as it is. Never stop grittying. Oh.
What the shit? Shut the shit up. Where'd he go? I feel like a lot of people can relate to this form of content. You know, what's your favorite pastime? Mine, personally, grittying down the road. Oh, this Ragnar. Hey, Ragnar! Number one cause of people falling off the roof is vertical gritties. You're seeing it here. Oh, wait, I should really do, there you go. Oh, it's not working. Wait, why does my marker not work? Azine, do me a favor. Oh, you're on your phone. Bless you. Can you do me a favor and just click clip, just so I know what it is? Gosh darn it, Agams. Wait, have we lost Gunther again? We lost Gunther again. It's just ahead? Yeah. When you want to play Overwatch? Shortly, don't worry. Shortly. Ooh, drink water. Become moist. What are you? Are you going to be anything? Whoa! Excuse me while I just check what I just found on the floor. 42 cash, which, by the way, is now going into my wallet. There is clutch parts. We got fuel injectors, an alloy tube. Sure, we got the watering can and a watering can. That's fine. We got a steel tube and 34 bandages. And a toolkit. I'm okay with this. I bought Magic Card. I went to your favorite LGS. I saw our buddy Nick. Ew. I hate Nick because he's just a cook. Yo, you can grow some plants with them watering cans, huh? Oh wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? It's an empty watering can. Wait, I also have tap water. Can I put this with this and make? Find a water source and start filling your can. Meh. Where are you? Where are you? And I am so sorry. You cannot eat and I cannot sleep tonight. I need you forever and always. Have I already got work yet? I want to work. Sign in. Drink water. Morning, brother.
Yo.
Girl, I like your face. You look cute. I need to walk up the way. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. I'll be good to play in half an hour. We're going to be playing this for like an hour-ish, I reckon, still. So you're still good for time. Beep, 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 beep. Because we're still going to be playing this. We're doing the GTA RP. Is there anyone in that truck? Yeah, there's... Oh, if he leaves that truck alone, I might just run to the back of his truck and rob everything. While he runs, wait for it. He's got ADHD. Okay, he's got nothing in his truck anyway. God, that was such a waste of time. I was like, no worries, I'll be here regardless. I love you. Morning, buddy.
Right, I've lost Gunter. Oh, I need to... Oh, I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Wait, I'm about to die. No, it's relatable. ADHD. It's true. Wait. I don't have access to the car parking spots. I don't have access to this parking spots. I don't have access to this parking spot. Oh, I've just signed out for work. Gosh darn it of Heckams. Tommy, you ripped me off, buddy. Give me some more work. There you go. Now I'm checked in. Dickhead. Because I'm about to bleed out. Oh, there's no way. Wait. I think he might have died. I'm going to die if I do that. Right, so first of all, let's just jump into the back of this truck. Bum. You'll lock it. I do every damn time my own truck murder me. It's true. I have gotten it down to a fun little open. Yep. I've got it down. I've got it down to a T. Well, we should be good now. I'm kind of hoping that he's not dead, so we're going to go down the road and hopefully see if we can find him laying on the floor. Wow. I mean, let's not say hopefully find him on the floor, but if he's anywhere and if he's not dead, he'll be here somewhere. He's not here. That's a fire. That's a fire. I mean, I can't say powerful, but like, I can see on top. I'm trying to do this to look on top, but like, I can't see him. Must be fine. What a place to get stuck. Last time it happened, I had Kyle Pred calling me a dumbass for it. Is this on white? Okay, now we should... Realistically, let's just go to... Let's go back to the hospital, okay? Heavy turn. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Jesus Christ, brother. Yeah, on whitelist Kyle Pred is hilarious. The biggest asshole you'll ever meet. I beg to differ. I think I'm the biggest asshole. I want to get in the back of that truck. There you go. Truck is locked. You open? Public and grind parking. Well, this is illegal parking for a tow truck. My friend, what did you do?
Well, so remember I fell off the roof, right? So I started walking back.
I remember, I was there. Did you knock
your?
your...
supposed to come this way with me, but you ran the other way.
Yeah, I need to get my truck. Otherwise, how the fuck are we gonna do any jobs?
We're gonna walk back. So I come over here. I checked the trunk. I checked on somebody's trunk, right?
Yeah.
Hold up.
What'd you find?
Well, there was two
There's two
bags of
what?
fertilizer.
Uh-huh. I feel like there's an and.
Yep. And he, since you weren't there to look out for me, he caught me, held me up with a knife, stole my wrench, gave the wrench to somebody else.
What the
and then they
fuck?
just clobbered me in the face with it.
Why'd you steal his fertilizer when I went there?
I didn't steal his fertilizer. I just checked his trunk. Make sure, I just fell into his trunk. That's
You're
all.
saying
Just
he...
like,
oh, is he a zombie as well?
Yeah.
A stupid zombie.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, well, listen.
His buddy was just dumb.
Listen, let me see Nancy before I fucking collapse, dog.
All right, see her.
What in the... I could hear him. He started spamming his click. He started trying to kill me. That's kind of mean. Oh, do I look like an X-Men member now? No. Don't you do... No. You can be quiet from now on. That is just mean. Quack, quack. Huh? But yeah, I can move now. Another one. Holy. Okay, so next. Let's get ready for it. It's a stretch, baby. Dum 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 bum. Dum 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 bum boom bum dum dum bum bish dum 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 bum bish. Oh Lord. Right, let's go find them again. That root and toot and tarnation of a man. And then after that, then we've got some Overwatch. Okay? So chat, don't forget, after we played some, after we've been on this server, we're going to be playing some Overwatch to test out the new Venture hero.
Brother, are you okay?
Oh, I am now, thank the Lord.
Ah, the Lord had nothing to do with it. It was all thanks to my piss.
Oh, I wonder what was more.
Yeah, you've been drinking piss for 14 hours straight, dog. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fucking nutritious.
It's got high in protein. Well, what I put in there has got protein in it anyway, if you know what I mean. Oh, so much protein. Later, dog. Have a good day.
Oh, you too, man.
Silly goose.
What a guy. Where's he gone?
Where did you go, Gunner? Jesus, if you didn't have a leash on you, you'd be soup.
You're getting robbed there.
Oh, I know. Now I see why you're here. Hey, Gunner. Did I walk in on something?
No.
Okay, just
We
check.
met before.
Yeah, we've met. How are you doing, darling?
Doing well. How are you?
Trucking along.
Aren't we all?
Oh, we're just trying our best. You two been getting up to anything lately? Seems like you either at a party or at the club.
Neither actually. We were at Mosley's and
Oh, damn.
decided to do something for the community. So you guys, hang around the streets and you'll see something special.
Oh, I know what I'm doing for the next 14 days straight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit on the sidewalk. Don't you wink at me, you piece of shit.
I didn't wink at you.
Oh, you're having a stroke then. We should sit down and let Nancy take care of you. Oh, these two fine ladies.
My eyes just stuttering.
They're mechanics of the love heart, they are.
Yeah.
True.
So y'all gonna be at Mosley's?
No, we're gonna go pick up something and then
Y'all
we're
should-
gonna, do something.
That's not ominous at all,
Y'all been to
ladies.
the, I think it's the art exhibit. I think is what he's saying. So I can't
Sorry, I
remember.
did not mean to bump into you.
Don't worry about it.
I don't even think he's got it up still.
What the fuck? Oh, you're not talking about me. That would have been atrocious.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay, should we go then, Mom?
Yep.
Do you know what?
Okay.
Do you know what I was talking about? The oh god,
No.
Mater.
Ladies, you two have a
What's
wonderful
it
day,
called?
okay? Oh
The,
my god. I just see, this is how I remember you all the time. She gives me $1 bills every time I
Shit.
shake my booty.
Every time.
Every damn
Every
time.
single time.
The whole 2 times as well.
What the hell was the name of that art exhibition?
Which one?
The one he
I need
just opened it
bandages.
today. It's like plushy something whatever. I don't fucking know.
Here, just take these. I've got about 40 of them.
Oh, I already bought some.
Oh, well, now you got 22 more. Consider it a down payment for all those singles you throw at me.
Well, keep dancing and you'll get more.
Holy guacamole, I like this chick. Where the fuck did you find that?
This?
Yeah.
It's in your pockets.
There's no fucking way I'm carrying an umbrella or in my pocket, you dumb fuck.
You are.
Let me see.
That's not. You are not happy to see me. That is an umbrella.
Holy shit, you're right. I do have an umbrella in my pocket. Look at me, it's like singing in the rain. Later, ladies.
I did not know I had this. Wonder if I can keep it open in the truck.
What the fuck are they doing, dude? These
I did.
damn
Look.
locals.
Hey, let me get a ride, brothers, please.
Where you heading?
G6 HQ, it's Luciano. This is Mater Stone.
It is
Yes,
indeed.
Mater's Motors. What's up? Hop on in.
Mate, okay.
Oh yeah, you?
Things could be better, you know. I just got jumped up at City Folk doing this City Folk.
Listen, we'll get
You
you
got
there straight
jumped.
away, okay?
Okay, let's get him there pretty quick. He needs a
Wait,
lift.
you got jumped by the locals?
This one guy, you know, black try robbing my truck while I was depositing.
It's so it's mad that you guys can't hear him talking. I need to work on the vocal settings.
His car, and then his car ran me over, and I ended up getting painted out.
Oh, fuck. So all your pallets are probably gone.
Yep.
Damn, dude. So you're running you're running tier 3.
We need him.
Take his number down, Gunner.
Let me grab your.
Yeah, Gunther, you do G6?
Yeah, you can call me. Yeah, you can call me. I'm in Lemon.
There we go.
All right, brother. What's your name?
Luciano.
Luciano, I'll catch you soon,
All right,
buddy,
man.
okay?
See you later. I think I have his. I
Later.
think I have his number.
I want to check this guy's truck. Yes, sir.
I want to check his truck. It's locked. Never mind. Always check the truck's chat. You'll never know. You will never know. See, I still think it's funny the fact that people recognize me when I'm going around. Alright, let's park up and let's get a job.
Let's park up and at least start up some work.
Yeah, let's go. Well, I gotta go check in, homie. I gotta go.
Saying that, let's go.
Right, let's see if I remember the way. You have no respect for red lights? I'm British. We use stop signs. Plus, I think it's the only law that they're a little bit looser on. Wait, am I going the right way or not? I am not going the right way.
What in the hell are you doing?
My best. We're going.
If the police were here, though, then I would have to. Some guy needs towing, I see.
Oh.
Okay, I heard the police. We have to slow down.
I shall follow the eyes and the law of the road while I can hear those policing signs.
Yeah, don't do like those guys did, right? Like it's just a stop sign. Stop, then go. You're good. There you go, like he did. That's. And drive on the right side of the road, though.
I'm British. I'm British. These fucking zombies, bro. Will you?
He's not.
What the fuck is going through? Learn to drive, jackass.
This guy has no idea how to drive. I'm shoveling chow mein into a prawn cracker. That's hot. Wait. Here we go. Okay, I just heard him opening it. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I can stay away from this guy. This guy cannot drive for shit. What even? There's confidence and then there's arrogance. I would like chow mein, right? I haven't had Chinese in a little bit, actually. I might have chow mein tomorrow. Not chow mein, Chinese. I prefer a black bean. A beef and black bean. With fried rice. God, he looks like a jackass.
Okay. My name is Mater. I run down the town. I run around because I am a clown. It's free real estate. Do people just not lock their trucks these days?
Oh, we should realistically, we should park up as well.
Let me put some stuff into the trunk. Oh, wait, no. I put it in the trunk, right? What in the... Hey, yo, we got a job, it looks.
Got a job. Alright, I'll grab the picture.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got a picture. Okay. Ow. I'm dancing, baby.
You're looking at getting hit by a car, dog.
How long does it take to take a picture, bruv?
Are you okay?
Been okay. Waiting for it to go.
Oh, he needs to be...
You need to be in a job group, brother.
He's gonna start the job and I'm not gonna be there as well. Where's the helicopter?
Unready. You gotta unready from yours. Unready for yours and I'll join up yours.
I've unreadied.
Big patty whack, give it dog a bone.
Now do it.
Go.
I need him to confirm the job. Oh? It's not really my genre of music either. Wait.
What in the fuck are you doing, dog?
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Right, she's good to go. She's good to go. She's good to go.
Open your damn door.
What the shit? How much you want to bet that was legally parked as well?
What up? What up? What up? What up? Super, super, dot, super, dot, dot, super, dot, dot, dot. 8 seconds, take pictures, gotta upload it. Yeah, I know, don't worry.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Guys, turn our limiter off. Let's just drive. Now, this is where trucking takes a turn.
Yeah, doggy. What in the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you saying that. I thought we had a straggler or something.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ, sometimes this truck just don't know how to control itself.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna put my enabled speed limiter on so we can speed and that way we can get food. What in the shit? What in the shit?
Uh-oh. Shit. What the fuck?
I know what's wrong with it. He ain't got no gas in it.
Oh man, that was almost bad.
That would have been hella funny. We'd have caught a criminal. He'd have been dead too. Here, I'm gonna switch seats. You good?
Go. Yep.
Good shit.
Okay, that means like while he's doing the driving, at least I can talk to you guys now. Also, they said reduce adverts for fast food
I'll
stuff.
be quiet. Just listen to my
Obviously, then
internal thoughts, man.
but I've never seen an advert for Chinese takeout. I've never seen an ad for Chinese takeout, to be fair. Oh my god, wheel bounce.
Boy, we are bouncing more than a baboon on a bouncy castle.
Yep, that's how it was for me, buddy, when you were driving.
Maybe slow down. Oh my god!
Jesus Christ.
We're good.
Jesus Christ, it's
We're
Jason
good.
Bourne.
We're
I've never seen
good.
an advert for Chinese takeout.
What the fuck? They just turned into us.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Never ever be alone, pretty green eyes. React stream when? What do you want to react to? Because I'm down to, because I have Sin React as a channel that I've got, and I also want to get that going as well.
Maters Motors is
How'd you get your license? Bribery? I'm not driving. Gunter's driving. How did he get his? He knew it.
Alright. Yeah, go ahead. Send me a ping 210. Price for the repair depends on how far out you are. But we can go 200 to 300. Whichever you feel. My ping 210.
Where did this guy learn how to drive? He stopped parking in the motorway. This is not... Oh my god, he's going to get us killed. He's...
Brother, you are fucking up my
Got
truck.
Alright, see you in a bit. Later.
Dog, I hope you got a repair kit on you because you just witnessed a battering. Are we not finishing this tow job first? We're right next to it.
We're right next to this guy.
Okay, I can't see. Oh, now I can.
Boom, 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 boom.
Twerking. Also, yes. Can I?
That's my jam, bro. This is my drive fast. It's my drive fast music.
You
How
can't
you
see.
taking to this? How you taking to this? You getting a little seasick? You getting a little car sick back there?
You stop what you're doing, dog.
Holy hell. I try to go first person, or look through my eyes. here,
Yeah,
and I
you can't.
see that
Yeah, you
shit.
can't
What
see
the
through
fuck?
my windows anymore.
Your tint is 100%.
Yes, sir. So people can't watch me touching the dog. I like to stroke the dog.
You got a repair kit on?
Clipperino?
There's subbies. In fact, yeah, I think there's one. Let me check in the back.
God, this guy doesn't know how to drive at all. Right.
Hey, brother, how's it going?
Morning, hunk.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry, I'm just on the phone, but one second.
Don't worry, boss.
Oh, you're all good.
Yeah, I've got your ping, yeah. I won't be long. They're just repairing it now. Cheers. See you soon. Bye. Yo, sorry about that.
Mater's Motors, fastest towers in the town.
Shit, you
What's
were
that?
pretty quick, to be fair. Yeah.
We just so happen to be in the area.
Nice.
So what happened to her?
Somebody just, one of these crazy locals, see that? They just slam on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then I went straight into the back and they were here.
They've been nuts lately, dude. They don't know how to fucking drive for shit.
Oh, they're crazy.
Yeah, it must be something in the water, because they're bad.
Yeah.
Look at that one,
Jesus
just
Christ,
slammed
you
on the
fuck
brakes.
this
What the
engine up,
fuck?
brother.
Yeah. It's not in a good condition. I just need it to drive. You don't need to be like perfect.
Ta-da! See, good as new. I'd slap that bonnet if it didn't give me an erection.
Nice one. I don't have any cash on me. Can you bank transfer, or can you take me to a cash machine, or follow me? I'll follow you to a cash machine.
Let's see, what does it cash?
Tell you
Or
what.
someone jump in with me.
Tell you what. Remember Mater's Motors? Next time you break down, next time you know anybody who breaks down, just give us a ring.
What are you saying? Is this one's on ours? This one?
Yeah, this one's on us.
Hey, what was your name, boss?
Yeah,
Jason McGuire.
Jason.
McGuire. That's a
Name's
strong
Mater.
name, Jason.
Yeah, I tell you, what about? I have a gift to you. I got a gift for you.
He's gonna hit me with a wrench. Oh, buddy. Oh, wait, Jay. There might be a reason why I recognize you, buddy.
There you go. That's
Hey.
my gift to you.
Jason, you have a wonderful day, okay, dog?
Thank
Have
you.
a
See
good
you
one.
later, guys.
Later, dog.
Later. Later, Mater.
Later, Mater.
Is that what I think?
It's the good cuss.
Is that good?
I put it in the glove box so the car can smell good.
Pass me your keys.
There we go.
Where's your face gone?
It's right here, baby.
Whenever we do something that's specifically roleplay, I do the same thing. I just turn the camera off so that I can edit it better. I think what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start keeping my camera off when it comes down to the content, especially when it's in roleplay mode specifically. And also because my room is kind of I've went with like a, if you can't tell, everything I own is really grayscale. The background looks kind of bland. It looks like I'm in a prison cell. So I'm going to get some RGB lights sent to me. Just get them off Amazon, so it should be easy. Just so we have some color, so that when the camera is on, at least then we've got some color in the background. Whoop, whoop. I have a Red Bull for when you need me to have wings. I go real fast. I crash very violently. I hope so, but I also hope that you don't crash. Ooh, woo. So we gotta go do this drop off. And then I don't know what else is on the agenda. We've already established the fact that we're gonna find that guy, right? We could just... You drive like Pa and he's dead, son.
You mean amazingly?
Sure, except he... What in the fuck? Brother, what is wrong with you?
I'll be honest, my hand slipped right off your steering wheel. I don't know what happened there.
Bro, I need to bandage myself up.
That's why I got
This man cannot drive. I know. I thought I was going to give myself a little break.
Where's Paulie, man?
Paul, oh, listen, Paulie's not gave me a text yet. He tells me he's going to text me whenever he flies in.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, do me a favor. See those bags there on the floor? They've been there for like 2 full days. I'm curious to see what they are.
Where at?
Reverse backwards, just before the stop sign. Keep going, turn back. Yep, keep going, keep going. There they are.
Oh, yeah.
They've been here for like 2 days. Let me see. Stop driving, bitch. Jesus Christ. Oh, they're freaking taught you how to drive, you motherfucker.
Is that more weed?
That is indeed. More.
Well,
it's heavy
there's a
pop cut.
reason- There's a reason it was on the ground. What strain is it?
Head pop. And the one that we got as a gift, by the way, is null.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. However, the 2 that we just found, they're both head pop kush. And by the way, we got about 10 watering cans.
Nice. What the fuck?
I'm gonna banish you from driving my truck from now on. You need to fix her up.
You missed it. He just turned right into us. That's an illegal tow. How you doing? Good.
I'm just wondering, are you towing this truck?
I was planning to, yeah.
That's an illegal tow, brother.
Oh, is it? I didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
because it's parked on the grass, it's.
No, that's the fruit man's van.
Oh, I didn't see him then.
Yeah.
Oh, sad. I cancelled the job. Oh, thanks for the heads up, lad.
Are you
It's
good
all
shit,
good.
brother?
Just don't want the hammer to come down on you.
Later, dog.
Later.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
You know, I see him around everywhere. He's actually a nice guy.
Yeah.
Don't want these people to become bad toes, like a diabetes type woman, you know?
We're gonna go back and that fucking van's gonna be gone.
Oh, yeah, 100%, dog.
Luckily, though, we're like right here, so we can go right back out.
It's okay, I can see her from here from my sky mirrors.
Oh, there you go. Shot
Try-
back
try
in,
to-
let the dude in the back do the work.
Trying to see if it's gone or not. I'm looking up as if I'm like looking over.
Red Bull gives you wings, Bad Moonshine gives you 4-wheel drive.
Moonshine gives you 4-wheel drive out here.
It do indeed, son, it do indeed.
Go check on this dude.
You know what's really funny is the fact that I know he's watching the stream right now, so I can say like this, like Drew stinks of shit, and he can't say anything about it because it's not in character.
He took the damn truck, bro. Brother, if you put me in the water,
Oh
I'll
my
be
god,
so
I lost
pissed.
control of the fucking tires. It just oh, motherfucker.
Hey, how about this? Hear me out? Switch fucking seats, dog. I am revoking your driving capability in my truck.
No, we're good. We're
Brother,
good.
I am terrified for my life and you can't drive for shit.
Oh.
I got a body cam on. You look, I got a body cam on. You
I'm
got
gonna tell you
witnesses.
something.
That's what every freaking safety light on for you. Brother, our truck is smoking.
That's the damn exhaust, Mater.
I'm fixing the truck.
Our truck's not smoking. That's the fucking exhaust.
I'm fixing the truck. Look what you doing. You made her
Just put
smoke.
your fucking butthole over it and that'll fix it. Listen, it's fine. I'll tell you something. Whenever I'm sitting in the passenger seat, I get motion sickness too.
What do you mean motion sickness, brother? You're putting everything in the ocean.
No. You see what happened is I just slipped on a little mud.
Oh, what? And nearly ended up in the ocean. I see what's going on here.
But it was just a little mud. It's okay.
Really? I'm up to 3 fixes so far. You were saying you ain't done shit to my truck?
No, I know I did whenever I lost control of the wheel earlier. But other than that, I ain't done nothing.
That's what I thought, pretty boy. You talking like that to sit on your dick again?
Listen, don't be threatening me now with a good time.
You drive, pretty boy.
We ain't got a job yet, do we?
What
the fuck? He didn't stop at all.
Well, you did drive around him.
Hey, look, it's an illegally parked car right in the car lot.
We can't do that. I wear a body cam.
Oh, hell no. We can't do that. We drive an orange fucking truck.
Exactly. We're Mater's Motors.
Fucking, if we did that, you know, bro.
There he is.
That's the fan?
Yeah, it's him.
No, it was not.
I know. Let's just go get ourselves some money.
That's funny. I see him everywhere. The guy that owns that truck as well.
Illegal over here.
Well, just nudge a local off the road and just tow their truck. What are you gonna do about it?
That's a good point.
No, we are not doing that.
Nope. Oh, that was
Okay.
Are we clocked in? Like, are we looking?
Yeah, we're clocked in.
Okay. So while we drive around looking, we'll...
Sky's the limit. I like the song.
Oh, you ever been to that bar?
Oh, I'm keeping this song going. This is actually a banger.
It is. I like this one.
Yeah, shut up. Let me listen to it.
It's nuts how good the music is in this game. Yeah. For a game, anyway. Like, they've got real artists making music. Adam, make sure that you've done the, I think there's an update you've got to do, by the way. Because you've not been home, you might not have the update done. Sky's the limit. I'm checking the stack. Okay. It's really wild how deep the world. I know.
Howdy.
Hello.
Oh, look, it's you. It's Lizard Boy.
Hey, Lizard Man, how you doing?
It's a turtle. Come on, guys.
I'm sorry. You just look like my ex-girlfriend is all.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, you do look good.
Hey, don't give my ex no credit like that.
Oh, okay. Well, he's a turtle. Your ex was...
Gosh,
Lizard.
say it, I dare you.
She was a lot lizard.
She was a lizard. She was the Queen of England, she was. Hey, buddy, I ain't seen you around the tow yard too much. You know it to work?
I know how to work. Yeah, noise.
Nice. So you're new to towing?
Yeah, I'm new.
Is today your first day?
Nah.
That's good shit. That's good shit. Listen, you ever want work that pays better than regular tows? Look in the lemon pages for Maters Motors, okay? We pay better.
Okay. I will check that then. Okay.
No problem, buddy. Hey, Gunner, let's go find some tows.
Later.
Later, dog.
Bye.
He's such a zombie, dude.
Oh, yeah.
We ain't gonna find any illegals over here, you know.
Nope.
It's the mountainside.
Is there anything over here?
There's weed.
No. See, I keep fucking chips in my glove box for this very occasion.
Yeah, I saw there were 10-pack. Oh, it's the bunga.
Yeah, we gotta go get food. I'm about to die of hunger. Starving to death over here, dude. Eat a horse.
I could eat a whore too.
I'm gonna eat a horse. Bunnies, what?
Brother. Turn around right now.
What?
There's planes. The planes just fell from the sky, brother.
Did they?
Yeah, indeed. There was like 4 of them. That was insane. Somebody clip that, please.
Where? I heard the explosion, but
they
I'm trying
hit
to
the
run away.
river. Jesus freaking Christ, that was big.
Are we gonna go scouring the river?
Further up a little bit. No, not down, not down, not down. You're not gonna be able to come back up. Your traction ain't gonna get. Whoa, that was insane.
I got this.
I'm gonna report you to the police soon for.
You said they were over here?
Yeah. I'm just checking. Later. I'm driving back. Yeah, locals can't fly for shit. I've noticed.
Let's go, brother.
Brother, you might want to tell me which way to go.
That's a car. Don't die. You're gonna kill me. Alright, just keep going.
You got a breakdown offer.
We need a breakdown. We got a breakdown offer?
Yep. It's near a convenience store too, and a gas station. It's not far down the road. You might want to hop in. I'm about to do some I'm about to do some real turning.
Yeah, you're good. I'm breaking it down. Breakdown offer. Breakdown offer. Breakdown offer. Got a breakdown offer.
What in the shit? Did you not see those explosions as well?
I did. They happen all the time up here.
That's insane. It's like the 4th of July.
It's the... I'm thinking it's the military testing something. Like they're testing missiles or something. Watch out, watch out.
Jesus Christ.
Look. They're fucking testing shit.
What in the hellbilly hell is that?
What the hellbilly hell is that?
That was some targeted missile going for us.
No, they're coming for us.
We know
Wait a
too
minute.
much. That's what it is.
Damn government.
The Sanguine Warthog, huh?
What did I miss? My name is Mater, like Terminator, but without the ter.
I need to remember what Mater sounds like because I keep going stereotypical.
Stop up here. Stop right here. Boy, they almost hit us.
Get in.
Hey, good looking. You looking for a good time?
I'm looking for a time good.
That's right. Oh,
Music
there was an
today is
illegal car.
banging.
It had someone in it.
Oh, damn. You know, but remember, Mater's Motors is main thing. We do, we don't ask, we get out.
We get her done and get out.
We tow, we don't know. We go.
We show, we blow, we tow.
That's the wrong job you've got in your mouth.
Oh. We blow, we tow, we go.
What is that? Orange? It's not orange, it's purple. Hey. Maverick! Hey, yo, Mav.
Brother, you take over, okay? I need to go sit in my own head for 2 seconds.
I got you. I got you.
Thank you, baby.
Jump in the...
Huh?
Oh, Mater.
Let me go back to here, chat. Oh, Maverick. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Yeehaw, Mr. Texas. Hey. Let me give you a quick one, brother. Sim playing GTA roleplay? I gotta see it. Well, listen here, Mav. I'm actually playing a Southern American, okay? Very stereotypical, but I am indeed being very Southern American.
My name is Mater, like Terminator, but without the ter. I'm a tow trucking old, good old soul, you know? That's me, Mater Tater. Later, Tater. See you later. Later, Mater.
Here, redneck, I am. I was going to but can't find a good server. Listen, the public blue one's good. Redneck is frick. I am indeed redneck is frick. But Maverick, what were you streaming today, bro? It's nice seeing you. It's terrible that you have to see me like this, though. You get to see me in this light of me being
Mater, the good old redneck, Mater Tater.
That's me. I am truly redneck. I am as redneck as they come inside of this in this world. That's me. But I'm glad to see you and thank you so much for the raid, brother. I appreciate it. Of 3, we did get, however, I think it was this one. It was. There we go. I'm gonna emulate your raid again, right? Just because it didn't do my new alert. I've got a new alert, and I just wanna see. Oh wait.
You need me to jump seats?
Man, we ain't got no more tires.
Huh? I'm switching seats. You take control. You're good at this, okay?
Alright.
Wait, can we just winch take her down to Mosley's and then fix the tire there?
Oh.
That's a good idea, boss.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds.
Right, let me show you. Right, watch. So we've got a new raid one, right? So watch this. Emulate. Raid. Who are you people? Let me turn. Wait. Oh, I've got it turned down though. That's the thing. Raid. This one. Add sound. Was it? Oh wait, I've got that turned down. No, I haven't got that turned on. There you go. Save. And published. Here we go. So now if I do it again, you ready? Who are you people? Public service aren't that crazy to get into. Yeah. The better than 99% of the service. That is true. I do vibe a lot harder with the public servers, especially once I try to get onto whitelist. Also whitelist is hard, but not impossible. I know we'll get onto it though. Hey Shadows, how you doing, bro? You like the new emotes? Oh man, we got new emotes as well. Watch this. We've got 2 new dance emotes. They go hard. I like them. Said, get to see. Oh, nice. Yes, sir. But man, I missed what you were playing. What were you streaming today, brother? Got me so fired up in the world. Carry me home. Na 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 na. World of Warcraft and Valorant. I'm not allowed to play WoW, right? I've banished myself from playing it. Let me put my seatbelt on. There we go. I've banished myself from playing it. I get very addicted to things. I have a very addictive personality. So I can't play World of Warcraft because I had it for 3 days and spent like 18... I spent like 18 hours a day on it 3 days in a row and was like, no, if I carry on with this, I'm going to get really good and really annoyed. And in terms of Valorant, I stopped playing Valorant so I could play Overwatch. Said, thank you for reporting someone. It's updated in good to go. Thank you for updating somebody. That person was a pleb, probably. But I switched out Valorant for Overwatch. More stimulation for my brain, you know? Also just looks cool and the content goes better. Valorant is bing and the dead, whereas Overwatch you get to have more than just a 1/10 of a second less of thinking in your head and you die, you know? It's just more fun, really, I think. I do want to I'm going to, before we get into Overwatch, by the way, chat, we're going to watch the trailer for Venture. That way you can clip it, kind of have a reaction for it, and then we can go on test them out on the practice range, and then we can go play them. I don't want to buy him though. I want to get him in the new battle pass. I know he's free in the new battle pass there as well. Right now I'm trying to open my allied races on a horde, but I usually play alliance. I know that this is Zine's alley 100%. I also like that I'm in cinematic mode right now. It works a lot better for the content side of it for when I'm talking to you guys and I've got somebody else driving me. But carry me home, carry me home. I'm gonna pretend you definitely said for the horde, not on the horde. I like being on the hordes. I like being on the hordes. I learned very fun fact of like, I got bored one day and learned how to Mongolian throat sing. It's the most random fact of my life. Oh my lord, it's Jason Bourne. Anyway. Right, let's go. Where's my mouse? Okay, now I can hear. Slow down, brother. Slow down, please. I want you to know I can't see anything. This is painful. This is painful.
Be alright. I can.
That's not the point. The point is I can. It's infuriating not being able to see what you're doing. What muscle do I need to press to stop being in, to stop checking this truck out like it's a cinematic piece of art? Don't you dare drive.
Look into my eyes.
Yeah, I'm locked down my own goddamn truck. Well, bitch.
Alright, we're good.
Gets you everything. It does. What is happening? Why are we here again? Oh, tires. That's right. That's right. Chat, bear with me. Just while... I want to make sure that this guy's truck has his boots closed. It's closed. Okay. Just wants to check everything out. What's happening? I'm going back into the driver's seat is what's happening. 100%. Oh, it's the ladies again. That's funny. Hey, yo, Deck, welcome back. How's your coding going, bro? Chat, did I bring food with me to stream today? No. Oh man, try drive. Absolutely not. Do I look like this is gonna get loud? I just muted my microphone. You can all say thank you now. That would have been very loud. I was trying to eat as fast as I could before stream started. Did I manage to eat everything? No. See, thank you. I mean, no, wait, no, that's not what I meant at all. Making an app sort of thing. I'm bored and don't know what to do. Give me something to do. Zine, give him something to program. What kind of driving is that? You know, you could have just asked to move, brother. I'm moving. What the fuck is wrong with that guy?
Howdy.
There you go.
Just fixing your tire. We should probably have done this on the ground. Whatever.
Yeah, but are you doing it there?
Yeah.
Make a web app that can be added as a browser source and mods upload images and move them around. Huh? Okay. Brother, you cannot do it. You cannot. What are you? I'm moving away. This guy is drunk. He is drunk. You are so drunk today, brother.
Gotta lay off the damn moonshine.
What's up, brother?
Let's go, buddy.
Right, is that job complete?
Yeah, that job's complete. Now we got a random ass car in the back.
And let's
Go
just
up
take
front
it.
and drop it up front.
Let's take her off there.
Hey.
Oh, there she goes.
There she goes.
Now let's tow this one in front of us.
Yes, sir. Is that local? That's a local.
Right, you take the picture. The thing I described is something Moon has. I'm considering making one myself. It allows his mods to add things to a streamer, move them around. Okay. That's not a bad shout. I'm interested in the thought and ideology behind it. Just gonna that might be a little bit finicky.
Nah, it'll be alright.
Okay. There's another one right there. Who doggy? We got some towing to do today.
Wincher up, wincher up. Wait.
Got her.
Right, there we go.
Take 4 bits too easy, huh? Oh, make a calculator.
Driving.
I got you.
You bought a radio, didn't you?
No, sir.
Shit.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd you see them where they were 10K?
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
They used to be 10 in the shop, or they were for one day at least.
At the electronics shop?
Yes, sir. That's why I didn't want to get one.
So these are walkie-talkies.
Yep. I know.
How the fuck do you use them?
You put it in your mouth. I don't know.
I can't figure out how to turn it on. I'm not as literate as you might think.
Are you telling me you have trouble turning things on too?
Yeah. Run into a wall.
And 5M crashed. Oh, that's just what we wanted. Did it crash for everyone or just for me? Right, bear with. I've got prio. We'll join in. I'll do one more job. And then we switch over to Overwatch. Okay. We got this under control. We got this under control. Hiccup. Hiccuped really bad. Yeah. Mine didn't until I started clicking it 1,000 times. And it was like, whoa. So realistically, my fault for being a clicker clacker. My mother taught me that. I realistically should never do that, but I'd learned it from I got it from my mother. There's 224 out of 220 on the server right now. If there is a queue and I don't manage to get on, I might just do Overwatch. You'll get on with that? Yeah, should do. Right, let's see. Yeah, I'm connecting. Instant. Yeah, I'm on. Don't worry. Holy shit. Yeah. I'm aware. Just a little bit shitty that it happens, but oh well, happens every now and again. Happens to the best of us. Holy guacamole. Although there's been some good chat. I hope you guys have been marking up or at least clipping the parts you've liked with Meta so far. It'd be kind of crap if you were mid-RP and got locked out. Yeah, I know. It'd be bad for him. Well, if you guys are enjoying some of the Meta content, just make sure that you are clipping the parts that you like. That way, if you see it on TikTok, you can be like, hey, yo, that was my clip. Makes my job a little bit easier, makes your job a little bit cooler. Made of America! I'm American. That's what I like that term. That's what I'm gonna start telling people. I am 100% American. I'm American. I like it. My beard's very ginger. Looking at the camera as well. Oh, the app is terrible. I know. My marker button is not working as well, which is annoying. I set up just before stream. I really thought it would work. Gunther almost got pulled over. Oh, wow. What I would say is, Zine, if you find a moment that you're like, hell yeah, that was really cool, jot down the time frame and then just message me instead. If you can't do that. Quack, 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 quack. I won't. Waiting on me. Da da da. Waiting long to be found dead of nothing down. I want something to love me. I need someone who needs me. And it don't feel right when it's late at night and it's just me and my dreams. Libby, I'm gonna kill you in Minecraft. Hi, Libby. Drew, you and I have different takes on Libby. Libby knows I love her, but I'm going to, you know, and once you get on whitelist, the clip will just happen as well. I was background actor last night. Yes, sir. How was your day, Libby? Libby, is it half term for you? As is today your half term start? That Libby's underage. Let's not. Shh. Yes, half time. Fair. Did you say goodbye to Jill for me, please? And for those who don't know, Libby went to the same school that I went to. No more Jill. You, okay? I love Jill. Jill's the best. Please, she's done nothing wrong. She's an amazing person. Right, there we are. We're back. We're back, lady. We're back. Oh, I hate Jill. Right, last location. Here I am. I'm in the motorway, guaranteed. And I'm unemployed. Jesus Christ, what just happened? Oh, my Lord. Oh. Jesus. Hey, buddy, can you give me a lift? There's my truck. You know what this is the perfect time for? I think this is the perfect time to gritty, you know, chat. Let's gritty. She just moans for me sitting inside. Because you're bunking class, Libby. You're skipping class. That's a bad thing, Libby. Ooh, hot dogs.
Later.
Hey, Gunner.
I knew you'd be back. Hey, you got any food?
That's funny you mentioned. I just found some hot dogs on the floor.
Did you? I don't know if I want to eat that.
Oh, jeez. That tastes good, you know. I'm gonna shit myself later, though. I'm no longer employed, shit.
Yeah. We'll get this dropped off since we're already up here. Get this thing dropped off, get you back to Tom's.
How do you stream at night? What do you mean? What do you mean, how do I stream at night? You can throw the box out the window. How? Oh, I need to roll down the window first, don't I? I stream... Hey, Shadows, listen. Anyone inside this chat's going to give you the heads up. I'm a night owl through and through. I used to stream all night. Although now, I stream a lot later than I used to now. I've went from like 2 hours to 3.5 to 4.5 to 5 hours, then 6.5 hours yesterday. We'll probably do 6.5 towards 7 hours tonight. I do want to get down to that 8 hour stream. And I think Monday, we might see... I'll be back now. Okay, Libby. I can't sleep at night. I tried it once. Can't do it again. Why? But is that because you've got family there, though? Because you are loud. And you have family there. Because, like... Why? My consensus is, if you're a content creator, then what's the point in not streaming or making content? My consensus with it also lies is, if you're a content creator in the mind, why are you playing games when you're not filming them? Or why are you playing games and not streaming them? If you're a content creator, if I was alone, the house would be on fire. I believe that...
Brother, you really don't know how to fucking drive, do you?
Guess
not. But I've loved living alone.
Put those barrels there. They weren't there last time.
I've loved it. Give in inventory.
That's why they
Oh,
weren't
okay.
there last time, because other people ran into them.
Oh man, I'd do anything for that. Why don't you just move to a student accommodation then or something? You're a student. Live life the independent way. Prove to yourself that you can do it. You work as well, so it's not like you're shy of it. Yeah, I know, but I wouldn't stream that. I wouldn't stream myself playing back then. Because don't forget also, Adam, I also stopped streaming for the longest time.
Why are we standing still? I need to go get myself employment.
Oh yeah. I need to eat.
Here you go, I marked her up for you.
Yep, just take Sonora all the way down.
It is a really cool mechanic. And speaking of which, speaking of mechanics, I need to continuously eat. That's a lot of hot dogs as well. I'm so glad we found them on the road. That's so funny. But don't forget, Adam, I stopped streaming until recently.
Hot dogs do not fill you up, old dog.
They do pretty good.
They do not do shit. Oh, these glizzies are... yeet! Those hot dogs were rotten. I was eating them and they weren't good for nothing. I'm gonna shoot myself later.
Al hydrate. Chat, if somebody has 750 channel points, do the 750 channel point hydration, the audio one. It says moist. I also don't have coffee with me tonight. I went to Burger King. I got cheese bites.
Drink water. Become.
Uh-huh. We need chat gambling. I'm gonna put it back on. Now that like the channel's now M. Because back when we were family friendly, you can't really have gambling when you're family friendly channel. Now,
it's all about the interaction. Drink water. Become moist.
I swear, if he gets me killed, I'm gonna cry. This guy cannot drive for shit. Oh my god!
Hey, Dardino, he just ran over that pretty lady.
I ain't run over nobody.
No, not you, the other trucker.
Oh yeah, he did. He hit that car.
That was you, stupid.
Okay.
Bingleberry.
I always look at the roads in this game. You don't know what people are throwing on the floor.
We need to go to Senor Bonds after this, guy.
Oh yeah.
Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo. Let me out. I need to sign up for my job. Oh, you son of a bitch, you motherfucker. Ugh. You need to learn how to park, boss.
You need to let me park.
You need to shut the fuck up. What up, dogs?
So many advertisements are now placed here. Boink. Boink. Am I signed up? Cannot work here. Boink. Boink. Okay, how do I do this? How do I clear it from here? Is it my job? I leave. I check out. And then I go here. And then I do it. Do I need to... What's my reputation at? 37? Man. Yeah, you're still in... No, it wasn't giving me any of it. Let's grab 2 more of these. I don't have cash. Aye. 37? No, that's not really good though, is it? Holy shit, it's Jason Bourne! The fuck did I just miss?
No idea.
Okay, I'll just sit in the back then, I guess.
Sure. Takes time to get stars. But Ragnar is on like 300 rep. But he does it, he illegally tows. He 100% does. He says he doesn't. He 100% illegally tows. But you mentioned before, you were saying I made the point to never use the GPS marker. It's really challenging, but learning the actual streets. No. I know my ways pretty much. Once I collect my bearings, then I'm like, yeah.
Are you going to go? That's the tram line. Do not take a right. Do not take a right. I swear to fucking God, dude. Yep, take your left. Oh look, it's that car. We should definitely run that car off the streets.
We could run him off. There's Ragnar, the guy that does illegal tows.
Ragnar's car's looking fucked up.
We should do a rental. We should do that one day. Get make a second character and just joyride. You know. Make a second person who's just completely not Meta.
Now you see that sign there? It says "Do not block." Are you blind?
Yeah. Are you blind? That says "Do not block intersection."
Are you blocking the intersection?
No.
That looks like you're parking on a red, buddy.
No. My tires. Let's go get some food.
It'll be called Jata. Oh, it's Meta's brother. His actual British brother.
There's noodles. Hey, somebody say noodles. I'm addicted to noodles. Oh my God, you look like that guy from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
Can I?
Keith?
Huh?
What, Bandit Keith?
I have no idea. I only watch Pokemon and Digimon. Yu-Gi-Oh freaked me out.
Okay. Well, how can I help you?
I would like to get some. You guys sell noodles, right?
Yeah, we sell ramen.
Oh, cool. Can I get some ramen, please?
Did you do the?
How many?
Did you guys do the
These
decoration
one.
in here?
Can I get 5, please?
No, we didn't.
Oh.
What's the what? Actually, to be fair, what's the average order? Do people get like 2 ramen, 4 ramen?
Very nice.
People get anywhere like 3 or 4, yeah.
You know what? Yeah, give me 4 ramen, please.
She's got 8 built up, right? Is that 8, or am my eyes deceiving me?
Oh no, they're just they're like
They're display ones, Gunner.
Yeah, they're display ones.
Oh.
They're all fake ramen.
They look so good, though.
Don't eat the cardboard, Gunner.
The real ones are also pretty good, I say.
Okay.
You gentlemen want some beer?
Is it Kisama beer?
For a beer?
It's
Is it a
Simpori.
Yingling?
It's an imported Japanese lager.
Sapporo?
Simpori.
I'll take 4 as well.
I got you.
Any soft drinks with that?
Oh, geez. Actually, wait, yeah, I'll get some soft drinks as well. We're driving. We can only have 4 on the job.
Perfect. I'll just toss those on for free for you, gentlemen. All right, we're looking at 108 for you.
Brother, I appreciate you more than you can understand.
That's cheap as fuck. You guys are amazing.
Why the fuck are we taking things from hot dog place next door? This place is insane.
There you go. Oh, what do you give him?
It tastes good.
And
What'd
it
you
tastes
give 'em?
good. Look at this.
Did I give you
dude.
cooked noodles? I didn't mean to give you cooked noodles.
What?
Well-
Did I just miss?
There you go. Here's your meal.
Oh my
Have a
god.
good day.
Oh, you guys have a fantastic day. Listen, if anyone from this hot dog stand next to you ever gives you shit, call Mater's Motors, okay? Because you two are my favorite place now.
Bad.
Kamigawa, goodbye.
Kamigawa.
I don't know what the frick that means.
He gave us 4 beers for free.
No kidding. Okay, let's sit right here.
I'm gonna sit right here. Right here. I'm gonna sit right here.
Is there a handstand? Wait.
Go ahead, sit down.
Right here.
Sit down. Oh.
Let me do this. Now I need to do a place of a get rid of hand. I want to do a handstand. I would have preferred to do the handstand. Wait, make it look all romantic.
You gotta hold my hand.
Kamigawa is the Magic the Gathering set.
Hey, brother.
Wait, chat, let me just turn the music on here instead. There you go.
People gonna start thinking we're more than brothers if you keep doing this, brother.
We are more than brothers. We're soul brothers.
Pass me a fucking Robin.
Did you not buy any?
No. I got chips though. I thought you were buying them for all of us.
This guy.
Eat these chips and starve to death over here. You're like, I'll take 8 motherfucking ramens for me.
Konnichiwa. Put on some romantic music. I can't chat. You'll all think that I'm talking to you guys if I start flirting. Split item. Sure.
There we go. It's underneath my butthole. That way you can have some butthole noodles. Oh, you did not reach and grab those noodles. That was my noodle.
Right, we need to continue. We just need to eat a bit more. Oh wait, we're listening to Kamigawa.
Yeah.
Konnichiwa Guan.
You wanna throw me a beer?
It's just be a Dundee on Meta, huh?
You want a beer?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, so those police are just fucking over. Oh, hey, buddy.
Yeah. That's a EMS. You don't do shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking with him. Hey, it's under my butt again.
Yeah, you give me that.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
I gotta eat. Actually,
Is that a bottle of Peroni? There's a really good fight sync emote you're like, really? Simp admission. Is that just bright pink? Let's have a drink as well while I'm here.
Do you need a E-Cola? Morning, guys. I always say morning because I don't know if people are just sleepy or not.
Yeah. What Mate really does just look like a crackhead.
I totally agree with that. I just drank my sprunk. Do you need a sprunk too?
No, I'm good. I gotta have that beer.
Put these in my back. Oh, I'll keep these on me. I'm gonna put these in my backpack though. I don't know why I'm carrying so many of them. Do I need to heal at all? I do not.
Mr. Krabs.
Lights down. I always fear that one day my truck is going to be... I always fear that one day my truck's going to be open and everything in my trunk is gone.
I'm gonna take a nap in the back real quick.
Jump in, sorry.
Right, let's put on the... Oh, look at that. That is so good for the advertisement. Send your buns. They've got actual adverts playing now. And billboards. Chat, people pay for billboard advertisements in here.
Huh? My
have to
headlights
go
just...
to the-
My headlights just broke.
They did, yeah.
Let me, can I... Will that fix with a... Will I fix
We
with
gotta
a...
go back.
I gotta go back where?
Yeah, that will fix with the
Okay, I'm just gonna fix that real quick.
Okay. Have you seen the ones by the new casino? I've not seen the ones by the new casino. The new casino is freaking awesome.
I'm fixing the truck. Do not fucking hit me.
Konnichiwa, Guan. The new casino is insane. Simple. That's all it was.
Brother, if you're taking a nap, get out that seat.
Or I need to open my doors first.
You have no idea how irritating that gets.
Right. Where are we going? Let's put some music on to start with. Right.
Let's go, bro. Oh shit, watch out.
We're running low on fuel. Everything, they're adding us really crazy. I know, right, I mean,
Yeah,
look.
I may have to go back to the tow yard, bro. Or just drop me off in a bush unless you think you can drive around for 30 minutes.
I'm taking you back to Camel.
Alright, sounds good. Hey, your tent is good now. You can finally see through it, which is weird.
Whoa.
It's pitch black. What the fuck are you
I just
doing?
wanted to do that. I don't like road signs. Is that a local that's just in there?
What the hell is going on here? You had too much damn moonshine.
I'm the best.
I told you not to be drinking moonshine while you drive in the fucking truck.
Don't waste your time on me.
You drink moonshine while driving a truck. Fuck.
I'm the best tow driver. What's on that on the floor?
You better take a picture.
Rental papers. Blueprints? Sure. Okay. And then we have to go... Taking pictures. This is going to be the hard part. I need to get the camera app. I need to go here. I need to go on here. The annoying part is trying to take pictures for validation. On here. And there we go. Link. I've got that. And Imga. I do not respect my time. Wait, I want you to know I'm playing Rocket League. I do not respect my time. You do not respect your time. Huh? Huh? What the? What? Brother, understand my situation's a little harder to take a picture than you. Instead of running me over. Jesus Christ, this guy. Choose a photo. It's so hard. It is so hard to take a picture on this. What? This is annoying. Hence why I wanted him to take it. It's hard for me to do this. How long it takes me to take a picture as well. It doesn't... Drew, hear me. It doesn't do it that fast. Okay? My OBS will freak out if I continuously do it. But there you go. Now I've got... Jeez. Oof! I received a friend request and laughed in response. Right, we've got it. Join my group as well. I haven't got the job yet. You're gonna make an F1 track for Assetto Corsa. I give you 45 minutes. Brother, you join it. There we go. Right, now can I accept this job? Why is the impound job's gone? I'm gonna give you 5 days. I was about to get into the car. There's 3 impounds. 100 bad stories, 100 bad stories made me interested in parties. 5 days till you quit?
Hook us up, brother.
I'll give you like 30 minutes until you go, nah. I'm on it! Scared of you. 30 minutes until you go, nah, I'm done. Yeah, I have seen. I told you about my little trick, didn't I? Okay. Oh my god, he missed me by an inch. This guy needs to like... Not at all, you freak me out, brother. Lift her up.
Let's go, buddy.
Oh, you missed me by less than an inch. I felt my Tootsie Pop get popped. You did, but I didn't know it was... That was a manual. Trying to drive her first when it was in reverse. I was like, why is he going backwards? No, I ain't scared of you.
Hey, buddy. I'm gonna...
Yeah, it's okay. You switch seats. I'll drive.
Yeah, you can be...
I'll
30 minutes?
Probably not. You daydream.
Just go take me back to the yard real quick. Or actually, here, stop right here. I'll be good right here. I'll be good right here.
Later, Gunner.
Later, mater.
Later, mater. Right, let's go. Let's do this job. It'll be good. Install damage transmission if you don't hold the clutch. Oh, listen, it was something to remember. Don't drive manual no more. Yep. It's fair though, you know, when you just want to drive, everything else is about keeping yourself alive in Los Santos before you get ghosted by a knife. People like Sani or G6 or even PD think that they are better than me. When they're not. Yeah, I thought so, don't worry. Hey Drew. Later, Gunner. I feel like that this might be a toolkit. Yeah, it's a toolkit on the floor, never mind. I like to check the floor because sometimes when people drop stuff, they actually drop some decent stuff. Oh, by the way, Drew, somebody dropped a set of blueprints. Excuse me? Man, when you drive, shit gets crazy. What, do you just bounce everywhere? Because to me, when I drive, I'm perfect. Watch. Tire repair kit and engine parts. And some burnt food. Yay! That's funny. Yeah, I just want... Yeah. Well, no, because we might have a body. I got loads of them early. I got them before, didn't I? While I was, oh, gee, the locals in this world are crazy. Yeah, remember, I found a load of parts, didn't I? But why do we need the body? Is that just like... What's the purpose of the blueprints? If you wait, Drew, if you stay in the city, by the way, you'll get paid for this job as well. If you're ever gonna ever want to mess with Drew, you can near miss solid objects and he'll see you hit and get hurt. Yeah. Doesn't want to cross. Oh, okay. So does that mean that we can build them now? What if GTA 6 would have our people could earn real cash? Shadows, what do you think about it? Hey, you know what? While I drive, hey Zine, do you want to take over this question? I have an answer, and yes, RP on there is going to be 1,000 players servers. The role play is going to be huge. People will be earning real cash. People will be living their life on GTA 6. Sleeping in a bush right now? Okay. I'm going to overtake him. He's got a turbo, that's no fair. My man's got turbo going. Oh, okay, that is fast. Jesus Christ. Are you okay? I know, brother. Shit. You know, RuneScape is a legitimate profession in Venezuela. I mean, GTA. I mean, that's just content creation in general. Any game you play is the same. You know, just any kind of content creation is just it's money. But as a way to play, let me just pull over for a second. Not content. No, I know what you're saying though. But with the same thing, just selling in the game. Yeah, I do know what you're saying. But at the same time, like, GTA 6 will be about living life in a game, VR headsets, doing what you want to do, but it's going to be people in game. Even if it's just like behind a screen playing the game anyway, people are going to just get fat playing this game, living, earning money. That's how it's going to be, right? Why am I going backwards? 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 I'm pressing forwards, you moron. Reverse. I did. That's what I kept switching between. It would just continuously go backwards. GTA 6 told me to play GTA 6 and roleplay as a normal 9 to 5. I would do it. It's because you're an NPC. That's right, you are an NPC, Shadows HD. I'm going to call you Shadows NPC from now on. WoW Gold, EverQuest Gold, all of the third world professions. This guy, man, I swear. This guy, man, I swear. When you realize that GTA 6 RP is just going to be metaverse, yeah, I know. It's going to be metaverse, but successful. People are going to be paying for billboard advertisements in there. Ma looks like a Far Cry NPC. Your ma looks like a Skyrim NPC. Your ma looks like she lives in Whiterun City. How much? Probably about, I reckon it's going to be like between 95 and 120 pounds. So I reckon about 150 bucks. That's what I think. Did I think that I would be sitting in a sink? Who are you? Oh, I have a hook in my hand. A random fact, T-Pain stopped playing NoPixel because his Rockstar contract made him. Oh, wow. Okay, didn't know that. Let's hear that glorious horn. Wait for it, Paulie. This is a player's car. This is a citizen car that was parked illegally. Snoop Dogg and T-Pain played NoPixel. Okay, cool. I mean, I could see T-Pain playing it because, you know, he's a Twitch streamer. But I could see why he stopped it, considering that his music's going to be in GTA 6. I think you're going to have some trouble doing it, buddy. Who's this guy? I'm just leaving. I'm not gonna go near there. I ain't my city. That ain't my fight. Alright, let's go back to town. What a strange dude. What a weird guy. Here's my Snoop streams too. Yeah, no, I know Snoop streams too, but I know that like T-Pain makes his full-time occupation is to be a Twitch streamer as well as musician and stuff. But I know that's what his main occupation that occupies his free time is now. Twitch streaming. He just likes it. Which for fun to sleep in a bush. He is. And your vehicles are repairs by players, no NPCs. No damage insurance, you pay all the damages. Huh? Oh, wait. Okay, you're reading Shados' message. Wait, so do you need insurance in cars like in real life or nah? Also, I don't know much about GTA roleplay, so I was just asking. So watch. So I have this truck, and if I hit this, if this person gets out the car, I'm hoping they don't. Okay, cool. That's fine. So I'll show you. Let's do a quick tow, and I'll show you. So I have to drive on the right side of the road. Technically, I'm on the right side of the road. I'm going to try find an illegal park very quickly. I don't want to do an illegal tow, especially while we're streaming. However, I want to show a demonstration. So as you can see, now I'm going through the roads. I'm on the right side of the road. I'm looking around to see if there's any cars parked illegally. You're not parked illegally, I guess. There is some... Oh, I'm low on fuel. Are you okay? Oh, they just drove off his head. I'm low on fuel, so I may as well... Okay, so to show you this part, instead of me showing you... My God. Learn to drive, jackass. So watch. So we run low on fuel, so I have to like pick up on fuel. Turn the engine off so that, you know, we don't ignite the place. I grab the gas pump. I use regular. Yeah, Paulie. Meet Gunther. Meet Gunner. That's Gunner. And then we start refueling. And there you go. So now I'm refueling my truck. It's at 0% if you look at the screen. Dumb. Nice to meet you officially. Out of character. Exactly. I just got so done with work and errands. That's nice. I hope your day's going well though, Paulie. Oof. Why is you driving like that? Oh. Someone said it. And to top that off... shit's on, to be honest. I get you. Yeah, I feel you. But also... oh, yours isn't awful. Gunther's is. Got it. So you're just doing that in character just to piss me off, I guess. True. It is true. Yeah. Now... Shadows, if you notice as well, you see I'm still refueling the truck. It's on 70. It's now on 80%. Like, it doesn't just go, I'm going to refuel. Boom, it's done. It takes time. I wonder what happens if I start twerking. Observe. I now have I have a gas pump and a winch in my hand. I didn't want that. Can I return a hose, please? Return those hose. Let me in. I'll conceal. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, for the whitelist. Yeah. Which one of you is illegal? Accidentally drive Meta into the ocean. Nearly accidentally drove me into... Oh, wait. You don't have anyone in you. Great. I don't want to get run over by this guy, so let me out. Okay, now watch. So I'll face this way because you need to apply with proof. So you go in here, take a picture of the car. I then have to go in and take a quote-unquote picture. I've taken a screenshot. Da 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 no. Da 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 da. There we go. Drag drop image. Got it. And then once the image has loaded, I then grab the link, copy paste it, and then boom, I go here. Right, so what I do next, I know you guys didn't see that bit, but what's the holdup? Do you not see the car without anyone in it? I copy paste the link of the proof. Yeah, the application is brutally basically designed to make you fail. Hope it works out well. Good shit, good shit, good shit. Didn't expect to get in first try, to be honest. They got to make their money. Yeah. So you're better off doing the most expensive one, and then you get limited applications if you really want to get in. It's just how they do it. Right, and then you winch. You accept the job. Do you see me? No. Shut up. Right, did you winch properly? Thanks, baby. I appreciate you. And then you detach it, because this is where the funky bit comes in. And then boom, there we go. And now I've got somebody that was illegally parked. Okay. And it's on the way home as well. Nice. At the end of the day, the economy is much cheaper. Yeah, I get it. But it's also like, if you're a content creator, you want to be on whitelist. Like, I get, like, right now, the viewership isn't too bad. But if you want to grow, if you really want to grow, you want to go on whitelist. Because let's say you bump into someone like Sykkuno or Pokemon or Valkyrie or Tommy T. Like, if you bump into anybody or, like, James Randall or anybody who's, like, a big name and you leave a good impression with them, like I think that Mater would leave a good impression on them. You see, people love the movie Cars, and my name is Mater, like Tom Mater, but without the duh. So, you know, it's a character that people are already sort of used to. So I feel like if you want to grow, and you really want to grow, have your stream set up professionally, have it look really good, have the vibes going, and then once you join whitelist, you're just gonna pull in numbers. It's honestly the only reason why I jumped on this. I enjoy the roleplay aspect, but there's so much work to go into it. I would rather just sit down and just play Minecraft, I guess. Don't want to do it. Jackass. With CG. I need to yawn. Oh, Changang. Okay. Oof. Let's slow down a bit. Have you ever wondered? This is the thing, okay? Snokes, please. I know, okay? We both have the same name. I get it. We used to play games together. We get it, okay? Is it that much of it? Every time I grow my hair out, he grows his hair out too. Why? But I get it though, dude. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Yes, I get this a lot. I may as well just say that I'm Jocksepticeye. You think that, right? Peanut actually gave me $50 since it was your second day in the city. Oh, that's kind of cool. Is this alert gonna work? It did! Look at that! Snugs, thank you for the follow, bro. Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day today. Oh, I took the wrong turn. Do you reckon I can... I can totally make that right. I can make this. My condolences. It's okay. Listen, it's fine. I'm just jesting. But yeah, no, Jack and I understand, right? I get it way more often than you'd think. It's strange. I've came to terms with it. But I do hope you're having a good day. Aye. I'm not saying everyone in Changang is bad or bad people at all. It's just my vibe of what I want. Yeah, I get what you're saying though. I wonder how much they get for parking a Bentley. Oh, that's a Royce, to be fair. How much do we get out of this? Come on, show me the money. Show me the monies. Accept. 300. Man, I just got ripped the shit off. Is this a local? Is that the guy that pays us, by the way? I must have pay slips galore by now. Run your dog, dog. Oh, I think I'm gonna have my phone stuck in my hand. My phone's stuck in my hand. Oh well. Actually, content creator, so I'm aware of how common it must be. Yeah, I get it. Like it's daylight savings time out here. I'm just used to it. Look, I get it. Okay, we do look similar. We have that generic gorgeous white man from Britain face. I mean, he's not from Britain, but you get what I say. He's from the United Kingdom. Oh, hello. I can realize it's so far. Boom, 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 boom. Recognize. The geography needs work. I mean, please tell me that you looked at my face when I said it out loud. Yeah, hello. Most of Changang does some good roleplay. Okay. We don't talk about Rami. Fair. I never check to see if that train's there. One day I'm gonna get caught out by it. Clipped, shipped, and Jack Serpent nipped. Ooh, that road needs some work. Shut up. The whole top of the morning to you laddies. My name is Jacksepticeye and welcome back to my world. That's my name. Sometimes you just need to really lean into your... And I hurt my throat. Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne. I'm going to look at everything that's on the floor. That is food. We should not pick up food from the floor. It's bad for the economy of thou bowels. Or anything like, you know, like that. I want to see is there anything good I find on the floor. Because I found some good stuff. Like, look, please be something good. Hey, buddy! Oh, I don't see... Oh, there you go. I can hear you, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, good. My truck was around here somewhere. I just got taken to the hospital. Come back. Gotta find it.
Oh, shit. I ain't seen it. There's been no trucks down here, you know, dog. I've been up and down here a few.
Oh, he's saying he's back over here.
Is it walking distance or do you need a lift?
Nah, it's all, I've got my car anyway.
Ah, good, bros. Listen, you got a repair kit on you in case you need it?
Go on, buddy. Listen, I'll see you later, okay?
Yeah, see you later.
Later, dog. Hey, he sounds like Tommy Fury. He kind of acts it, to be fair. Zine? In fact, I'll put the music on the radio so that we can talk. There we go. That's a level 3 G6 badge. I just found a level 3 G6 badge on the floor. Is that good? Yeah, they're worthless. They're biocoded. Oh, yeah, but it's James Sunday's pass. I guess I could just kind of just look at the floor and continue. If I find something, just stop and pick it up and be like, yep, there's my riches for the day. I found a lot of good shit on the floor. Also, is it sani workers, right? Do sanitation workers pick up like the trash bags on the floor? What are you? That's a note. Thank you. I will take that notepad. Sanitation does do trash, yes. But do they do trash in the sense that they find like players' trash bags on the floor? Do they pick them up and drive and then take them back? Is that what that is? Or am I just thinking too deep into it? Let's put rap on. If I had to guess, you'd be right in the money. Yeah. Okay. Fair. Oh, there's that reckless driver from before. I didn't give a shit about the road and was just like... There's another bag. Oh. I can't answer the phone. Okay. I can't answer my phone. That's really upsetting. Move out the way. Thank you. That was a salmon. Oh, guys, I found a salmon. Oh, if that doesn't deserve a follow, I don't know what does. I don't know what to do. I'm going to go down to... if by any chance, Gunther, you can hear me, by any chance, I'm going to Camel Toe. Sabada. I can't pick up the phone. I can't pick up the phone. What are you? That's another salmon. Is this going to be another salmon? Can we get 3 for 3 salmon? It's just colors. I can't even accept jobs. That's realizing a very upsetting part. You can go away. You can go away. Oh wait, can I not fit? Oh, I've got no more room. Oh, I've got this. I found this. There we go. At least I have housing. Does Whitelist not have housing? That's low-key and high-key trash. How do I play a tape? Jesus Christ, brother, learn to drive. I'm hoping that Gunther is at Camel. F8UIR. Hey Gunner, sorry buddy, my phone was a bit glitchy.
Hey, buddy.
How are you doing, dog?
Good. I'm near apartments. You want to come pick me up?
Apartments?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm near the apartments.
I forget which word.
Right there. Yep, you got her. Just think real good. It's the South Garage.
I don't like your answer, but sure, I'll go there.
Yeah.
All right, dog. Listen, I'm heading towards you. Okay, I'm going to head down to Camel.
You really don't know where Little Soul apartment?
I never go there.
I thought you were coming to the apartments.
No. Huh? What?
I thought you was coming to apartments.
I thought I was going to apartments. Apartments in Little Soul.
Yeah. The south ones.
Am I going to South Apartments?
Nope. Yeah, you got the south. Yeah. I made that mistake. I don't know what road it's on. It is on.
I just don't go to apartments.
Do you not?
I live in the truck, dog. My life's truck. My dog's truck. My daughter's fuck.
Listen, a few times been around that track. Ain't gonna happen like that. Cause I ain't no hollaback girl.
Chat, there's no literal way. There's no way that you can literally go that way, chat.
Oh, I just nearly crashed it myself. Oh, look, I think I'm at the apartments.
Hey. You see this giant? Oh, I see you.
I see you, baby.
See this douche kadoosh right here? Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna jump in my passenger seat in a second. Come get me.
Alright. Jump over. Unlock. Like that's it. There we go.
I'll be right back. Send me to Camel. Ari. Hello, Ari. Ari, how was stream? Welcome in, everyone. My name is Sintrusty HD. If you don't know who I am, who even are you? Who are these people? It was funny. It was very silly and chaotic. What did you get up to? What did you stream? Well, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day today. Played some First Class Trouble. I've never played First Class Trouble, although I know a lot about it, but I've just never had the chance to play it before. But if you're new to the channel, chat, my name is Sintrusty HD. I took a break for about... Oh my god, can he drive? I took a break. Truck's very bouncy. Listen, Devina, it is. Okay. Gonna dip Applebee's date. Disappear. Right, hold on. Let me just say to this guy. Hey, buddy, listen, I'm gonna park the truck up, okay?
Go on, get out of here, homie. Why are we still on the phone?
Let me go sit in the office, okay?
Yes, sir.
I was gonna jump into the back of his truck and steal his stuff, but he's not a rival, but he's a partner thing. Right. Hit him with a fighting word real quick though. Look, what I was gonna do,
I was going to first of all, I'm going to leave 5M. Chat. That is it. Chat. That is it. That is it for today. When with 5M. Now we're going to go into. We're gonna go into Overwatch. That's my very awful attempt of doing XQC. Right. So while I disconnect, yeah. So we took a year and a half off. I moved to London. I started up my own company and shiz. It was kind of fun. I'm still doing that now full time, but you know. -1, damn it. Chat, I cannot. Chat. Well, we're back now. I'm doing GTA roleplay. I'm doing some Overwatch. I'm trying to do a grind. XQC RP wasn't believable. I couldn't understand you. Oh, fair. Yeah, okay, that's fair. We're doing some GTA roleplay on NoPixel. We're going to be joining onto the whitelist server soon. Probably next week I'm going to be joining onto the... and then we've got some Overwatch. I want to do a grind to top 500 with Moira. I can't do rank tonight. I'm going to be playing with my buddy Adam. He's going to be playing crossplay, so there's no ranked option for us. And then I'm going to be doing as well a Minecraft SMP. So if you like playing Minecraft, we're also going to be doing some Minecraft Adam probably next week as well. Failure, who is one of the mods in the chat, is also one of the geniuses behind the old SMPs on Minecraft. For our old SMP, probably going to do something again. Okay, right. Let's get it on, chat. Let's get it on. Blizzard needs to die. Blizzard, yes. Yes, I get massively. I just can't do Overwatch anymore. I loved it so much, and Overwatch 2 just left the sour taste. I didn't play Overwatch 1, so I only have reference of Overwatch 2. However, hear me out. Fuck Blizzard. Massively. In fact, if you guys don't follow my YouTube channels yet, which is Sintrosty HD, Sintrosty Plays, Sintrosty VODs, Sintrosty Shorts, blah, 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 blah. Everything. Join the Discord server. They're all in there. But I have one specific video on... I have one specific clip on there, which is Blizzard. Let's see this. The Forbidden Salute. I'm not on TikTok anymore. Did I take it off because I might have got in trouble? Tomato gets an enema. I did. I deleted it. Oh lord. To be fair, let's for it. And one of the moderators, Failure, you'll see his name's Zine. He'll come in every now and again. Lala, oh wait. From the raid. I can't do that. This one's also good. Oh my god. I tried to just wave at somebody and I accidentally done the Heil salute. Joke, please. But yeah, check out. We upload a lot of clips on today, is what I'm saying. I played primarily from beta through season 13. That's a long time. That is indeed a long time. Right, let's get this category off. Let's go on to Overwatch. I love Overwatch 2. I do. I think it's a great game. I just think the devs just need to listen, you know? Right, let's go here and let's do top 500. Find Moira. AAA gaming in a nutshell. Bro, I know. Tell me about it. As a AAA games developer, I wish the budget lied more in actually listening to the community. Moira main. Win streak. 0 out of 0. Let's remove Make the T out of the title as well. Oh, I just realized that, but. In fact, just let me know if you already see that cheeky little update on the title, so I'm aware. And then while we do that, let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'll turn the music up a little bit. And I'll be back in like literally 2 seconds. Chat, I'll be back in literally 2 seconds, chat. Okay? Be back in 2 seconds, chat. Where's my beat?
Let's go.
Piss speedrun, Jesus. Yeah, I don't like taking time away from chat, so it's kind of just like a hold, wash, go. He's got a jug. No, I have a bottle, actually. Get it right. It's this bottle right here, okay? Don't question the color of it either. Or the fact that I just started drinking out of it.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
Why is my Overwatch not loading still? Oh, it is. There it is. Mom found a pistol. I've seen... Wait, what's that from? I've seen something that has Mom found a pistol. Oh, am I loading up? Yeah, you're loading up now. Because Blizzard fired all the good programmers. Well, you know what? If I was to ever go back into project management or actual games design in general, I'd want to be a dev on Overwatch 2. I've got friends who are a part of the Twitter map community. I've got friends who are part of Blizzard, and they worked on the new campaign mode. Even they say that they didn't like it too much. Suave and Tumac are online. We might have a decent squad. This might actually be really... Oh, this might be good.
Please be good. Please, oh master, please. Please, master, can we do this, please?
Adam, if you're flex on being rolls today, we could have some really good 4-piece. It's a little kid crying next to the bottom. I love it. Listen, I love Unfound a Pistol. That's gonna make me laugh all night. Thanks, Paulie. Pirate Software rips Blizzard so bad in a short. Have you ever seen? No. I don't even know who. I don't even know who you are.
I don't even know who you are.
I think I was gonna go cam bottom. No. 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 Okay, let's just do this and let me just move it to... I've got so many scenes. Oh, Lord. Hey, I'll see you soon, Paulie. Have a good night, man. Hopefully this will load in now. I'm just waiting for it. There we go. Let's go display mode, full screen. Yeah, that's fine. You know what I do want to do? If you, I don't know if you're okay with giving me a second. I just want to go to video, right? And I think it's is it details? No. Is it graphic quality? No. Is it accessibility? Yes, apply. Accessibility, camera shake, so color blindness. Enemy. Yeah, I want to change this. Enemy color. Let's go with... I like what people are doing with friendly... People have been doing... I've liked this. I like that. Take time, honey. I'm hydrating. Thanks, B. In the next game. Yeah, buddy. Now I need to transform and do this as center horizontally. Oh my god, I was right on the money. I just centered the camera horizontally and it was like, yeah, no, you're on it, don't worry. Thanks, King. Transform, center horizontally. Regret is set to Ian right now because I agreed to cover a shift tomorrow. That means I'm only getting 1 day off this week. Oh my lord, it's Jason Bourne. Guys, bless you. And then we can go make this shorter, and I can go here and form horizontally. I'm okay with that. Chat, are you okay with this? You can lower it down a little bit more. You got room. Is that okay? That's okay. That's a name I've just remembered. Make him pink the enemy. What will Bunny think? Hey, listen, okay. Let me do the unmute. Yo, can you hear me? I can hear you. You can talk, you know. You're allowed to talk in game. It is complete, but it's completely up to you if you want to.
Wagwan!
What an introduction. Right, I need you to talk just for a second so I can just say Wagwan one more time.
Wagwan one more time.
Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. I need to turn you down and on.
I talk like Paulie.
Voice chat volume. Yeah, I need to turn you down, I guess. Say Wagwan.
Wagwan.
Chat volume check. Is that good or bad?
Hello, kitten. This is me, but I've been on Discord very recently.
Daddy is displeased. Alright, chat, give me a quick one. Does that, bless you, what's the sound like? Is that okay? Or am I talking way too loud compared to him? I like overpowering him, to be fair. One thing Overwatch is really good for is I can't move my mouse off the screen, so I can't check my view counts, which means I don't need to get on my own head. That's nice. Bless you! Unmute my stream and tell me if it's a good volume. That's you, Adam.
What?
Unmute the stream, tell me if it's a good volume.
I know, talk.
Hello, and then you say hello afterwards.
Hello, and then I said blah blah blah.
Hmm?
Oh, that's fine.
Chat, I love you all. Right, I like Adam more right now. Right. I want to
Hello, stream. Hi, me. Got Red Bull. Gives you wings.
Sorry, but I'm sorry. It's okay, Zine. I love you, really. Let's go to... I want to go practice range just so I can tell. Can you tell Adam I said hi? Ty says hi. Think of your reply before... Okay, thank God. You just said hi.
Hi, Ty.
Right, I would like to try out this dude. Oh my God. Game noise very loud. Thais, do me a favor, just tell me, is the game too loud? And Zine. I'm gonna look at my things for a couple of seconds, chat, just so I can see if everything's right. Is it more than me? Nothing's overpowering me. No, but I do need to turn it down a little bit. Sound. It's been a while since I've played on Overwatch chat with you guys, okay? Let's do that. That should be fine. Give me a speak. You... Okay, no. I need to turn... I need to turn you, the game down a bit more. Say hi again.
No, I don't think I will.
Fair. Is it like a charge function?
What?
It's not a charge function. The new guy.
I know you can combine the two abilities.
Yeah, this one.
And then you can, if you face up and you press whatever the second ability is, you go directly up.
What, this? And then... Oh! Baby! Okay, yeah, that's cool. Like, you ready? Okay, that's cool. I like that. It is very quiet. Music might be a little loud. Okay, if the music's loud, then let me change that.
First time I've ever been told I'm quiet in my life, to be honest.
Huh. I might just turn the music off, to be fair, chat. It might just work out better in you guys' favor. I'm trying to work out the difference between I want to see what this... Oh, that really does mess up the size of the game. Where's the capture? Nope, where's the game capture? Game capture, please. Please, brother. Please don't do this. Right, let's go, let's go. Not that way, I didn't mean that. Right, okay, we're good to go.
Oh, look on you! Oh, look at me teleport! Oh, look at me! Oh, I've got infinite range! Oh!
Look at me! I missed. So I don't know what his... What's this do? That is... Oh, there's multiple.
Yes. Goodbye.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm gonna try and save you. This is what you do.
Man, I really hate not
Try and save me
Valorant.
after I die.
Why you gotta make me
You're the
feel
group
this
leader,
way?
by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm the owner of the game. Fantastic.
Stop. Leave. You are not the owner of the game. Oh. It's better when my mixing desk works. Okay, so we love you. No, it's... I love this game. Okay? I do. And I think Adam is in love with me. So in that way, we all love Adam then, by sense. It's okay to like bad things. I can't make those jokes. You come into my chat within 5 seconds, I have bad jokes I want to make. Holy great Jesus. Fifth member?
Drinking
Who's the
Red Bull.
fifth member? Who's the
Having a great
fifth?
time.
Who's the fifth member? Say this.
I think the fifth member for Take That was Robbie Williams.
Fifth Harmony. The Pentatonics.
Go for the minor.
Huh?
Fifth.
Wasn't that Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5? We don't have to dance. We don't have to dance.
I wouldn't bring up Michael Jackson if you want the stream to live.
What? All I ever say is that they don't really care about us. Yax, Yag, and I are the only two people. Oh no, wait. Okay, there you are.
He's in. Where are you?
Wait.
Where are you, buddy? Buddy?
There you go. Oh my god. Okay, maybe I'm not the best.
Maybe I'm not top 500.
I was Venture and I got sombred. I got sombred out of my gun.
Oh.
How do you get sombred out of your gun? You ready to
Oasis first game. Oh, the stream might be short, buddy.
I'm calling it now. Either you're gonna go against an Orisa.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you'll never know. They could be. They're gonna go Orisa. Just go Reinhardt. Just go Reinhardt.
Okay. I'm a dude.
I'm liking the new color scheme. I'm enjoying. That looks kind of cool. Wait, I might just do.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
No, as in on my screen.
Oh, bro.
It says
Okay,
I need healing.
Oh, I need to turn chat off or I'm getting banned.
Nah. I said nah. I'm gonna get
Nice,
banned for
no.
being toxic.
Get banned for throwing.
Me when I throw a literal poop.
They've got Roadhog.
What?
I'm going in. Never mind. They
Don't
red,
go
I'm
in.
scared. I need healing.
I've healed.
I went for.
Oh, they've got a venture. Where is he? Got him.
Probably gonna go through my shield. I'm getting messed up. I'm getting.
Did I get him? Yeah, Venture's dead as well. They're all dead. I got them. Oh, what? Did you need healing?
No,
Is it even?
Venture does a lot of damage, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
I
I'm
had to
scared
get
for
rid
my
of him.
life and yours.
Why does it even look like Valorant? It doesn't look like Valorant at all.
Looks like Overwatch 1.
Thank you.
I'm going in.
I think you're gonna die.
Oh no.
Yeah, Venture was on you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's ours then. Got it. I'm literally Reiner. No, nuh-uh.
No.
And she's dead. They're all dead. Everybody's dead.
I have arrived. You're welcome.
I have arrived. I am a rival. Venture's going right side. Called it. Oh my god! I got Hanzo to the head.
Yeah. I was gonna say they've got hands on you, died.
His name is Toby 1 kill. He's got 2 kills. Nuh-uh.
Oh. I don't know how to do it.
Zine, how is you're a not selfish Reina. I'm a not selfish Moira. I'm a very good Moira. Some might even argue top 500.
Not me.
Shut up. He popped his ult.
Oh, Hanzo's popping his ult.
Is he?
Oh, that was easy.
Feed him as you are. We all jumped on him. Reina self heals, you heal others. I apparently learned this recently that Moira self heals as well.
I don't want to talk about it.
I still have much to learn.
His name's Toby 11 kills. Come on, buddy.
Is it? That's literally the Archers dude ult in Valorant. Is it though? What? Wait, what's his name? His name. What's his name? I can't remember. I used to play him. He was, they just slapped it. I used to play him.
This maze is very funny.
Your ma.
What's my name? What is my name?
That was hella annoying. It's a Roadhog.
Trying to protect the team. Every time I press charge, the Roadhog hooks me. It's... We need an Ana, not a Zen. IMO.
I love you too, Bunny. Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne! Oh, pink names. Oh, there we go. That's what she was saying it to. No, the enemies are pink, okay? I'm just feeling fruity, okay?
Zesty, as my brother would call it.
Your friends are very zesty. Is it Toby 11 kills? Oh, it is Toby 11 kills.
That Toby Jizzle's alternative. Don't know what I'm doing.
Right, you ready?
No.
Good, we're going in.
What's your ult looking like? I'm going. Okay. I missed.
I got Hanzo'd! Oh, I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch my kill cam. It's just one pop and I'm dead. Hanzo. I would argue it's
Bunny,
anti-fruity.
please join us.
She's
Just
in
join
bed.
us.
She's in bed.
Just play D.Va. I don't want to play tank. This new hero makes me sad.
I can take care of Road. In fact, I'm taking care of Road. I'm gonna solo him.
Okay. I'm gonna charge into a wall. I'm about to die. Oh. This Roadhog's messing me up.
Nah, I got you.
Oh, Zen saved me. You saved me. I want to know
Chat,
how...
somebody please clip that. I'm gonna pop it now.
He's facing you.
It's okay, I wanted to die to him there. It's
I did
quite
not-
simply real. Huh? I don't... Wait, I'm getting roasted and complimented, I guess. I'm getting roasted and teased. I'm getting toasted.
What genius saw bread get cooked and then went cook it again? I mean, you.
After
I'm getting melted, bro.
Okay, cool. We got the point. Nice. You'll be healing. Yeah, I know. Use your heal balls instead of using the damage, because you'll heal anyway by doing more damage. Micromanagers and Moira. I'm used to it. It's fine. I know. I typically do. Don't forget, this is the first game of the day, right? I
haven't played in like a month.
I do typically throw my heal balls down more than anything.
No.
I'm prioritizing the point, by the way.
Yeah.
If they get 1%, they've got it. I've sent my ball off to you. You're dead. You're all dead. Oh my god, it's just me.
The soldier popped his ult, so I moved the Roadhog out of the way, and the soldier didn't get any kills. It's the character out of
I'm dead
Atlantis.
here. I am dead here. Yep, it's fine. I just want to stay on the point as long as possible. What's the list? Fly. You're on top of Pig Den. Did he keep you? There's no way he kept you. Oh my god, he kept you alive.
He did. Terrified. I wasn't expecting to live this long.
You've been kept alive more than you should have.
Yep.
I used you as Pig Den. Good game.
We have no reason to win that.
The Hanum? What's the Hanum? What do we talk? Why? That was easy. I bet I've got player the game there. I must have got 2 clips for that. What the trying to be a nicer person. Nice copy pasta. I'm gonna turn off chat, I think.
Yeah, I just turned off chat.
I'm not gonna turn I'm not gonna turn off chat actually. Gameplay. Is it in HUD?
Options.
Yeah, where is it again? Is it in I can't see. There we go.
Options is in gameplay. In
No, it's
general.
because matchmaking.
No,
Yeah.
text chat.
No. Text chat. Text chat. Where's text chat? It's. Huh? Am I
Options.
Yeah.
General.
Yeah.
And then it's on the left. You have privacy and text chat directly below it. I don't.
Options.
You got
Oh, I
you
went
got
to game.
video, sound, control, gameplay, general.
Let's go with match and team is off. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Moira diff.
Oh, shut up.
Moira Diff.
Moira Diff. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the game. Down.
Personally,
The practice range.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, sorry. I was just doing something.
I was going to say training arena. That's
Put us
just
in
incorrect.
everywhere. Although I've heard that me just putting pink names in the game has made Bunny decide she's staying awake.
I respect the decision.
Sure. Watch this. I can go down, I can be blue, I can be violet sky, I can be up, and I can be purple. He's just not there. He just was not there. Oh, his melee's nuts. Yeah, bro. He takes 3 melees and they're dead. 1 headshot, 2 headshots and a melee. Yeah, that's right. Fuck Orisa.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Okay, I didn't find out how much, but I'm going to assume it takes like 6 or 7 shots for Orisa to get killed. I can be purple, I can be purple, I can be everything you... This, what a game mode.
Give me a map I like.
Go on Twitter, you'll find one.
Sin Trosity.
Yeah.
Yo, Bastion, mate. I reckon he's gonna go Bastion, you know.
I'm changing the green. My group players are gonna be in blue.
The Roadhog. I'm definitely able to hook while Rusty still. Yeah, defo.
Ooh, I like the color scheme. It's the only part of customization that you can have is your UI. If you look at stream, you'll see I've got a... Wait, am I facing... Wait, chat.
I'm looking at stream and I'm getting an advert for Gillette Intimate.
For...
What do you want from me?
Transform. Flip horizontal. There you go. At least now I look like I'm looking at the game. All this time I've been facing out of my screen. Yeah, my color scheme is kind of cool. We've got a Lucio. There he is. We've got a Reinhardt.
I can't.
I'm
They
nearly.
got Venture. What? I hate this character already. I don't know what's going on.
He's only here for 1 more day.
Okay. The Reinhardt's dead.
Yeah, I'm behind him.
I can heal myself.
Venture
now.
pushed me away. Venture dead. Oh, the Lucio's a little bitch.
Oh, God.
How'd we get it? I don't know.
Yeah, he is. Oh my God, I'm about to die.
No, you're not. You're literally Roadhog. No. Where is he?
Hooked him.
Yeah, I'm just sitting on him.
I can't
There you
shoot
go.
him.
I got him.
hooked him directly in front of me and I missed.
Yep.
I'm right behind you. Hello.
Hello.
Charge. I don't think this Reinhardt knows what he's doing though.
No, neither do I. I'm behind him.
There's a Venture behind me and I just don't care.
There's 1, there's 2. They're both dead. It's fine. That was good. Arigato!
Walk on. Yo! Their Mercy's name is Hairy Gorilla.
Nice.
That makes me uncomfortable.
She's dead.
I popped her in the head.
I know, she's dead. I should update my win streak to 1 of 1 and 2 of 2 once this game's done.
Why is there a healing symbol next to my health now? What does it mean?
That is, are you damaged? What's your healing rate?
Oh, okay.
I got Tracer.
Yes.
Go for the push.
I
Hold
changed to
Orisa.
Orisa. I hate it.
Lucio wants to go for boops. Got him.
Aha, you're dead.
Yep. Look at that. She even boosted and he ulted and we still got him. Nah, Lucio, get back here.
Words of
Wagwan.
my mum.
Never mind.
Aha.
As the French would say, no. That's how you take the point. It's easy. We've got this.
Easy.
Easy. Yeah, we should definitely be changing my title to 2 of 2 once we get here. Oh, look who you are. Get away. I want the kill as well.
Bye.
Thank you. The Reaper doesn't know what to do.
They have a Reaper?
Yeah, but I've just killed him. He
Oh,
didn't.
I'm not even,
He
I'm
didn't.
not even
no,
joking. I didn't
he
realize.
didn't heal. He just looked at me and just took it. As you would say. As I would say, which one? As I would say, oh no, I'm not French. I'm not letting that be a thing. Oh, they've changed. Oh, they've changed to Moira. The Lucio has changed to Moira. I'm just gonna kill this Orisa
Yo,
very
they're
quick.
Orisas. PG-13.
She's dead. So is the
Their
Mercy.
Orisa is esports.
Where is the drill man? Wagwan, I like drill music.
I got my drill and my G.
What? No, you ain't nuh-uh, you ain't killing me. Go away.
No.
Haha.
No.
Nuh-uh. I'm on 20.
No.
I'm 20 and 0.
I'm 13. Oh no, let's go. Let's go.
Hey. Oh.
I have more healing
Let's
than
go.
you.
Shut up. Oh, you do. Okay, I'll focus healing more. Listen, you're a roadhog as well, okay?
I've got more healing. I've got more healing than you.
You're a roadhog.
No.
Oh yeah, you're right. Let me just
What are you doing?
Let me just.
Just keep jumping on the point and then dying to us.
Yeah. There's a venture up there as well. Some might say. Are we just gonna? Are we not gonna talk about what just happened? The
I'll take
Orisa just took it. Nope. Nope.
Took bullets to the face, and whatever
Ah.
you do to the face, plasma. You give it X-rays.
Nah,
in real time.
I take asthma to the face. I can't breathe. Why are my lungs spicy?
Oh, the Orisas. Oh, they're all. Oh, I love these games that they've given up.
I'm just gonna. I don't care if they're not trying anymore.
I am.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we are.
What a sad way to live. The Orisa's gone. Can I kindly just do this? Thank you, I just want this one kill.
Flawless. We both went flawless.
Did we?
Yeah.
26 and 0. Let's go, baby. I got more healing than you.
You're a healer. You're a Moira. I'm really feeling it.
Oh, I forgot. I turned chat off. To me, I was like, why is no one complaining about the Orisa? I was like, yeah, I've turned chat off. That's why. Some might say.
I will endorse you.
Oh my god, it's Jason Dawes.
I'll endorse the Jericho as well.
That's a nice thing. Straight into the practice arena.
Your chat is nicer than the people that play Overwatch. Because your chat hasn't said tank diff yet.
It's just all of a sudden you see people go tank diff.
The entire chat.
Be grateful you weren't around when chat was actually popping. Because you'd have just had a string of like 1,000 tank diffs just for saying that. Okay, I want to try...
What year was chat popping? That was 2019?
2021.
2021.
Yeah.
What was I doing in 2020? Crying. I was crying. I wouldn't have been playing Overwatch. I would have been mid crying.
Fair. That sounds like a healthy thing.
Crying.
Yeah. Oh, that's naughty.
Oh, your mum's a cuck is the new owner of the game.
Oh my god, it's Jason Korn.
Should I explain why my name is what it is? No, I should. No.
Is it going to get me banned on Overwatch and on Twitch?
No, not at all. I've explained. I think I've told you why my gamer tag is those specific words.
Has it got anything to do with the same reason why some of my friends called their band Still Here? Because the cleaner walked into a rehearsal studio one day and said, "Are you guys still here?" And they were like, "Nah, we're blah blah blah." And then she was like, "No, still here.
Guns N' Roses.
It's 3 a.m. Nah, we're Guns N' Roses.
My name is this because
Hi, Dis.
PlayStation Network let me change my name. So all the things I wanted to change it to were taken. So out of frustration, I typed in these words, and they went, "Oh yeah, that's fine." And I was like, out of principle for it being funny, my name is now Your Mum's a Cuck.
Your mum's a cuck. Yeah. Shadows, why are you awake? It's 1:43, and haven't you got praying at like 7 a.m.?
Hello. Why are we awake?
Because we don't value our sense of sleep and direction.
I don't value. You could have just stopped it. I don't value.
Me when I tried trading cards of Magic the Gathering.
Oh, is that right? No. Welcome to the Thunderdome, nerd. Population us.
It's the same. Wait, it's the same team, I think.
No, I would have noticed if his name's Magic Gnome. I would have noticed if it was.
Healed.
Hello. Hi. My R1 on this controller is getting stuck, so I'm going to change controller after this game.
Got him.
I really need to take this controller apart and just clean it.
Oh look, it's a Reaper, bruv. Wagwan in it.
There's a Batista. There's Dave Batista.
Dave Batista.
Genshin Impact. Where are you?
I'm with you.
Oh, you teleported. Mad.
Doomfist. wrong move, dickheads. My easiest counter. The guy that blocks bullets with magic. Magic the Gathering.
Oh, we need to move the payload.
No, it's fine.
I'll move the payload. Keep it moving. Good evening, Shados.
Good evening, Shados. Not Shados.
Shados.
Shados. He's only called Shados HD because I told him that Shados in all lowercase and then plays or something was
I don't
just
remember
stupid. I'll not heal you.
You're not joking.
Are you joking, are you? I did ask.
Hello. Goodbye. I think Doomfist is supposed to counter me, I'm not gonna lie. You're getting messed up.
I'm gonna die.
I'm trying!
Never mind, I'm not gonna die. Yeah, thank you.
Your mother.
I'm on 23, I'm
my
here.
ultimate.
Oh, this is the... Oh, fam. Okay, remind me to update my, my title of stream. He's gonna die so fast to my blade.
Hello. That's what I wanted him to do.
Is their name Arab?
Arab? What?
Yeah. I killed Moira in this one. Yeah. Oh no, it's Aris. Never mind.
Are you?
No. Oh, Roadhog. Oh my
Oh,
god!
he hooked me mid-ult. I'm
4.
so sad.
Was I-
I'm installing the game and then reinstalling and then adding as a friend and then crying.
Oh, he's hooked me again.
I'm gonna die. No,
Nah.
I'm not.
Thanks for giving me my ult.
Citrosity HD nerd. And I need some feedback from someone that plays Overwatch.
I died.
Why?
Genji popped his ult and just went after me. It's fine.
Why not kill everyone?
To be fair, well, I mean, I think I've had like 1 death in 3 games. I'll have to double check my
I would have
KD.
actually killed them all, but Baptiste put up his mortality. Build.
Yeah.
Like I actually would have killed him. It's good to play Overwatch again.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
You know what? It's good. It's good to actually do something with my day. It's good to be part of the stream, not just watch it.
It's good to be part of the stream, not just part of the team. You charged into a damage boost field.
Not all. Goodbye, Tyson.
I have to go sleep now. Have a good rest of your stream. Bye, Tyson.
Sleep tight. Then suggest the distance of sleeping loosely.
I
That's
killed
what your
that
mum
time.
does.
That's an insult. Yeah, it is. You're right. Factually, you're correct. It's still so early, apparently. I thought it'd be like 3 a.m.
What, that we started playing?
Yeah. Just gonna pop that
I
backwards
must
to them.
say, since he's changed to Roadhog, they've
Okay, I got killed by Grim Reaper.
better. Oh my god.
The only time he's actually hit shots is in my face.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't seen our other healer the entire game. I didn't know we had another healer.
Thanks. I mean, my stats are more balanced this game as well.
I'm just dead.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you know I am. Reanimate my corpse, baby.
My name is Mercy.
That was weird. Firearm changed to Mercy as you said there.
Told you.
Reaper coming.
Fam, I got killed by Reaper's ult as... Wait, did I kill him? No, I did kill him. It's okay, he's dead. No, yeah, he died
I'm
to...
getting messed up.
He died to
Oh, I bet
Cassidy's
he
hands.
has like 2k healing.
Yeah, I know, I'm on 5k healing. And they're 211. And they are now Mercy.
I want to change, but I'm playing well, so I don't want to change as well.
Wrong move.
I actually don't know what to go in this Roadhog. Oh, the wrong button, wrong button.
I hit the wrong button. How? Why are you only hitting me? Why are they good hits? How did you do that?
Me? I don't know.
Not you. I got Genji just flew into me.
Please kill the Mercy.
Our Mercy?
No. Oh, their Mercy res.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
getting,
I died. It's fine. Let's stay alive for a couple more seconds. I'll be on you. There you go, ball. Behind you, walked away from it. Never mind.
Oh, I love balls.
Ah, that's on Twitch forever.
Yeah, it is. I love your balls.
That is also on Twitch forever.
They make me better. They make me feel better.
They make me feel
love them.
things father never let me. Because he was hardcore
He's
American.
only sleeping.
I got the Mercy.
Maiders Molders.
Maiders Molders!
I've killed the... No.
The Roadhog is just doing nothing about me. I done him in.
I tried to make him turn around, but he just doesn't care.
Yeah. He just didn't. He did not need assistance though.
Just let us win, brother. We've.
Jesus, what was that? 25 and 4. I can deal with that. Was that 3 for 3 now? I need to let my left arm just dangle for a minute. My arm is killing.
Why?
Oh, because I have to like keep my arm elevated the entire game. Otherwise, I have to slouch when I sit. Oh, no way he claimed that kill. I done so much work on it.
There's so much work on that, man.
I'll endorse him. Yeah, I endorsed you. I didn't endorse you in the first game. I forgot. I'm sorry. Sorry. I endorsed again. Nice. Duff, 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 duff. Da da do 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 do. Tap for Goblin says tank diff.
Oh, true.
Poo. It's just
No
poo.
Take the title to 2 morons by Overwatch.
Huh?
What?
I think he's super broken right now. Well, you can use your he can use his right ability. He can use his drill up ability, whilst he's underground.
Yeah, that's what I said. You can combine the two.
I thought it was like. I thought what you meant by it was you can use it to double jump. Because if you're watching my stream right now, you can see that he does this. Watch.
I know one watches your stream. That was mean. I'm
Ouch.
sorry.
Ouch.
I'm watching your stream.
You're in the stream. It doesn't count.
I'm essentially watching myself.
That's cute.
Do I have a mirror on the ceiling?
Oh my god, he's naughty. Okay, the new character is naughty. I will also stretch. But oh my god.
I did.
I watched you do it when you did it, but I was in the middle of clipping. That is naughty. He's insane. So if you watch this for a second, right? So if you can hit them in the head, pretty easy. It takes 1, 2, and a drill. You go down.
Yoink.
I think I claimed that last kill. I got it. I was there for it.
That was Yoink and Peak at the same time, I think.
Shoink. Oh, Ironbrew.
Give us Iconvolt, please.
Iconvolt would be fun. Oh no. They went to Moira.
Oh, their tank's name is William.
Is it?
I find
hello.
I find people who just use their first name as that is are very funny. Trevor. What do you reckon Sir Trevor McDonald's clan tag would be?
Hello.
Oh, you had to go in the settings and turn the chat back on.
I did it.
Peak.
If you sit, I'm just gonna wait because we can't leave the room until.
Oh, the healer's name is Wild.
Mr. Gaylord, thank you.
No, Aperture.
Oh. Moira will not move, and that's low-key upsetting. Oh, they changed to Mercy last minute. Great. Why couldn't you have done that 5 business days ago, you absolute moron?
You're on the stream, you can't be angry.
That's not angry. It's just disappointment.
Hello. Oh my god.
It's a Ramattra? Yeah.
Got a Ramattra. Why am I under tank? Okay.
It can't be healed.
Yep. I'm gonna change from Roadhog.
Yeah. They've got a Farah as well, by the way.
Someone please tell me what tank's supposed to be on this map.
Isn't it meant to be Orisa?
No, I refuse to go, Arisen.
Oh my god, he hit me in the face. I was hoping that he'd have just, like, genuinely just preed me.
Me when I'm in a boxing match.
Hey, true. I use Zarya.
Yeah.
I just got a tip from how to play against Farah.
Blind lol. He cracking my knuckles may have given me the best positional advantage of my life.
I got him.
Yeah, boy.
Thanks.
Oh, I've killed myself though.
Okay, they. Oh my god, Farah went behind me. That was hot, I guess. While I spawn in.
Team split up. And we have a Widowmaker. Oh, we had a Widowmaker.
Oh no, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. There we go.
Going for the point.
There we go.
Am I by myself? I'm gonna
Possibly.
wait for my team. I will wait for my team.
No, just us two. We can do it.
Yeah, we've taken
Worse. We've taken more.
taken countries with a switchblade.
If Farah's doing my brain in. I have
There's
my
good
ult.
news about that. Hello, everybody. Wait for the tree to drop and then pop it.
Yeah, I know. He popped it at the same
dead.
time.
Oh, I'm so dead.
No, you're not.
Oh, I need to be Roadhog against him. But they've got an Anna, so I don't know what to do.
I'm just dead by his hands. Oh my god, William touched me.
Prince William.
Prince William touched me, and I don't know what to do. Charles.
I thought that was the other one.
Charles.
Andrew.
No, it was Charles. The
Charles?
Yeah.
The king.
Yeah.
As in the king, bro.
As in the King of England. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you ever just be touched up by the king?
I don't want to continue that conversation live.
Me either. We're by ourselves. I'm stalling. But what? Mercy's joined us. Farah is just.
She's touching me like an angel.
Farah is just struggling. Where are you? Still there. Go. Probably just. Could you request bubbles when you need them? Okay.
I didn't know you were there until you started throwing them at me, but there was no point.
yeah.
Like, their team is just over healing each other.
They're a very good team.
Yeah, our Mercy seems to want to join a fight when they're like, you know what? I want a participation badge.
Have you got your ult? You're close. I have my ult. Do you want to be cool? Do you want to get a clip?
Sure.
Yeah.
Uh,
That was our.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's just go to the next point.
Okay. Say less.
Say less. Okay, less. Now what?
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
I have my ult. My ult is oh my god, it's Jason Bourne.
Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa.
My ult is green now, by the way.
Where did I get shot from? What the?
Here.
Oh, okay.
That's where they all are.
Hello. Yes, shoot me. Oh my,
Pop.
okay, I'm gonna have. How does he have his ult again? I'm absolutely
Baffled.
livid. will go Orisa, because nothing else is working.
This is pain. I have to focus.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, honey. You want a tea, honey? At least I can fight you, for now. Healing.
Receiving healing.
Thank you.
Oh, I was so close to teleporting. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh no, Orisa just does counter a Ramattra. Noted. Please.
Oh, that was so much healing done in such a little time. Nice. Na 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 da 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 da. I think my head is going.
EMCA, bro.
Oh, okay. Okay. Move backwards.
Hey. We won that?
Yeah.
Sure, okay.
You yoink that way. Yoink that way. Oh,
Hello.
Oh my god, this is...
Are we... Why?
Oh my god, she popped me. Oh, I'm being bullied. Bullets. I need more bullets. She is just hitting me like once and I'm just popping from it.
Yeah. The Ramattra's...
Trying to see who's the floor... trying to see who is the actual floor in the team now. Like in our team. Is it you?
No, I'm trying. I just.
Are you the
Ramattra's
floor?
Very good.
Yeah, the Marcher is good.
I would love to switch to Roadhog, but they've got a Nana, and it would
Yeah.
just be
Counterintuitive.
more. Yeah. They're just working as a team, I think. Team isn't.
Well, they are doing pharmacy. I got rid of Farah.
I did. Oh my god.
Mercy rezzed the Farah. There's nothing I can do here. I'm getting outgunned. Da 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 da. Tank diff put in the chat.
Okay.
The thing is though, they've got a pharmacy and an Ana and a Ramattra. What's the counter here? We are a two-piece.
Yeah.
Oh, we all charged on.
Very little I can do though. I'm trying.
Oh my lord. Yes, of course it's going to be. I called the Echo a loser. Look, they preed me. I went tank diff, so I went, you're a loser. Yeah, get wrecked, nerd.
Yeah, you got told.
That's right, nerd. Baba Booey.
That's what you're for expecting me to take an entire team by myself, you dweeb.
Listen, I've seen videos. I've got no word that I don't know where that's going.
The type of videos I see, I can't bring up on stream.
5 of one specific person and one person and a couch.
I was about to share something then.
Nope.
Something I saw on Instagram. It just don't worry about it.
I'm not going to worry about it.
Don't worry about it. You know.
The practice. Oh, I'm trying to get clips of the new character for TikToks.
Oh, sharing the information is carrying the information.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not used to needing to address it live. Oh my god, that was. In fact, I'm gonna turn my camera off just while I do this for chat's purpose. And we get put into a game as I do that. I saw it coming. It's whenever you want to do something, it'll always happen. Oh, naughty. Of course. Alt
I bought
assist.
pillows when I was at my mum's. That's probably the most interesting thing I've found.
That's something.
Pillows are something that just need to be. I haven't bought new pillows in 10 years.
Who are these people? Hi, Don. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Oh, who are these people? I got new alerts set up. It's just SpongeBob and Patrick.
What?
It's just hilarious. Did they say no? I didn't agree. Okay, I'm gonna go say. Oh. Let him main it, bro. I know they just didn't let me do it. Damn. Hi, Dawn. How'd you do? Wake up, sleepy. We're here to raid. Wake up, sleepy. No, you're the one asleep. You're always asleep. You're always asleep. What are you doing?
Not every pee-pee time is poo-poo time.
What's every poo-poo time is pee-pee time? Hi, Luna. Welcome in. Hey, Paul. Welcome in.
to this internet.
That's what it is. Welcome to this internet. Please enjoy your stay. We've got people with ADHD and some are gay. I don't know. Or whatever Gandhi said.
Yeah, probably. By statistically.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Okay, I would like it if I could go my main, because you know what? Nah. You know, no. I'm going Mercy.
You're a Zen.
Yeah.
PP. Oh.
Not all PP time is poo-poo time. Yeah, no, it's because they've. Oh my god, they've died. There's Moira
There's a
already.
Genji behind me.
Oh, I could nearly get the res off on you as well.
There's a Mercy. You're a Mercy?
Yeah, I just thought it might be. Okay, never mind. Oh, Moira just teleported
How
away.
you doing?
What do you want healing? Do you, bruv? You want heal? Moira is awful. I'm witnessing.
I am so annoyed. The Moira is so bad. I never have to deal with this as a tank main.
I'm killing the
However,
tank. Hey, Luna, thank you for the follow as well. Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne.
Going off for the
Behind us, Genji. Does Genji?
I'm dealing with the.
I'll deal with the tank. There you go. I dealt with the tank. Turn around, please. No.
I thought
God
you were
damn
gonna.
it.
Sorry, I thought you would fly to me.
It's
Sorry,
like, don't worry
I'll
about it. Am I gonna eat? Hey, Paul, thanks for joining. Buying comes from
around,
dude.
so I just went towards the Moira.
It's okay, don't worry.
I'm so used to just going towards the Moira.
What on God's heavens? Hello and good night from me and my army of 45 rats, 19 girls, 26 boys. Don't ask. Well, you've got another rat here because that's me. You know that. Luna, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great. Oh wait, let me just. There we go. That didn't do anything. The Moira's awful. Moira diff.
I like this map. I like move the payload maps, to be fair.
Yeah, me too. There we go. Also, Luna, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. And tell say goodnight to every single one of your rats, specifically from me, by name.
Say goodbye to every rat.
Ever. You've heard it here. Every rat ever. The next Smosh sketch.
Every rodent you've ever
came across in your life or heard of.
No, just every rodent. All squirrels, all beavers.
You're dead.
There's a... I can push the roadhog away.
No. Oh, I was saying no, that they're dead. I got rid of it. Oh, wait. I think that... Yep. The Genji's still over there. He was trying to C9 us. Can you get back to the point?
Me? Yeah. I'm keeping the Hanzo alive. I'm not gonna lie, it was probably the biggest mistake of my life. Goodbye, everyone.
I'm being saved by their their tank just saved my life. I killed the Alari.
I just hit all
I killed the tank.
Oh. I think I should be the streamer.
Oh wow.
Imagine how fast I'd be banned as a streamer.
I think you'd be a good streamer. It's just
I'd be a great streamer, I'd just dox myself. Like instantly.
Hello everyone, my name is just and I live just without
my full address and postcode.
You know, fun fact, there is a video that got released and then got taken down within an hour by YouTube themselves. I released the video, YouTube took it down because when it got manually reviewed, I doxed my entire life. And they
mad.
And they emailed me saying that might be a mistake. Yeah, that was a thing.
I don't know how to... I'm gonna just run away. I don't know what's going on enough to care.
I'm gonna stay on you.
I'm alive.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. The Moira's got more healing than me, and it saddens me because it shouldn't be true.
Like double.
Yeah, because what?
Man.
Oh my god! Oh, I got altered by Lectern, whatever the fuck his name is. Oh, if you can keep them off the point, by the way, it's yeah. I was gonna say it's overtime.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Dealt with the Mercy. I put myself in a room that's very dark. I cannot see.
C9.
My favorite organization. I'm a massive fan of Mango.
There we go. Pop that ult as well, just for the end of it as well. Let's go, JJ's. Is his name Mad Black? Oh, it's Da Black. Never mind. That's mad.
Oh, really? Vanshi got the kill, did he? And that's where we go.
The 2 DPS, even though they weren't that good. Oh, wow. Okay. Didn't see that.
No, they did their job. I think
they didn't go negative.
The Hanzo did enough. No, the Hanzo did enough damage. That allowed me to get some kills.
I cannot. Okay, there we go. Pause and practice. Are your lungs okay, my guy?
Me?
Yeah, you were breathing. Your microphone picked up all of the oxygen.
Oh, sorry. I let them forward and oxygen expelled from me.
Ah, right. Let's see. Let's do. Up.
Short answer yes. Long answer no.
Ah, fair. It really is just nuts how busted he is right now.
I don't know what's going on. Show me.
He's nuts. Watch. You can just immediately just pop up, out, and they're dead. You can pop your ult. Jig down off the map.
And you can just die.
Yeah, I think if you get once you get used to his because they're limited as well, so it's not like it doesn't just run off and then hit the wall and explode. It's got a radius. Still naughty though. Because you don't need to, like... I'm trying to see, like, at what point can I hit? What point does it hit? Like, what point does it hurt? Like, I'm aiming at above the health bar. I'm aiming at the health bar. Yeah, and it kills them on the health bar still. Goodbye. Oh, you are Arissa. Bye. Oh my god. We're in a game. Just
I reckon
like,
we're going to be on Route 66.
You can call it. I need to change my title to say that we've won 5 out of 4. I can vote. Oh, this is going to get naughty.
Clip City, baby.
I need to make sure that I get Moira because I want Moira. There we go. Right, and now I can do 0.8 out of 5. 4. Sugar, honey, I stink. Sugar,
Why are you on
honey,
your old
I
account?
Huh?
You're on your old account.
Oh, as in my... Okay.
Missed you too.
Wait, hold on. My stream is just lagging. Oh my lord, chat, I'm sorry for that. I loaded up the wrong everything. Normally I'd be playing on my main account. It's because I was doing ranked with the offline crew.
You're playing without me?
I don't want game with them, okay? And you were in France.
Joking. I'm joking.
Oh, why is my game lagging now? Oh no, I'm pulling mad frames.
Not on the French, innit?
No. Why? No. Why have I...
Hello. Hello. Bonjour. Bonjour, kitten. Bonjour, Chien. Here's me. You've not been on Discord in a while.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Are you alright?
No, my game took 1 frame a second for a while. Now I can see.
Okay.
Okay, allow me to introduce myself. I am the kitten.
Bonjour, kitten. Oh, you...
No. It's okay. I've got them.
Oh, I'm almost dead. Oh, healing, please. Don't mind the mercies for me.
Are you? Ha! Listen, Arissa, you do not want to jump in a single room. Oh, wait, hold on. You need to push. Yeah.
Trying. Oh, there's a Reaper?
There is now. How? How?
Why?
She got me there. I couldn't teleport.
I'm reviving.
Wow. How did she get her ult already? She's on 5. There's an Arissa on 5-0. If my game didn't lag at the start, I'm gonna use it. But if my game didn't lag at the start, we'd have had a better advantage.
If my Nana had moved, she would have been a bite.
True.
Ooh.
Go. Stop.
My
Stop
charge is
walking
100.
backwards. You're fine. So is mine. And okay. I'm just gonna jump behind them.
I'm... She just doesn't die, bro.
Oh my lord. Oh my.
Trying.
I just got insulted.
Wow. Bonjour.
Okay, that streak is about to go
How'd
straight
you have it
down.
again? Dead.
She's dead, and so are all of you, Nerly.
Oh, no.
We've left.
I'm taking the point.
Me too.
Oh, there's an Alari on the board.
Ha! Oh, she missed. There you go.
Yeah. That was the please
Lord.
just stay off the point.
Yeah, please just let us get it.
Bing,
I'll
bing, please.
offer you anything.
Please no.
There's a Sojin on the way
We'll
in.
offer you a succulent Chinese meal.
A succulent Chinese meal? This. I don't know what it is.
Have you seen on Instagram the guy that's like Chinese? Chinese?
Yeah. A bloke.
Yeah, it's just a big white guy.
Yeah. Big bloke.
My sister's neighbor swears he used to run around with the craze. He was born 3 years before the craze died.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but you know,
before
he
the craze got
he knows the craze. The last one's. Cha! Oh, that is so upsetting. Nah, bruv, get away from my teammate, will ya?
Abracadabra. I'm gonna reach out and grab you. Who? There's a Sojan.
Yeah, on top.
Oh, there's a... I'm begging you, change from Orisa, please. I would rather deal with any other tank right now.
Really? Mauga.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather deal with... On this map, I'd rather deal with Mauga. Oh my god.
Trust me, I'm unfortunately aware. Oh, she died, even though he popped us up. Yeah. Step right up.
It's the middle of the day.
It's high noon. It's the middle of...
It's 12 p.m. Go, you can...
It's the middle of the night. Oh, I want you. I really wanted to sort of walk off. Oh, that would have been amazing. I'm not going down by your hand. I'll go down by my own. The Life Weaver's good.
I'm so confused.
I'm so confused, Sharon.
I tried to put the bubble on you, and the McCree Cassidy jumped in front of it, and the Alari was aiming for the Cassidy.
May I just take over killing Orisa? Here, allow me to heal you, my friend.
I was literally opening my mouth to say healing. This Mercy's very good.
Yeah.
I don't know that if they're because they're prioritizing me or they're actually good.
No, they're actually good.
Dick.
The Life Weaver does not see me. And I'm above everyone. Oh, this is the best position. Oh, thank you.
Well,
you're welcome, son. You're fine.
I got 99 problems with an alternate one.
True that. Oh, it's Heath Ledger. I know he's dead. Again? GG. Damn it! They got more healing than me. Report me. Throwing.
Okay.
Don't do it.
If I report you, you're gonna get banned. How is it not you?
It's the Orisa. Okay. Oh my god, that's an encoder issue. That's an encoder issue. That is an encoder issue. Hello, everybody.
What happened?
My game decided that not only would it like to go 1 frame per second, it decided that Orisa would continuously fire for 30 seconds. In one locked frame, basically.
Nice.
Ice with extra.
Oh, I'm going for a toilet break.
A toilet break?
I'll be back.
I'm gonna start changing my chat. I'm gonna start changing my titles with my phone. I want to see how bad. I want to see how bad it is to do Twitch on. I don't even know how to do this. How to? Am I out of date? Am I just bad with technology these days?
Let's make history.
Okay, I'm gonna do it through this way instead. Jesus Christmas. It's Jason Bourne! I want to do 606. And then we can put some vibey playlists on.
Hello, Gideon.
Hello, Gideon. Give me a hello.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, that should be fine. Tonight.
Should be fine.
I should be fine, Governor. Your love tonight.
We talk like Arthur Shelby.
Go on. Tommy!
Tommy, gotta take the point, Tommy.
Tommy! Can I jump off the map here like this? And can I... Oh, you can. Okay. So he can also... Not only can he... Oh, Crowless is online. Okay, cool. So watch this. I can jump off the map. And then you can save my life.
No. Yeah.
I can jump off and then back up. Pressure!
Nice.
Pressure! Nah, bruv. Oh my god. Oh my god, her legs.
Oh.
She was just dangling from the platform. That would be really cool to jump down off ledges in general.
Heath ledges.
Heath ledge. Watch.
What a stupid joke. You said watch and then appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, so what? Just watch Tracer. Watch Tracer. That was a bad example because I missed the jump.
An awful example.
Look, okay, so watch. Never. Oh my god. I'll never get to show.
Mum.
It's like it's Phineas and Ferb all over again. Candace just wants to show her mum what's going on. Tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What chain do you want it to be?
This one, or Roadhog.
Roadhog?
Yeah.
Let's get there. Roadhog is just made to...
What?
I'll fix your wheels, boy. That's terrifying, don't do that. GTA role-playing, but it's terrifying.
I'm a tow driver. Everything I do is terrifying. I drive people's feet.
I drive toes.
I drive toes for a living.
I'm subscribed.
Right, they've got Ryan off.
So many feet. Oh. What are the healers?
Lucio Mercy.
Lucio. Oh. I'm taking so much damage.
They have a Hanzo and Widow.
Right. I need to get my head in the game. By that, I mean listen to High School Musical.
Trey Bolton gets me going.
The Bolton place gets me going. They've got a Widowmaker, and she is absolutely flaunting us. I can deal with the rain. I can't deal with his healers though. Okay, yeah.
Oh, I was healing their Rhyme.
You
silly bastard. What are you doing? Oh wait, that's not you, that's Venture. Got him. I got Ryan and Hanzo. Okay, I got Lucio as well.
I'm here, you're queer.
That's not true and you know it. It was one time. It makes you adventurous. It makes me an adventurer like you know.
I took science, didn't he? I'm backing up the Kuroko and I'm like...
Is that you?
I'm damned. I need help.
I'm behind you.
Okay. I can't see what's behind me, to be fair. Hello, Widowmaker. Would you like to fight?
Sebastian, I'm getting back to the point. Get back to the points. Don't back them up. Get back to the points.
Okay.
I want them all here. I want you specifically right there and not to move.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Ah! No, you were right. I should have stayed there.
I came to help you.
All
Oh,
of
that
them
helps.
came round the corner at the same time.
Okay, they've got the points.
Our Bastion has 1200 damage.
Where's the Mercy? I want to kill that Mercy.
And Lucio has 1300 damage.
There she is. She's dead.
Dealing with the
Lucio's dead. Reinhardt's going to be dead in a second.
Call him Reinhog.
Reinhog. Reinhog instead.
Can you imagine if you could? Can you imagine if I could heal myself?
No, I couldn't, because that's a wall that will never exist.
I changed.
Be careful.
Water.
Moist.
I was gonna murder the Widowmaker, but
oh my god, I got licked. Hi, Drew. Welcome back, buddy.
Oh, buddy. Why?
17.
Huh?
17 again. Great movie. It's not a great movie.
No, it's just awful.
Well, damn, I was meant to go to sleep, but here I am. That's what situation with sounds. That's true. Oh, we won that round. Let's go.
Yeah. Our stats are doo-doo, but we're playing the objective well.
I don't know what our stats like. Our stats personally, 9 and 2. No, you know.
No, our team stats.
Fair. Hello there. Well, Dan was supposed to sleep, but here I am. Shadows, I hope you're lurking when you leave. Because, you know, it's like Come As You Are, part 2. It's lurk as you leave.
What?
Yeah.
Shadows.
Drink water. How about, what'd you do if I said no? Like I
drown you.
What would you actually do if I just went nah?
Just try.
Do it. They've got a widow. I wonder when they decided that one.
They had a widow last round.
That was.
What are you talking about?
That's the joke. They've got a Moira now.
They've got Mercy, who's taking my hammer in places.
Huh?
Why would you bring me towards you? Are you insane?
Hi. Oh, I'm gonna oink.
Like Croydon on a Wednesday evening.
What? Why?
Needless aggression and violence.
Yeah, I killed the Moira. I tackled her. Bowl of water. Why are you trying to say, Shadows? What? You live in London, bruv. What do you want from me? Yeah.
Let's dox him.
I can. I know who. Oh, it's a Maui.
I also live in London. You also live in London. What?
He's saying bottle of water.
Easy beans on toast.
I'm just standing. The thing is, I'm standing behind them and they don't see me. Nah, love, you're getting wrecked here, you know, our kids.
Surrender to his will. Surrender to his will.
Surrender to my will.
BVG. The genie character.
Surrender to my willies. Never doing that again. That was so. I went to say words I couldn't say. How is it Maui getting outgunned by us?
I've wanted. Oh fuck. What's the word? Fuck it. That's the one. Oh no, there's a bastion. If you don't get play of the game, I'm going to be livid.
I'm going to be so angry because I did it. Mummy, I did it. I want clips.
Tyson's still here. Tyson, you go to sleep. I swear to God.
That's my quack button right now.
Congratulations! You have found a bitch!
Wang. Wang, wang.
I got knocked down and brought back up faster because of Kiriko.
Doing quack, but in the sound of Ed,
Whack.
Ed, Eddie.
Wah, 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 wah. Blah, 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 blah.
Newt. That, you know, you can see your teammates through walls. The silhouette of Venture going under the
Yes, I know,
floor
it's
is
mad.
jarring.
Oh, them all standing on the point is also jarring.
I will T-pose on a friend.
I'm just going to stand on the point.
I'm going to stand behind a wall. And I'm back. Hello.
Stay awake for like 3 more seconds, and there's my ult. Right, it's gonna be the Mercy.
His charge goes through mine. What the hell?
Yes, his charge doesn't just go through yours, it also kills you.
What? I'm a big German man in armor. He is the ego of the Rock.
I want play of the game.
What?
I
The Dwayne
am
Johnson.
requesting formally. I am formally requesting play of the game right there.
Oh.
Whack, 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 whack. There you go. You can have it. It's me. It's me. It's got to be me. It's me. Clip it and ship it. I'm a
Mom, look, I'm
Moira.
TikTok famous.
I get called a TikTok Moira too often, and I'm like, now I can't say no. I have to say I am
TikTok
because.
Kesha. You just put TikTok on the clock.
When your
I don't
body
know, actually
doesn't
know the
rock.
lyrics.
Tonight when
Oh,
I fight.
Whoa. Oh.
Yeah. So, oh wait. So I can show chat this very quickly. You to be quiet as well. Chat, watch.
Alright.
It's an easy. Shut the. Oh my god. Every time. I just want to make a clip.
Meh.
Minecraft. You like?
Havana, Unana.
I like it when you guys say ooh la la la. Ooh. The Foo Fighters are playing. I should turn this music off so I don't get
The Foo
DMCA'd.
Fighters. Christopher Walken saying Foo Fighters.
Oh, Foo
Ladies and
Fighters.
gentlemen, the Foo Fighters.
Hurrah! Oh, we're moving as well. Ba 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 ba.
Gunther said something in your chat that got started out.
Gunner! You're not Why are you not moderated in my chat, to be fair? You can't send links unless you're a VIP or moderator. So take your pick. You either have control or status. What do you want? Do you want power or status? Do you want to be a politician or do you want to be a social influencer?
Oh, I'm a powerful social.
Let them hate me? Social influencer, got it.
That's a Doomfist.
Yeah.
You've seen Doomfist. Oh
You're
my,
dead,
oh
you're
my,
dead, you're dead.
oh
Oh no,
my
you're not, you're not.
God.
That was lucky. But now I'm killing the Doomfist. Yep, got him.
Where'd he go?
He went to get healed by Alari and I just went, nah.
I pinned him and he disappeared. There's a Widowmaker.
Yeah, I know. There you go, she can have that.
You can get up to her.
You can get to her? Cool, so can I.
Hello.
Yeah, she's dead. Oh my god, I killed her
Is
from
that
over there.
Reinhardt?
Yeah. Is that a Reinhardt that's killing you?
I'm a moron. I'm a moron. I'm a moron.
Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne. Jason Bourne. It's Jason Bourne, but in a band. That's Jason Bourne.
Eats corn on the cob. Long ways.
Hey, no. Like, nah.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, he's nano boosted the Reinhardt. I hate it.
Oh Lord, no, going backwards, going backwards.
I'm gonna need the other healer to do.
Oh, I got doomed. Getting back to trucking, Gunner. Learned how and where to spell, how to sell ganja. Gonna get some drying racks for soon. I knew that we needed drying racks, but we don't have the location unless you want to do it in the apartments, like our apartments. Want to go? Do you want to go?
Get some driving lessons.
Also true.
I'm going in too much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Focus, you trucker. True. There you go. I got rid of the pylon. I got rid of Reinhardt and the pylon, so getting them might be a little bit easier. Yeah, we can do it at the apartments. Can't grow, lose rep in selling if you grow, and lose rep in growing if you sell. I know a grower. Okay, so we're not growing it. We're just gonna dry it out.
Much like real life.
How do you lose reputation? As in, you lose reputation in your current job?
The Anna sent me to sleep.
Tell her you don't consent. Oh my, I saw that.
I'm
wait,
getting teabagged.
The Luffy tank, I know.
Yeah. I'm getting messed up.
Wait. We might be going against the Genji that I play with.
I know a grower. You should also know a shower. That was another joke I could have gone for.
He got so overhealed, it's kind of annoying.
I can hear the Reinhardt charging in me.
The Arna's got me. Oh my god, he's Jason Bourne. He actually did just absolutely annihilated me. He waited until he could do everything to me at once and it hurt.
The Hanzo fired an arrow and it hit my hammer and it counted as a headshot.
Oh, nice. Their Genji, by the way, is the Genji I team with. I've just checked them. I was like, oh lord. Instead of popping your ult there, Lucio, can we please not C9? Okay, cool. We are gonna lose this one.
I'm gonna.
That's a better angle of me. It's not. It's just a head cam at this rate. I need to sit up. That cannot be my angle, chat. I'm sorry. Realistically, I should make it more of a square rather than just what the. Is our okay?
Your head.
Our Bastion is dumb. Genji just pulled up his retaliation thing. And he just fired at him like it was just raw footage.
Change from Reinhardt. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Alari dead.
I don't know what the team's doing.
Oh my god! Yes, it's he's Roadhog. I'm being bullied. I'm so chat. I'm sorry. This is not a game that you want to watch. This one is a sad game.
Great minds are always persecuted.
That cheeky boy. Thank you.
Okay, I got a lot of them. The goal now is just, I hope you got the tank. I killed all of the team at once. I'm leaving you with the tank. I couldn't. Lord have mercy on my soul. No, we can still win this. Don't move forward, Whiskey. Let me heal you first, you goddamn moron.
Oh, my god. Whatever Hanzo says. Oh, fuck. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I don't want to talk about it either then. I'm getting teabagged by Sasuke. I want the music on because it's not like I'm filming this game. Say no story, what if I say I'm not like the others? Okay, we might have it if our Lucio holds it. I'm about to have my ult. Nope, they've got it. Damn it, they've got it. Darn it to Heckams. GG. Oh no, no. Okay, oh. Dum. Ba-da-dum. Dum 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 dum. I'll give Sasuke and Luffy. What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one? You're the pretender. Like the others. What if I say I'm not just another one in your face? You put me in practice range, please. Thank you. Dum-ba-dum-ba-dee-doo.
Do you clip then?
Sorry? Oh. Hold on. I was checking on Discord. Yahoo. Okay, watch. This is how you do it. You can run. See? So you can run. And you can jump. It's as simple. It is as simple as that. But it just means that you can do some filthy plays if you jump off the map and then you jump back up last minute. He's just naughty. He is just naughty. The moral of the story is he's naughty.
Moon boots.
Give me some shine, Moon.
Moon boots.
Is it more damage like the closer you are with his ult? Never mind, can't test that theory.
We will never know.
We will never know. Liang Tower. I would like to put on some DMCA free music.
Run DMCA.
Let's put on
this
Moira.
is the same team we had in the last round.
On our team?
Maybe
Oh, it
they'll
is.
do better.
Maybe, but also maybe it's Maybelline. You know, that's my whole point here.
It's definitely not Head and Shoulders.
What am I looking for? DMCA. Free. It'll just come up. Streaming DMCA. There we go. Okay, Coconut Mall from Mario Kart Wii starts playing. Out of every song you could have given me to play in the background, that's what it gives me. Okay, look, maybe...
It's an overrated map.
I'm not a fan. Right, let's get
I think Mario Kart Wii is probably the best Mario Kart.
Yeah, 100%.
But the original maps, so like the Mario Kart Wii maps are just... What am I doing? I need... Forgotten how to play the game, I'm sorry.
Okay, Genji's dead. Then Moira's targeting me, but it's not gonna work.
I'm
They're dead.
going to die. I need the healing. I need all the healing. Thank you.
I just got domed by Brigitte.
I tried to take Bridget off
I
the
know.
map with Eva. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean.
Nah, I know what you mean, kids.
It'd be a shame if I hit you with a massive hammer right now.
Me as a chef, but I
No,
only
please,
deal with
healing,
meat.
Please, Rabba, please. Say less. I'm going in now. Goodbye.
Nah, say less. I'm going in now. Goodbye.
I'll protect you. Shield's about to die. Shield's dead.
No, I can't heal you from there, my guy. As the
Fine.
French would say, my G.
On a 5-player kill streak. You don't need to be healed if you can just win. I'm so skilled right now.
Oh, that was where the ball wanted to be.
Football managers when the ball is in the center circle.
Yes. We're all alive. You guys are the ones who are gonna die there, and it's not gonna happen.
Not all.
Oh lord, he's in the right place. Here, look, I'll take another one.
Yep.
If we're a racer.
Okay.
It's just... Hello. Hello. It's okay. I think, yeah, we've just won that one. No, you stay alive. Never mind, you died. I'm so sorry. What was that
No,
ending?
no,
12 and 0. Alright, good round. Yes. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to stream the game. If you imagine
Nintendo let you stream the game anyway.
Yeah. Well, just imagine streaming the game and then you went, nah, sorry, you've got to turn the gameplay audio off. Otherwise, we'll claim all the money you earn. That is a very Nintendo thing to do.
You're gonna claim all your console.
We're gonna claim the console of which you game on. Diva's up top with Mercy. Oh, I should have really went Lucio.
Nah. We're popping off with Moira.
Yeah, but Lucio Boop on this map is fun. I just meleeed a Reaper.
Dead.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. Literally nuh-uh. I'm gonna deal with the Mercy first and then the Diva. And then I'm gonna wait for Diva to be out and then I'll just kill her anyway. There you go.
Widowmaker.
Nah, there isn't. Quite literally is.
Blue. There's a Pharaoh.
She's above and she's dead. Yeah, I killed her. What a stupid move. Not wait until you heal. I'm just gonna walk through everyone. I'm just gonna walk through everybody.
I got sent to sleep.
I got her out.
Reinhardt is living my IRL dream of sleeping.
Permanently asleep. Oh look, it's him. He's dead.
Why would you teleport? Why would you do? Why?
What am I?
Why?
Fam, I'm 19 and 0. It should not be this. Should not be this easy.
Why is the matchmaking like this? We either play against the SAS or we roll teams.
We are the SAS.
The SAS stands for
ass. Oh.
I missed everyone because
me when I go on a long trip.
Swinging my hammer, and by the time my hammer reached the floor, you had killed them.
Ta-da! Just stand in front of me if you can. Thanks.
Alright. I'm gonna go for the Junkrat. Oh, I have found this spawn.
I've got you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna let you die. Hello there. Hey Jack, how you doing, bro?
Hey Jack.
I haven't seen you in ages, brother. We're getting C9s.
No.
It's. Oh, what? They got it? Nuh-uh. She's dead. Yep. Get trolled, nerd. Hey Jack, how have you been, bro? We've just started back streaming this week, so it's nice to see you, man. You caught us on the early days still.
Where I'm still allowed to join you in stream.
I want to kill the Orisa first.
Point. Oh, the echo was changing as I charged, so I faced.
Is that Farah? She's dead. I've got the points. Don't worry. Hello.
It's the sunrise.
GG. Easy. 24 and 0. And 7k healing.
Yo.
I'm literally insane, chat. I'm clinically depressed. It's you!
Play of the game. Your mum's a cuck.
I'm good. Yourself? I'm really good. I'm good. We've been playing some GTAs and stuff. We played some GTA today. We played some Overwatch, which you can see now. We have got a Minecraft SMP that's coming back open, which is going to be in the next week. I think that's it. But I've also launched Centrosity HD, Centrosity Plays, Centrosity Shorts, Centrosity VODs, all YouTube channels, and then the TikTok is out. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. Thought I wouldn't see you again. Bazinga Boogaloo. Greek Boogalization. Thought I wouldn't see you again though. No, I was always intending to come back. I just didn't realize I'd been gone for like
Mini Minter HD.
I didn't realize that I was gone for like nearly 2 years. I thought it had been like 6 months, but I've been working on my company. Which is still, it's doing well. It's just I wanted to come back to stream and I felt like I was missing out on too much. So here we are again. Turns out Twitch has changed massively in 2 years. Who'd have thought? But no, I am back. I'm back full time again. Good to hear. Yeah, I am back full time. I'm back Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I upload on my second channel 3 times a week. I upload 5 shorts a day, I think, on TikTok. And then YouTube shorts specifically, I upload the next day. Instagram Reels, I upload 2 days after. There's a main channel, there's 2 reacts a week. Yeah, so basically you think of the Sidemen schedule, that's mine. Kind of, yeah. And then I also have to like keep my company afloat. But it's okay.
Got Josh's beard as well.
Yeah, but mine's way more ginger. His is just black.
He's thick.
Yeah.
You're also using my play of the game to get your clips.
No.
No.
I just killed Venture like it was yesterday's dinner.
You can't use my play of the games to get clips because my name is messed up.
See, exactly.
That's a Sigma. I was confused Sigma were a martyr.
I want everyone in chat to witness what just happened. The Arna knew that I couldn't kill them and that it was just a mean move if they killed me there. So we just looked at each other and said, hello. And then she let me teleport away. I need healing. Oh, our venture's name is Besh. Oh, it's not. It's Sesh, but in Russian. It spells it out in
That's
English
German.
now.
That's German. Come on. You're better than this.
Ouch! What the ouch?
Charlie. What? No, we're doing the thing where one of us gets to the point and the other
Uh-huh,
one's dead.
uh-huh.
Going to... I'm so dead.
I'm debating letting them have the point.
Yeah, they have to have the point for us to...
Group up.
Yeah.
But you're gonna spawn in a quarter mile away. Yep. See you later.
No. Yeah, but I can charge. I can charge.
That's fair point. Jack, what have you been up to though, bro? It's been a long time, and I would like to know, how's oh my god, how is life?
Oh, we have a pharmacy that aren't very good.
On our
That's why we're
team,
losing. Yeah.
I did not. I'm not even as an insult. Just didn't know that we had a pharmacy.
Yeah, neither do I. I just watched them struggling. Like I'm watching the Mercy jump about. Not Grumpy Pete. Not
That was their venture, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Got him as well. Shit, best way to describe it. Is that because I haven't gone live though, Jack? Hey. Oh, for real. Hey, yo, listen. If you want to talk about anything, man, you know you can just drop me a DM. You know you could always do that anyway, but just to reiterate the points, I don't want to make it same shit, different day, bro. Oh, but that I can relate to. What is that? Drink water. Become
Hydrate.
moist.
Ooh.
That's what my my VC one. Grumpy Pants started spectating. Was that the venture?
Well, why did you? That was the venture.
They
Same soup warmed up. It's
Same
PG-13.
Same soup warmed up.
Yeah.
Damn, that was a scare. Drink water. Become moist.
Become moist.
Ouch.
I missed everyone.
How did that? What? His ult killed me before he even lifted me up. His circle killed me. Okay, I didn't know it could do that. I didn't know he dealt damage. I'll sesh one.
I'm getting messed up. I need to do better. I need to pull my socks up.
Brother, ew, brother. Their Ana is doing numbers, by the way. Their Ana is the reason why they're alive.
Every time they see me, they send me to sleep, and I hate it.
Move out, move backwards.
I'm trying.
I got you.
Just die. My dude.
Let's play the game. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you. You're right. Whoop. And oh, there you are. Oh my god, that hit me in the face. Can I hit anyone here? Yes, areola damage.
I don't think that word means what you think it does.
Area damage. No?
You said, yeah.
Working 24/7, cost of living being a bitch as always. Brother, yes.
Brother, brother,
Ew, brother. Brother, ew. It's, yeah, the UK is just a shitstorm right now. What are you gonna do? Deflect my plasma? Look at me, I'm slicing through your
I'm slicing through your particles.
Ew. Just gonna stand right here.
So skilled right now.
Na 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 na. United side, na 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 na
Imagine
na.
dying. I was aiming for the Anna, I'm not gonna lie. That one's on me.
Okay, I killed the Anna, but it cost me my life. I'm okay with it though. Na 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 na. I want you to hear me say na 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 na. Hey, look, we spawned together.
You wanna hold hands?
Nah. I haven't got socks on today.
That's not COVID safe.
15 meters apart, please, in the queue. Tesco must be livid.
Leave the Mercy alone, you weird man.
The point is slowly walking back.
Where is the enemy team?
This side. Oh, they are.
Okay.
Ha! Okay, never mind. It's just a tank on the point.
Oh, is it? It'd be a shame if I... Oh, I did. Whee!
Oh!
You're welcome. Question. It's high something. It's 12 PM, Lance. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh my god, so am I. We're showing the event reset
Anna
button.
need-
UK is sinking
Anna
into
need.
hell more and more. Every single day, every second of the week, every hour of the past, every minute of the yes. Yeah, we are. The UK's fucked.
That's why we're playing Overwatch at 3 o'clock in the morning.
On stream.
Baby. On stream. I'm allowed on stream.
I'm allowed to stream.
The honor should be to sleep.
Says Wakiki. I said Wakiki!
I'm gonna take you just miles away. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Hi, everybody. GG. Hashtag GG. 26-4. Nice. I need to up the wins in a row by 2.
We lose a game.
Yeah. So up to 8 out of 9. Rains from above. Oh, I've not got OBS on my screen. What?
I don't know what you mean. Rishi Sunak is very in touch with the majority of the people in this country. That was sarcasm.
OBS, please. OBS, please, please, please. OBS, just stop being a dickhead. Okay? Stop being a dick. I tried to look at one screen, and you just open every other tab. Me when I go to the club at 3 AM on a Thursday evening. It's student night, and I'm 26.
Most of that was true, to be fair.
I'm 26 and I'm a student. That's the only valid part of that. I don't take acid, Adam. I also don't drink, Adam.
Nuh-uh.
You know what? You've convinced me. Yeah, fair play. Na na na
You'd
na
enjoy-
na na. I think my nanny's gay. Na 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 na. What did you just say?
Contral and orange juice.
I too like cacao. It's my favorite. It's my favorite movie phrase. What can I say? You'd like cacao and orange juice, Lightning McQueen when he's on a bender. The world will hate me.
Cacao.
Cacao. Cacao.
Bazinga.
Bazinga. Hopefully my
What
game
map are
stops.
we It's the one with the bridge of the stars, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
lagging. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to fix it. It's one. There we go. It's better. Sort of better, but also no. I don't know why it's doing this. Oh my. Ever tell you guys I'm secretly Morgan Freeman. Did I? But stop making you laugh. Never. It's just lagging so hard. Tried so hard, but not so. I need to fix this in a second. Like right now.
Contrails are spelled really weird. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Maybe this will fix it. That didn't fix it.
Turning your screen on.
I was hoping you were going to say, have you tried turning your stream on and off again? No. Please load. I let you breathe. You need to upgrade your setup. Brother, I know.
Brother, ugh.
It's, you know, it's, it's because I've kept my, my system on for 2 days straight while I was editing and rendering videos. So it's just having a hard time.
You don't need a VPN for a VPN, bro. Your PC already thinks it's in a different country.
True. I don't keep VPNs on a stream. It affects the amount of money I can earn on Twitch because they'll take a cut faster. Well, we might definitely lose because I can't move.
No. I killed the Sigma.
It's gonna destroy.
Hanzo.
It's gonna stand still and destroy everything.
I'm playing on a PlayStation 4, and it's running smoother than yours.
You're not streaming it.
I'm watching your stream. Same thing.
Fair. I'm getting literally 15 frames a second, and I'm still better than all of them.
I am better than you, and I cannot see. There's dragons coming towards me.
Oh, it's dragon time. The American dragon.
Freestyle, where's your mom? American dragon.
I
killed the.
Why did I get powered up?
I think she was probably aiming for me.
No, I was nowhere near. I was nowhere near. Right, allow me. Chat, sorry. Right, let's see what's going to happen here. Because this is not how I want to... It's not how I want to go. It's not how I want to fucking go, is it? How do I do this? I pull better frames when the game's not opened.
He's running in the background.
I fixed it. I fixed it.
Is it called Warzone trying to download again?
Warzone is no longer allowed to install because I blocked the game on my PC. Steam doesn't know the game exists anymore. Okay, now let's play the game properly, okay?
I blocked my nan on Facebook.
What? My guy, she's... Never mind.
Not that nan.
Oh, okay. The one that's
obviously
like...
not Jesus.
I wouldn't block Jesus on Facebook. That's a criminal act.
I went to my nan's for dinner one time, and we were watching the news, and it was the nominations for the Brit Awards, and Stormzy is nominated for the. He went, "It's not singing, is it?" I'm like, "Nan, it's grime."
Nan, it's brine.
I agree with Jack. Warzone is shit.
Warzone is shit.
When you could talk to the entire lobby, go, "Oh, if you want this smoke, come to the stadium," then it was fantastic.
Yeah.
But then it became a bunch of sweaty little tryhards.
Nice, nice save. He got pulled. He got pulled out of his ult.
Why would you come to me? I got a hammer, my G.
Why would you go near me? I'm Russian. Whoa, that's a sniper. He's American. COD is shit as well. Call of Duty used to be something. It used to be worth its own name. Like, what? Call of Duty. Not anymore. It's like they just collectively went, nuh-uh.
No.
Once Warzone came out, they were just like, oh, this is where all the money is now, so this is what we do. The fans obviously don't want a zombies mode or anything. He's went Maui, but he's distracted at their spawn.
The game thinks I'm playing really well because I'm on the payload.
You are playing really well. You're literally carrying the game. We're only winning because of you.
No.
He can't heal. Neither can you.
Neither can I. Last card I played was Cold War. That's COD 4, no?
Cold War was like, oh my god.
Literally the fourth Call of Duty.
No. That was during the Cold War. Cold War was, wasn't Cold War the first Warzone, Jack?
I don't know.
I'm reaching in from here and I'm not upset about it.
That's jarring.
I should be.
What? My ult didn't stun him.
His ult doesn't exist, that's why. Your ult doesn't exist to him. I believe so, I'm sure. Yeah. It's the, Cold War is the first Warzone COD. Where they introduced it. And that was the last time COD ever existed.
I'm thinking of World at War. My bad.
That's Call of Duty 5. Because that's my favorite Call of Duty.
Mine is Modern Warfare 2.
Meh. Overrated, and it's everybody. It's a fan favorite to everybody for what I can only describe as no reason.
It's a very good game. Good because every gun is overpowered, so it's actually skill based, and the maps were actually fun.
I'm getting wellied. I really hope that you killed him popping that ult.
I charged, he popped his ult, and my screen just went directly up.
Modern Warfare 2 and 3, the OGs. Listen, my favorite Modern Warfare, my favorite Activision Call of Duty is Modern Warfare 3. Was it Activision? Yeah, I think it was.
Such an objectively incorrect opinion. That's mad.
It's my favorite. It's just my favorite Call of Duty. Nope. Okay. I got killed again. I'm being slapped like a wet fish.
I did peak in Modern Warfare 2.
I
wasn't in
peaked
team
all the time.
deathmatches with like 50 kills. It was wild.
You know what, Jack? You do say a good point, right? Ghosts wasn't bad though, right? For one thing, weapon mechanics. The weapon mechanics, from a game dev's point of view, the weapon mechanics were the best in Ghosts than they'll ever be. But they just jumped on it and jumped off it.
What was Ghosts zombie mode? Or not
Aliens.
zombie mode? That's Alien. That was fun. But like, alright. I had fun. That's my opinion on Ghosts. Aliens is fun.
I didn't. Well,
I was playing with someone though.
I'm a hardcore like zombies fanatic. Like when Advanced Warfare was arguably the worst one ever. Advanced Warfare, because they had Advanced Warfare zombies, the ones with the exoskeleton where you could double jump and ride on walls.
Yeah, no, I'm not here to play Prince of Persia. I'm here to shoot people.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm here to shoot zombies. I'm here to play as Clint Dempsey.
Tank Dempsey.
Zombitch. I'm here to play as Clint Dempsey, the Fulham football player.
Yes. Alright, we can just push it here.
Where did you go? Oh, they have a light wheel right here.
Yeah.
Why would you pout? Sure, I'll swing. I killed him?
Am I C9'ing? I C9'd, I C9'd, I C9'd, I C9'd it.
We won.
Oh, I C9'd it. Oh, I'm so happy.
Oh.
GG. Oh, I'm so happy you got the C9 on them.
It's Dora the Explorer, that's who the character reminds me of.
F9. I'm gonna save this highlight so I can steal the clip. Please no Fortnite. Nah, I'm not a Fortnite dude. I used to play Fortnite with Artemis a lot. Lifeweaver, I unlocked Lifeweaver. I've forgotten on my
I
old.
played the OG Fortnite, like the OG map. That
I'm
was fun.
a season 1 player. I used to play with a streamer called Artemis. We did great. If we'd have carried on the way that we went, we'd have probably been able to be a duo for esports. But I left Magic the Gathering. But I left Twitch. I just got up and moved and went, nah, see you later, lads. And now I know
I
you.
stopped playing when you shoot someone from 1,000 miles away and they would turn into a 30-story building with cable and internet. It's like
already installed.
Dude. Just pop someone with a handgun from. They take 9 damage and turned into.
I fired my gun once across the map, and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air has been formed.
Rocked up. Clapping Chris Rock about.
Nice. No, I am not a fan of the new Fortnite meta. No, to be fair, I like there is Fortnite no builds, so you physically cannot build on it. Can I please just sit here and just fire at wait, you know what? Never mind. It never lets.
Do you know what? You're in a game.
It never lets me do that.
I've still got Red Bull left. I've got the faster.
What?
Oh, jeez.
King's. Oh, Reinhardt. Let's go Reinhardt.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this is going to be a no cam game, chat. Oh, Jack.
My is connected.
I need to get used to the fact that my I can't just go chat and like 30 people just go. Yeah, okay. He'll come.
Your worth is a hypothesis. Prove it.
Oh, listen, Jack. I know. I wish.
It's rough. I agree.
It is indeed a wish. I wish games could go back to no paid to win. If only. Aye. If only. That is the dream. Bonjour.
The games industry is so
Tainted with P2W.
it's because it's so money driven that it's like it has to be
Microtransaction Central.
Yeah. Of course, my TV's trying to turn itself off. Feed the point.
Where are you?
I am so sorry.
Hello there.
Message me and ask if I'm awake. Whenever someone asks you if you're awake at 3:30, don't reply.
Yeah.
That's life advice I'm going to give you.
That's free advice. It's either a woman that's not interested, but or it's a guy that's awake and is just also honey. Na 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 na.
I mean,
na. What?
Lucio has 100 sensitivity and they're just spinning there.
Nice.
And it's jarring me. I am the DJ.
Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up! I'll see something funny. I'm behind them all. I'm dead.
Where are you? I'm so sorry.
And I am so sorry.
Nice.
Cannot eat, I cannot sleep tonight. I miss you forever and always. Oh, that's not the right way.
Strange. Oh my god, I have what's the word?
Hanu.
Boned myself.
That good. It didn't. It went the exact wrong way. Oh no. That's I was looking at helping our teammates.
That's Brigitte.
Yeah.
Not anymore, but was. I can get involved.
Okay.
What's going on over there? That's jarring. I don't like that. I'm on the payload.
Oh, he popped his ult. Don't waste your time on me. I'm already the voice inside my head.
How close are you?
I'm so close. So what, my ult?
No, to me.
Oh, I'm behind you.
Okay.
That's a Robert. I'm going around. Stay on that side.
Brigitte. That's just...
What the fuck? How did... Oh, Bob. Oh my god, Robert got me.
Roberts.
Also, still, I get smoking. Jack, see, it's the little victories, bruv. Okay? The fact that you've got... I'm glad. How long has it been that if you say 2 weeks, then I'm like, okay, fair. Good job so far.
My sister gave up smoking for 6 hours and then gave up and went back to smoking. And I'm not joking. Did a bet with my little sister that, oh, I bet I can go longer without smoking than you can go without vaping, and she lasted 6 hours.
I tried. I really tried. Since November. Hey, you know what? That's 5 months, okay? That's good.
That's over the hill of the hard bit. Or
whatever Gandhi said.
English, but you know what I mean. I'm just gonna...
Oh, wait. November last year. Does that mean November of 2023 or 2? Because there is no November of this year. I gave up smoking in the future.
I formed an addiction so I could get over it.
At a later date.
That's why we play Magic, baby.
Yeah, true that. 23. Okay, yeah, first. So yeah, 5 months. That's good. You're on the right track. Alright, let's focus up here, darling.
I'm gonna go in. My shield is taking way too much. And you know what?
I'll have my ultimate. Now... I got killed. I got domed by an Ash.
I get... Close to mine, 70%. Not worth it.
I'm going to turn my camera back on for this one.
I should have changed.
I don't have faith in it being a good game, because I'm 10-5. If I have more than one death, it's not a good game. The Ramartra's back alive and in our spawn.
Yeah, but I've realised my mistake was being stupid without...
I think Mercy's mistake was the res.
Yeah. He went too deep. Just let him...
Let him reset.
Roberts!
You're dead.
No, Roberts.
You're dead.
I'm dead. I'm so dead to Robert.
Move to me, move to me.
Just kill the rope.
And now we've got it. Okay, now is a bad time for me to say I really should have kept my camera off. My lack of faith got us through it. Don't waste your time on me. I'm already the voice inside my head. Why? All of the
Why
ults.
is spicy? Why is he as spicy? Vital.
Oh, I want that as a clip. Can someone please clip that? The most clueless Ramartra of my life.
What?
I'm dead.
Of course that works like that. I'm just confused by it.
I want to let you know, I kept the tank. If I didn't get stuck on that wall, I'd have kept that tank distracted for so much longer. He got so vexed. He was just chasing me.
Time again to try again.
Miss you, I miss you. Oh, Lord. I just started healing their Ramatra. I was like, nah, it's fine. I'll take it.
Why did you heal him more than me?
You were in the spawn.
No.
I watched you walk in.
In the words of my mum.
Nah.
Uh-oh. Where are you? And I'm so sorry.
Where are you? But it's in a minor key. Jack, you can't. You need to post it into Discord.
That cool. Stay over there.
You doing that really nearly killed me.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, it's hot.
I jumped off the map so that they didn't get it. Have you? Wait. Have you noticed
just
what?
watch your silhouette just fall through the floor and just keep going down.
Look at what their venture's name is. Little Piss. And Little Shit is their Anna's name.
Yeah.
I like the fact the name's Little Piss. I really wish our Bastion came with me.
Alive. I will.
I'm trying to aim for the Mercy first.
The Brigitte just did like a 90-degree turn in one frame. It was jarring.
Shh, I'm C9ing.
Oh, okay.
I'm C9ing. I nearly C9'd them. It would have been so good if I C9'd. Oh, I pushed it so far. If our team just didn't kill them and just distracted them, I'd have so got the C9.
Go on, buddy.
Cheers,
you got
Jack.
this.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
I'm so dead. I'm alive?
Yeah, I just spawned. Just go. Just go.
I'm gonna go on. I'm on the point.
Here. Oh, did you want my Here you go.
Kinda. I'm not against it. My elbow just clicked. I'm so uncomfortable in my arm right now.
Thank you. I got it. Keep on moving as you... Oh, just let us win, bruv.
Silent night, holy night.
All is calm, my dad's thighs. That's upsetting. Did we lose? Did we get it? We lost.
No.
That makes me upset. I was like, wait, what?
The hands, no. Defeat.
Oh my lord. Choose your favorite. Hands or feet?
Huh?
You heard. I don't like our win streak right now is 9 out of 11, so it looks like I've just put 9-11 in my... It looks like I've put 9-11 as my title.
No, just change it to 9, like 10 out of 12 or whatever.
I'm just gonna chat. I've skipped a game, okay? 9-11 just does not look the best. We all love it. We all love it. What the?
When you open gold door for the quiet kid and get 50 assists.
Where's Bunny still doing it? Go to bed. My lord. I love
Drake.
Circuit Royale. Huh? I don't. I
You
don't. Oh, hide it. There we go. Nay. Moira. I would prefer Moira. We're defending, which means I've got to leave straight away, and they're just. Do me a favor. Tell me if the Moira leaves the room. The starting room. Did they leave?
The Moira has left the room.
That's all I needed to know. What a piece of garbage.
I'm just getting silently judged by Bonnie.
Why?
I just am.
Fair.
Not even by my Overwatch gameplay, just like my general life source demeanor.
That, yeah. Me too. I put into the game chat and went, and no would have sufficed. What?
That is a Winston. Nice. I'm saying nice because I just haven't played against the Winston.
Yeah.
Really.
I think I got him. I hit him. There you go, he's dead as well.
Being revived. Oh,
I'm dead here to him. Yeah, I died to him. You want me to hydrate at the worst points in the game? I can't.
I pressed hydrate.
Yeah.
Mid round.
Exactly. Yeah, mid round.
No. Like after we lost the last game, I pressed hydrate.
It came through when I was walking as Zen. That's a bloody joke. TV license fee just increased. What? The TV license fee's been increased.
Just say you don't. Just say you don't watch television, and you don't need one. And they were like, okay, that's what I did. Allegedly.
That's what he allegedly does.
Mhm. It's just, it's tax. So the BBC
Yes.
can have mad middlemen, and it's like, how do you have your all? I think Winston gets his ult too fast, you know.
I think I might have got. No, I didn't get him. Missed him. Our Moira is. Fam, I'm a Zen and I'm 5-1.
It went up £10.
Huh? I don't know what it is. I've never paid for a TV license. Allegedly.
It was like £12, and now it's like £22. Am I getting
Why
that right?
though? Is it a monthly thing or?
Yeah.
Ah.
That's a Reinhardt. God, I'm cool.
Yeah, you are.
I don't care.
There you go. Got Mercy. And he's dead as well.
£169 per year. Oh my.
They just made it that for funny numbers, so people go like, yeah, I'll pay it because it's a funny number in it.
Got a kill, let's go! Why would you res in the spawn?
I have my ult, by the way, and don't forget I'm Zen.
I pressed the wrong button. I'm so dead. The Zen kept me alive.
It's me, that's why!
Oh, I'm so used to you being Moira. It's
I know.
jarring when you're any other way.
He's gonna die. He's dead.
Yep. £169 a year. That's like...
That's like money per month.
Yeah.
Well, it is strictly because... Oh, wow. It is so that the BBC can say that... Hold on, I got him. Got him.
I was laughing. Piss off.
Also remember live. That was a comfortable piss off.
No.
It's a Roadhog.
Clip chip. Oh my lord.
just gonna walk away in it. Fuck! Oh, the Mercy's got me.
£169 a year. That works out to like £3 a week or something.
Just so that the BBC can say that you might watch them. Yeah, I go to a friend's house and they put I put BBC News on in my friend's house and they were like, "No, don't!" And then there was 3 black suited men.
Come through the window.
Yeah. It was Jason Bourne.
Andrew Tate and Tristan thing come through the window.
the 2 people who hate the BBC the most in the world.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
As long as we keep them off the points.
I'm trying.
I got it. Wrong move.
I'm experiencing so much tranquility right now.
Got him.
Let me kill you, Mercy.
GG.
Oh my god.
Again, there we go. It's so easy. And I'm a Zen.
Ah, the best KD. Nice.
Wow. Oh my god, it's Speedy Gonzalez. They were meant to come and inspect my flat today, but they did not show. Friday. Like earlier today. Ah. Well, that's just a small victory though, innit?
I got a letter from the TV license actually today.
Really?
Yeah, saying, do you still not need a TV license?
You were like, nah.
Or is it no?
Nah, sorry. I only use Netflix and I use my pirated Fire Stick in my Xbox 360 to watch everything. What, are you judging me because of my my financial status? What a loser. Wow, I'm gonna... Okay, we're in a game already. I'm suing. Oh, I can do your
I'm suing.
Sue at the job center. Just sitting there going, oh, what did I do? Isaac.
I'm Jed and Abul Fools we have played with today.
Noted. I can do nothing with that information.
I just recognize the names.
I have Amazon Prime. Sorry, I have Prime Video, Netflix, Disney Plus, Paramount Plus. I think that's it, and I pay for none of them. It's like
allegedly.
No, my brother pays for and like Spotify Premium. My brother pays for Spotify. My sister pays for Amazon and Disney Plus. My mum pays for Netflix and Paramount Plus, and I'm just like, yeah, thanks, guys.
I have my sister pays for Disney Plus and Netflix, and I pay for Spotify.
Nice. A diva. By the way, if you change the color of the enemies and stuff, they glow. Thank you. I see. What? I'm gonna eat this healing orb.
Oh, the Brigitte wants to fight me. I'm being hacked. This is uncomfortable in my brain.
Allow me to die. I died. Nice to see that you drink Iron Brew. I do. I haven't had it in a long time, so I bought a big bottle of it, and now I've kind of just been like drinking it slowly. I also got a 2.25 litre bottle of Mountain Dew, and I drank it in 2 days, and as somebody that is borderline diabetic, I don't recommend. I got very sleepy.
I wouldn't recommend doing it anyway.
Yeah, 2.5, like just shy of 2.5 litres.
I need you to flank.
Say less.
They're all fighting me face on, and I need them to
they've
be
got
more...
a Sombra that's been flanking.
Yeah.
Yoink! So then I sorted. No. Don't say JK. Sorted. Say it with your chest.
was gonna say something that you can't say on Twitch.
Every racial slur ever. I'm dead.
No. If you're gonna be racist, say it with your chest, not your thumbs.
Ah.
You can't call me that.
Chat, I censored it so you guys can't hear him, but Adam heard it.
No. You censor it for me as well.
That was the joke.
I prefer melting down iron and just drinking that.
Mixed with tea leaves. That's iron brew.
Yeah.
Our team's lost the lead. We've not moved it 20. We've moved it less than 30.
The Sombra is getting on my nerves, though.
Oh my god, the Widow's behind us. Hate iron brew. Prefer extra iron brew. I don't even know what extra iron brew. It's extra iron brew.
It's Pepsi Max.
Oh,
essentially.
fuck.
Equivalent.
It's just the sugarless version of it. All the flavor,
that's the one.
none of the sugar.
I've never drunk iron brew.
Now's your chance.
Well, I have, but I don't like it. I don't drink iron brew. Those are the words that were supposed to come out my mouth.
Shield, yep, thank you. Allow me to introduce myself. I got hacked out of my ult.
I hate Sombra. Oh.
Oh, so close. Bro, what is with this instant one shot? It's like it's a Widow and she's hitting your head. I think I popped her out.
Yeah.
Bridgette's got me and I'm gonna die.
I'm trying.
Okay, I moved. Oh my lord.
I got hacked!
I don't know words she's hacking or something. She's just hacking and running.
She was in front of me. She's inside my head.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. It's high noon. Right, I'm going around them. Hold on. Chat, hold my hands. How did Kiriko hit me with one shot? I think she hit me with once. No, she hit me twice, I think. Once in the head and then once in the head. Yeah, fair.
I killed the Kiriko for you, baby.
Thank you. So sensual.
The Widowmaker shot me in the back of the head.
That sounds like Widow. She is 11-0. She's the only one that's doing bits. And by bits, I mean TikToks.
I didn't know they had a Widow. I'm not gonna lie. Has she always been Widow?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Don't nano boost me, please. You're gonna nano boost me.
I'm gonna indicate for me to get mine boosted.
Oh, I need to go in.
I don't know where the Widow is. Oh, there she is. She's
Nano boost me now, please.
I'm pushing the point.
Yep. Oh my. Back up, Sean. Sin. Mum. Dad. Dan.
Got her. I thought she was a little insulting to me, so I made sure she didn't. How? Thanks. Thank you. I accept your gift of saving my life.
Yo, I drank that much vodka like Wednesday.
We are winning, son.
No, Dad.
I don't know how to react.
Dad, no. Man. I've got the bot.
Ouch, that Widow really did hurt.
Oh. Definitely meant that. 100%.
Turn around. There you go.
I can't. No.
Yeah.
There's a Widow. Sombra behind. was gonna call Widowmaker that hacks. That's just not.
I think that's about I drank a litre and a half of vodka in one night. I mean, that's Adam's typical every night, to be fair. You're a lightweight, son. But to be fair, I mean, it's small victories. You gave up smoker, but you took up alcohol. Small wins. They resorted to actual pharmacy.
What, the character combination?
Yeah,
Baron Mott.
Mercy popped her ult and then I killed her.
Why would you nano boost me here?
Oh, Farah is the... That hurt.
What do you want from me?
More.
Crying.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's the Widow's changed to Farah instead. Scottish show I'll never give up the drink for it's actual water. It's like Russians that get baths. It's just Smirnoff.
Live up to the stereotype, innit? You may as well. If you're gonna embrace it, embrace it.
Glory, glory. Wow. What a hell of a way to die. Glory,
Death
glory,
by
what a hell of a way to die.
Glory, glory, Man United.
That's not the lyrics.
Glory, Man United.
I don't think that's what they sang on the way into war. Say psych. Yes, it was. Say psych. They're all here, by the way. Sorry, I misspelled. They're all queer, by the way. Holy! Yeah, I'm on 7.
The wall. Who's hurting you? Is it the walls?
It's the Farah! Fam!
Rather.
She just went on a mission to hurt me. She traveled around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world. Huh?
What? She was trying to hack me, so I dodged her.
Oh my.
And I was going to drop the C word on stream. Too comfortable on stream.
That made me happy I killed the Mercy.
The Mercy's name's Rimuru. I find that very funny, but I don't know why.
Kiriko's gonna die. Glory, glory, nah, the Kiriko's gonna die.
Glory, glory, la, 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 la. Did we win? Are we winning? Oh, yeah, we're winning. They take it 69 meters.
Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne. Oh my god.
Our DPS's name is I'm Jed.
Really? I'm going to kill him.
You know anyone named Jed?
Yes. He messaged my girlfriend one day with a picture of something that I can only describe as bratwurst while his wife was sitting next to him on the sofa.
Should have been brought better.
Funny.
Can you stall, please? It's
Yeah,
because
I'm
I
trying.
have my ult and I can.
Yeah, I stalled as much as I could. You know what? We just need to get them off the point, don't we?
Yeah.
Stall. Oh, you've done it.
Ah! The what's the word? Farah. That's the one.
I tried. Oh my god, I tried. I got there just as it got there. It's a close one. It was close. GG. Let me fix my...
Should I reply to person? Chat, tell me. Should I make my life as miserable as possible?
Why? What do you do? Oh, the person that said, "Are you awake?"
Yeah.
It's
just
Jake.
no.
innit?
It's just awake question mark.
It's Jake, innit? Right.
I'm not. There's no reason. There's no.
Allow me. Taking myself to pool. I'm gonna go into just chatting for a minute.
Okay.
I'll be back. In fact, I'm deafening, so go into chat.
Okay.
Okay. Love you, baby. Bye bye. Chat. Do you know what time it is? Specifically 3:40, 3:57. I had one job, and that was to read a number. Let's put a better song on as well. A better song, like a more vibey. You know, like a proper. This. I'm okay with that. Baby, right, share it's time. I'm okay with that. You're okay with which? I forgot what I've just said already. I've already forgotten what I was just saying. I can dance, I can dance. Oh, that song. Oh, I'm sorry. Dance, dance the night away. Typical. The rebel has made my insides want to come outside. That's not what we needed to know at all. We didn't want to know that, but we did. I'll be down. You know what, yeah? I'm enjoying doing 7 hour. Right? Are we enjoying a longer stream? Ending at 4, I'm okay with it. I'm not in an opposition, you know. Dance the night away. There's no yes there. It's just Whoa, this guy's got a Chad like chin. God, this guy looks like. I need to start shaping my beard better. This guy looks like me. My beard's better. Let's go for... I'm going to raid Hero Mooncrab. He's playing Minecraft. He's playing on Mythical. And I want to join... by the way, Gunnar learned how to do Moonshine and has got some as info on the sewers. You don't say. My viewership just halved. Yes. Dance the night away. It did. Well, chat, we're going to go over and say hi to Halloween Mooncrab. The guy's playing Minecraft. He's playing on Mythical SMP. Been live for 5 hours, so, you know, he's been going for a little bit of time, just like we have. Until then, chat, I'm going to go sleepsy doozy. Probably do some editing. Probably get some clips uploaded. If you're watching this on Sinvods, welcome. Come by onto the old streamy streams. I'll see you on Monday. Don't forget, Monday, we're doing a little bit of a dono thing where if you donate, you can get me to dye my hair whatever color you guys want. Whatever color chat says. So we could end up doing, I don't know, we might go hot pink. Who knows? Aye. So, as always, I'll see you Monday, 9 p.m. Maybe earlier. We might be live on 6 if we're going to be doing Jay Fletcher's Among Us lobby. I might go live for that one as well. Until then, I'll see you on Monday, 9 p.m. BST for more BS and T. I'll see you later, chat. Ka-chow. Lightning McQueen. Is this the button? Do I make the right one? Goodbye, everybody.